I woke alone in the barren world of ocean survival, 20 square meters of rock where no weed could grow. The panel rating Ye hang a dead man at combat power 5. After a lifetime crowded by people for my own good, I was half relieved. Then I raised a little octopus from a bean-sized juvenile until it could drill into a blue shadow octopus many times its size and tear it open in one blink. The loner who wanted only quiet had built a world and a friend nobody could take. Like the video, hit subscribe and the next part lands in your feed automatically. Easy trade. Before any of that landed, I was nothing. Let me start there. A string of mechanical chimes went off in my ears, and an enormous virtual screen bloomed in front of me, its surface scrolling with bright lines of text. The ocean survival game had begun, the screen told me, and my player survival tips were now active. Every player would be given a completely independent island out in the ocean, 20 square meters to start, expandable and reinforceable by spending materials. I could gather resources on my own island or carry them to the trade city to buy and sell, and once I finished my basic housing construction, I could claim a teleport pass to that city. The island was mine alone, safe from interference by other players, though the screen was careful to add that it was not an absolutely safe place because marine creatures could come to disturb me at any time. The last lines were the ones that mattered. A novice protection period had switched on, 24 hours long, and the rest could be explored by the player at leisure. Then came the catch the system wanted to be sure I understood, that the novice protection period only guaranteed dangerous creatures would not appear on the island, and not that I myself was safe. Reassuring. Truly. When the mechanical voice fell silent, the huge screen shrank to a small panel about 40 centimeters wide and 30 high, a return icon blinking in the corner to take me back to an overview page. I tapped it, and the screen flipped to that overview, where I found 5 categories laid out, 4 in the corners and 1 in the center. The middle held my personal information, the top right chat and notifications, the top left my personal assets, the bottom left island construction, and the bottom right the map. I asked myself whether I had crossed over into another world, or whether this was some alien game experiment, because the briefing was thin and it amounted to one absurdly tiny island per person, forcing everyone into island construction whether they liked it or not. I looked around and confirmed how small this place really was, so small that a few steps carried me to the edge, and one more step would drop me straight into the water. I pulled my gaze back from that dangerous black-blue sea and looked down at myself instead, taking stock of a large white undershirt, loose floral shorts, and a pair of sandals. The equipment in this world had clearly been digitized, but I still thought changing a man's clothes without asking was a little presumptuous. After that small private complaint, I let my shoulders drop and my body unwind. The worry about the future was real. I would not pretend otherwise, but underneath it sat something I had not expected, a quiet sense of relief at having left my old world behind. My name is Ye Hang, 19 years old, 183 centimeters tall, gentle-looking and in good health. I had not come from a good family, and for as long as I could remember, I had survived by reading the faces of the people around me, because if I upset the wrong one, I went hungry. Once the law put me in school, the library became the one place I loved, only because it was quiet there. At 16, I left school and went out to work, and over 3 years I drifted through several cities and learned how different regions lived, never once managing to truly fit in among people. I disliked having anyone press too close, and I hated most of all the ones who took my quietness as an invitation, who insisted it was for my own good, who pretended to be deaf and blind to every refusal and kept dragging me into the crowd anyway. So as I stood on this scrap of land in the middle of nowhere, I wondered, almost amused, whether my old dream of escaping crowds and forced company had finally come true. The panel filled in my own details for me, and I read them as my situation rather than a list of numbers. I was Island Master number 9911, the man called Ye Hang, with a combat power of 5, rated as a healthy adult. My island ran 20 square meters, flagged as extremely barren, a tiny patch where not even a weed could grow. My inventory held 10 slots and all of them said empty, and for equipment I had the attributeless novice 3-piece set on my back. My combat power was decent and my body checked out healthy, which I supposed were the 2 bright spots, because the island itself, reading as tiny and barren and unable to grow so much as a weed, was frankly a little miserable. I tapped return and opened the map. The island came up as a 3-dimensional model I could zoom in and out of and rotate however I liked, and on its surface a little white figure marked where I was standing right now. A small legend nearby explained the icons, the miniature houses, the supply crate markers, the separate symbols for trees, herbs, shrubs, fruits, grains, ores, and animals, none of which I had any of, because besides me the island carried only a thin skin of topsoil. Beneath that soil layer, all of 2 or 3 centimeters thick, lay the basic island foundation, and that could neither be planted on nor mined. No resources to start with then, but a prompt in the bottom corner of the map promised the supplies would refresh. They came at 4 times every day, 6 in the morning, noon, 6 in the evening, and midnight. And in each of those windows the island would refresh and leave behind at least 1 resource or supply crate. I had arrived at 11 in the morning, a handful of minutes had already slipped by, and the first refresh was now less than an hour away. I closed the map and opened island construction to see what I could actually build. The cheapest option was area expansion, 1 square meter for 2 units of soil and 5 of stone. After that came island reinforcement, a cubic meter for 10 soil, 3 wheat and 3 sawdust. Housing construction offered a level 1 wooden house for 100 wood, 10 straw rope, and 2 grass mat, or a level 1 stone house for 100 stone, 10 soil, 4 wooden plank, and 2 grass mat. Last was defense construction, a level 1 fence for 1 wood and 1 straw rope. I stood there in the middle of my island looking at all of it and owning the materials for exactly none of it. The expansion needed the fewest materials, though the catch was that any new patch came out exactly as barren as the rest, a dead surface where nothing would grow. Island reinforcement, as the panel described it, hardened the existing foundation up to level 1, and the reinforced ground gained defense, durability, and a chance for a resource level to appear on top. The wooden house and the stone house were both level 1 buildings that differed only in material, so the choice came down to what I had on hand and what I preferred. Either way, the house was a 4-meter box, 2 meters to a side, square walls of stone or wood, a pointed roof of wooden plank, and a grass mat draped over it to keep out wind and rain. The fence was a 1-meter protective barrier per unit, wooden plank 10 centimeters wide, and a centimeter thick standing a meter high, wrapped in straw rope with small gaps left between, and I could place it on any open ground on the island. None of it was happening on an empty island, so I closed the construction page and switched to personal assets. That just showed me the model of my current island again, plus the barren area readout already listed in my personal information. Nothing new. Once I had reviewed everything I could see and was satisfied I understood it, I finally opened the chat interface. I had braced myself for a wall of messages from a planet's worth of players, but instead the channel only ticked over 1 message every few seconds. The reason sat printed across the top, that each player got 1 free message a day with a limit of 50 characters, and anything over that drained ocean crystal stones by how many messages and characters I burned. Those crystal stones, the notice added, might turn up in level 2 or higher supply crates and might drop when I killed a marine creature. Reading that, I understood the comment once. It was not that everyone was reasonable, it was that most players were too afraid of the cost to post at all, or had already spent their 1 free line and now sat in silence. The player count printed beside the channel name made me stop. More than 19 billion. I counted it, then counted it again to be sure, and it still came out to a number several times larger than the entire population of the world I used to live in. That many people, and the feed still moved 1 quiet line at a time. The messages themselves were the same shape over and over, each person describing what they had been doing the instant they were pulled in. Somebody was bored out of their mind on a restricted, empty island and asked where everyone hailed from. Somebody else hit the character limit mid-sentence and picked it up in a second line, naming their home and hunting for anyone nearby. One was driving at a construction site and woke up here the moment they got in the car. Another was printing documents during late overtime. Another had just stood up from a blind date to go see a movie when the world swapped out beneath them. And one had simply been called on by a teacher to solve a problem in class. I scrolled and never found a single person trying to reach family or friends, only people venting feeling and worry, plenty of it laced with anger. Every player in the channel was nothing more than a string of numbers, no names, no profile pictures. There was no way to add friends and no way to view another player's information. When I scrolled back through the history, I found only the most recent 100 messages survived, each new one shoving the oldest off the end into nothing. Noon arrived, and a notification dropped onto the chat interface as a mechanical voice spoke in my ear, telling me the island resources had refreshed. My luck did not seem too bad, because 2 supply crates had appeared, one on my left and one on my right. The screen shrank to the size of my palm and floated up over my shoulder the moment I looked away from it. And since the island was so small, there was no searching to do. The crates were simply there. They were long crates of low-quality wooden plank gone grayish-black, and when I looked closer, the gray and black turned out to be mold spotting the wood. Ugly, but ugly did not matter on a supply crate, because a bad shell did not mean bad contents. I squatted and opened the first 1 for 3 soil, 3 stone, 10 wood, 10 weed, 1 bread, and 1 water. The items dropping straight into my inventory while the rotten shell vanished. A decent spread of types, but thin on quantity. The second crate gave 8 soil, 10 stone. 8 wood, 9 weed, 2 bread, and 1 water, the same goods with a slightly heavier haul. Even both crates stacked together left a yawning gap between what I had and what a house demanded. I pulled out a piece of bread to try, a palm-sized lump, solid and heavy, and the first bite came back dry, hard, and flavorless. The water was a 500 milliliter bottle, and the instant I cracked the cap, a 6-hour countdown appeared. The bottle set to vanish whether I finished it or not. The same disposable trick the supply crate had pulled, the container refreshing itself out of existence the moment it was opened. I left the materials alone for now and went back to the chat channel. Someone had pulled 40 units of wood but no straw rope or grass mat to do anything with it. And someone else was asking what sawdust even was, because they wanted to perform an island fortification and had wood but no sawdust. Where there were questions, there were answers. And after watching a while, I had the gist of it. So I took 1 unit of weed out of my inventory, a meter-tall handful of grass, and the moment it was in my hand, a small translucent prompt box opened in front of me. The weed registered as a level 1 material, and level 1 materials, it said, could undergo simple processing. I tapped the blinking simple processing line, and 3 options unfolded. 2 units of weed crafted into 1 straw rope, and 20 units of weed worked into a single grass mat. I put the weed away and drew a unit of wood instead, an unprocessed dry log 2 meters tall and 20 centimeters across, and its processing options offered me 1 wood ground into 2 sawdust, or 2 wood pressed into 1 wooden plank. The sawdust made obvious sense. Grind it up and you have shavings, but I genuinely could not work out how 2 whole logs collapsed into 1 wooden plank. Maybe the wood went to sawdust first and got pressed flat into a board. Either way, I decided I should stop staring and actually do something. I had 10 soil to spare, plenty of weed, and only needed 3 sawdust, so I planned to perform 1 cubic meter of fortification first. I ran simple processing on 2 pieces of wood, 4 sawdust appeared, and with 11 soil, 19 weed, and 4 sawdust on hand against requirements of 10, 3 and 3. I was clear. I picked a spot near the southern edge, tapped my finger to it through the island interface, and a square 3-dimensional marker locked into place. The panel confirmed the level 1 fortification complete, 1 cubic meter defense plus 10, fertility at level 1, with a chance for weeds or small trees to grow on that ground. The soil there thickened and settled, the loose drifting dust turning into real basic soil. I sat down beside the patch that might sprout grass, went back to watching the chat, and jotted down anything useful while I waited. After more than half an hour, sprouts broke the soil, the prompt naming them weed seedlings ready to be gathered in 1 hour. The weed did not even need planting, it grew on its own and harvested in an hour, which I liked. I watched 1 come up, then a second, then a third, and before the first had finished, a dozen had pushed through. 12 weeds filling that single square meter. The fortification was a 1 cubic meter cube underneath, but the part I could touch was only the 1 meter surface, the rest being buried defense the island would call on whenever sea creatures attacked. A little excited despite myself, I kept reading the channel and let the hour pass. When the panel finally flagged the first weed as level 1 and mature, I reached out, gripped it by the roots, and pulled it free with a small tug. Weed plus 1, gathering experience plus 1, and the moment that experience registered, my personal level information unlocked. The panel now listed 4 levels under my name: hunting at level 0, fishing at level 0, gathering at level 0 with 1 experience of 100, and planting at level 0, every one of them starting from scratch. No one in the channel had mentioned these yet, and I doubted that was because no one had found them. More likely the ones who knew did not want to share it, or had already burned their 1 daily message, and could not say more. 11 weeds still stood in that square meter. They had not matured in unison, so I watched for whichever was ready and pulled them 1 at a time. 12 experience, and 12 units of weed in total. And after a half-hour cooldown, a new crop sprouted in the same ground. I had no soil left for another fortification, so I just stood watch over the single patch, finishing a full crop roughly every 2 hours. From noon to 6 in the evening, the count of weeds that came up each cycle was random, and I harvested 39 all told for 39 gathering experience. 6 in the evening, and the island refreshed again. In the very spot I had just stripped of weed, a small tree had appeared out of nowhere. A clean-looking wooden supply crate sitting at its base, and 2 more of the grayish-black crates had refreshed on the empty ground elsewhere. I opened the 2 ugly ones first and pulled basic supplies as expected, then went back to the tree and lifted the clean wooden crate. It was a level 2 supply crate, and the difference was night and day. A felling axe, a piece of flint, 28 soil, 53 stone, 40 wood, 46 weed, 2 jam-filled bread, 6 berries, and 3 water poured into my hands. The felling axe was an axe for cutting trees with a durability of 100, each swing against a tree costing 1 to 3 durability and other materials draining it by their toughness. The flint was a level 2 special ore that might be needed to craft weapons and could be combined with iron ore into a flint lighter. The berries were a level 1 fruit off a common bush, edible raw or processed as an ingredient, and the jam-filled bread was sliced bread with jam added for a better taste. I checked the new items, tucked them back into my slots, and carried the axe to the small tree the panel said I could fell. I swung at the trunk near the ground, the axe biting in, and got 1 wood and 1 gathering experience for it. I checked my slots and saw the wood had gone up by 1, then looked back at the tree, which carried a single notch and yet stood there exactly as before, and I just blinked at it. I had assumed a unit of wood meant a whole log, since this little tree was the same 20 centimeters across. But here I had taken the wood and the tree still wanted cutting. Finding that more amusing than frustrating, I kept swinging, stroke after stroke, wooden experience ticking up with each, until after 15 units of wood the tree vanished all at once and a pile of branches dropped at my feet. My 10 inventory slots were already full, so the branches simply scattered on the ground, and when I picked one up to look, I understood it was the crown coming down after the trunk was gone. The branch was a level 1 material, processable into 1 portion of sawdust or burnable as fuel. Nothing remarkable next to wood, but useful enough. A glance at my panel showed combat power still at 5, gathering now at level 0, with 59 of 100, all 10 slots crammed with flint, soil, stone, wood, weed, bread, water, sawdust, jam-filled bread, and berries. The axe in my hand, the loose branches on the dirt. Still 5 wood short of a small wooden hut, and with no refresh due I had no way around it. So I ground the 5 branches into 5 sawdust and stored them. Then I opened island reinforcement again and hardened another 2 cubic meters beside the first patch, which ate 20 soil, 6 weed, and 6 sawdust, clearing the sawdust out and freeing a slot. I put the axe away. No creature was coming onto this speck of an island for now. All I had to do was watch the clock and harvest the wild weed every couple of hours. It was past 7:50 and the sky had gone full dark, the waves breaking around me carrying strange noises from things moving in the sea. With 3 patches of grass growing ground now, this batch gave me 31 weeds and 31 experience. And after pulling them, I sat cross-legged on the dirt to take a short nap. My eyes had barely closed when a different sprout poked up from one of the patches, a tree this time, and through the night its trunk and branches twisted up fast. The rustle of leaves in the wind woke me, the round moon just lifting into the eastern sky, and I looked at the level 1 small tree under that cold light and smiled, because a tree meant wood, and enough wood meant a house. Even with the novice protection period running, sitting on a scrap this small with the waves and the sea things hissing all around, still left me feeling exposed, and I wanted walls. The tree took the same span the weeds did to grow, and only one could stand on a single square meter. By 9:30 it had hit its limit and turned harvestable, so I swung the axe and the first wood dropped into my slot. For the house that was almost mine I chopped away gladly, and after 11 wood the tree disappeared, leaving 3 scattered branches behind. My house. Finally, I stopped fussing over experience and leveling and got the materials ready. 2 weed made 1 straw rope and I needed 10, so 20 weed, and 20 weed made 1 grass mat and I needed 2. So another 40 and I had weed to spare. With 106 wood, 10 straw rope, and 2 grass mat against requirements of 110 and 2, the level 1 wooden house was finally buildable. The 3 reinforced patches had defense, but I was reluctant to give them up to a house, so I opened the construction interface and tapped the blueprint down on the open ground to the north instead, a box only 4 square meters across. The dust cleared, and there it stood, a square wooden house 2 meters to a side, a grass mat draped over its peaked roof, facing south. A single wall being only 2 meters wide, the wooden door took up half of it, a flimsy thing a meter wide and 2 meters tall, with a small window beside it half a meter wide and a meter high. The basic house was built, and the panel told me a novice gift pack had been issued, since my inventory had no room. A small red box tied with a yellow ribbon dropped straight into my hand. I opened the novice gift pack, and my island instantly piled up with goods. My inventory slots went up by 2, a Trade City teleport pass and 10 ocean crystal stones landing in the 2 new spaces. And then came 4 processing tables, each 2 meters long, 1 wide and a meter and a half high, a semi-finished product table, an equipment table, a furniture table, and a food table. They scattered as they spawned, mostly onto the island but a few hanging out over the open water, and the sight of them teetering over the sea sent me straight into the construction menu to expand my island in a hurry. Soil and stone were no problem, 23 and 86 against requirements of 2 and 5. So with no time to deliberate, I expanded 10 units at once, a 10 square meter semicircle, and the processing tables were safe. Lesson learned. Next time I open a gift pack, I clear inventory space first. I set a few things down inside the house, then went out and gathered all 4 processing tables, nudging them into position in a ring around the building. Once they were arranged, I finally pulled the weed from the 2 remaining patches, 21 weeds and 21 experience. My gathering experience had reached 125 of 100 now, so I tapped the item and chose to upgrade. Gathering rose to level 1, combat power +1, the bar resetting to 25 of 200. The upgrade took 1 click, but the moment it landed my body changed with it, and when I took the felling axe and swung, I could feel the speed and strength in it. My hearing and sight sharper too. The combat power had only climbed by a single point, but I had started with just 5, so that 1 point was a fifth of everything I had, and the cost was that the experience needed for the next jump had doubled. Time to see what these tables could actually make, and I went down the line of them one at a time. The semi-finished product table held the basics for now. Straw rope, grass mat, turf, sawdust, wooden plank, wooden stick, stone brick, pebbles, and stone slab, with anything further locked behind recipes I would have to find. The equipment table offered straw shoes, straw hat, grass basket, fishing rod, and wooden stick. The furniture table a single wooden plank bed and a straw mat. The food table jam and jam bread. Everything on display was made from level 1 materials, the starter recipes bundled with the tables. And from here on, whether for equipment or even semi-finished goods, I would have to learn the right recipe before crafting anything new. A bed first, even a plain wooden plank one, since anything beats sleeping on the floor, and the furniture all carried bonus effects. The wooden plank bed wanted 5 wooden plank and 2 straw rope over 10 minutes, and resting on it gave a 5% boost to physical stamina recovery. The trouble was wood. 2 wood per plank and only 6 wood in my slots, so the bed had to wait until I gathered more. I looked over my novice 3-piece set instead. It was not cold here, but the big undershirt, big shorts, and floppy slippers were genuinely awful. Straw shoes were within reach. 50 weed and a 3-minute craft for movement speed +1. Defense +1 when worn, and a durability of 100, so I had 75 weed and crafted them without hesitation. While they cooked, I read through the rest. There was almost nothing I could make yet, especially in weapons, only a wooden stick, and that wanted 10 wood I did not have. The fishing rod and fish basket were fishing tools, but the level 1 fishing rod called for coarse thread I had not seen anywhere. 3 minutes later the craft finished, and at the equipment table the straw shoes floated above the surface wrapped in a ball of light. I took them, the panel naming them level 1 equipment. Speed +1, durability 100. I squeezed them in my hands, the weave rough but the finished texture honestly decent, then set them down, pulled my feet from the slippers, and put them on. The instant both feet were in, the slippers refreshed and disappeared like every other piece of packaging, and the new shoes were so much better that I hopped in place a few times, just to feel them. I confirmed the beginner equipment would always vanish the moment it was swapped, so I stopped worrying about losing the set, already looking forward to making a bed once the midnight refresh handed me wood, and wondering if it would feel as good to lie on as the shoes felt to wear. I went back to the chat channel and watched the others talk, and just before midnight I pulled the 28 weeds that had grown in the dirt. Weed and experience credited, the clock reading 8 minutes to 12. Their channel was lively. Sitting against the rough plank wall outside the house, I watched the feed start to race as midnight closed in, scrolling too fast to read before it shot off the top, so I gave up on it for the moment. I opened my inventory instead and found the 2 gift pack items I had forgotten to inspect, while I was busy hauling tables around. The ocean crystal stone was a transparent teardrop crystal, energy drawn from the ocean and the common currency of Trade City, and I turned it over once and put it away. The other was a card the size of the identification card I used to carry, a city map on the front, a full-body projection of myself on the back beside my player number. The Trade City Teleport Pass, a unique item, let me use its teleport function to enter Trade City for 10 ocean crystal stones, with no cost to teleport back to the island. So the pass was a portable teleporter, and I could jump to Trade City right now if I wanted. I did not want to, and could not afford to anyway. I had only 10 crystal stones, and going would just be to barter with other players, but my materials were still thin, and I could not yet say what I needed most. Midnight, and the 3 patches I had cleared 10 minutes earlier sprouted instantly, 2 with small trees and 1 with 8 weeds. 3 supply crates came with this refresh, 1 level 1 on the ground and 2 level 2 perched on my roof and on the semi-finished processing table. Of course they spawned on the roof. Why not? I took out a piece of wood, knocked the crate off the roof so it dropped to the ground, and opened it first, finding a pickaxe inside along with 20 soil, 33 stone, 61 wood, 45 weed, 2 bread, and 3 water. No ore had refreshed on my island yet, so I set the pickaxe inside the house. The level 2 crate on the processing table was generous. 6 ocean crystal stones, a level 1 fishing rod, 3 level 1 bait, 30 soil, 48 stone, 26 wood, 39 weed, 5 bread, and 4 water, and the level 1 crate on the ground held only the usual basics. With no room in my slots, I put the fishing rod in the house too. My inventory now carried the pass, 16 ocean crystal stones, the flint, 3 level 1 bait, 58 soil, 102 to 2 stone, 102 wood, 144 weed, 13 bread, 16 water, 2 jam-filled bread, and 6 berries, every slot full again. I ate a jam-filled bread and a bottle of water until I was full, then went to chop trees. The 3 patches gave me 22 wood, 7 branch, and 8 weed, and with the patches cleared, I set up the single wooden plank bed first. 5 wooden plank and 2 straw rope, which cost 10 wood and 4 weed to process, and would need another 10 minutes to finish. While it cooked, I pulled materials. 20 soil and 50 stone expanded the island to 40 square meters, leaving me 38 soil. I could have pushed the area further, but to actually develop I knew I could not chase size alone. I had to raise quality too, so with 38 soil, plenty of weed, and 9 sawdust ground from 7 branches, and a log, I reinforced 3 more cubic meters on top of the existing foundation, because only level 1 reinforced ground would refresh plants and pay out gathering experience and materials at all. By the time everything was adjusted, the bed was done, stamina recovery plus 5% when resting on it, durability a low 30. I ate a jam-filled bread, carried the bed inside, and set it against the wooden wall where it fit perfectly at 60 centimeters wide and a full 2 meters long. The planks were still rough, so I crafted a straw mat to go with it. 100 weed over 3 minutes for a mattress that added another 5% to stamina recovery. 3 minutes later, I spread the mat on the bed and lay down. And the difference the moment my back touched it was real. And I could not sleep. I had figured I would drop off fast, but my body relaxed while my brain stayed wide awake, restless and oddly energized. Since lying there was useless, I opened the channel again and just read in the dark. Even one message per person kept it lively. The lucky ones, the players the rest were already calling European emperors, were being told to stop showing off, while the poor masses could not scrape together 100 wood. One person had a single level 1 crate at a time, and just 26 wood total, and wanted to know how long a house was supposed to take. Someone confirmed reinforced island ground grew weeds or small trees after half an hour idle. Someone had reinforced 2 plots and gotten ore piles they could not mine without a pickaxe. Someone had the pickaxe but no ore piles, and a string of the lucky ones bragged about cabins, 50 square meters of area, and 5 reinforced plots. I watched it scroll and slowly went drowsy, thinking, just before sleep took me, that maybe my own luck was not so bad either. I slept 1 hour and 3 minutes. Up past 1:40, I grabbed the axe and opened the door, and the 3 small trees and the weed across 3 patches were enough to make the salty night breeze feel almost good, because you needed a foundation first before you could pull more out of this place. The chopping rang out, wood filling my slot, then the branches, then the weed. 6 patches yielding 23 wood, 11 branch, 31 weed, and 65 gathering experience for 1 wave. My gathering sat at 155 now, 45 short of the next level. The axe had little durability left, so I went back in, shut the door, lay down, and dropped off fast this time. I woke again half an hour on, saw the time, and went back to sleep. Around 3:40 I climbed up and cleared the weed off all 6 patches quick. 59 weed and 59 experience, and that filled gathering to 214 of 200. Gathering leveled up to level 2, combat power +1. The bar resetting to 14 of 400, the next climb steeper again. With no alarm clock and no wish to miss a harvest, I lay back down. From early morning to just before 6 my sleep came in pieces. A harvest at 1:50, another at 3:40, another at 5:30. At 5:30 I pulled 33 wood, 10 branch, and 25 weed, and the axe finally died, the small tree left full of cracks but stubbornly standing, until I kicked it down. Trees knocked over by foot still paid out materials, though under normal conditions you could never bring one down that way, unless it was already chopped to the last stage. By then the sky had begun to brighten, and I did not lie back down. 6 in the morning, and the orange-red sun climbed the eastern horizon as a new round of supplies refreshed. Among the 6 patches, one held a pile of stones over half a meter high. My first ore pile, marked as level 1 and requiring an iron pickaxe to gather. I left it for the moment and opened the crates first. 2 this morning, 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. The level 1 gave the usual basics, and the level 2 was rich. 5 ocean crystal stones, a felling axe, 1 coarse thread, 21 soil, 42 stone, 44 wood, 35 weed, 10 berries, and 2 water. Crystal stones were good luck, and so were the axe and the coarse thread. But what I wanted most right then was the soil, because with 35 more I could reinforce 3 more cubic meters of the island's volume. Not just for the surface to grow plants, but for the whole island's safety, since this foundation layer was the only thing I could actually reinforce. 30 soil, 9 weed, and 9 sawdust later. The new reinforcement was done, and I finally started gathering. I pulled the weed, chopped the small trees, and swung the iron pickaxe into the ore pile. Across the 6 patches I took 18 weed, 38 wood, 13 branch, 9 stones out of the ore pile, and 2 iron ore. Iron ore was a level 2 material with a chance to appear in a level 1 ore pile. Luck depended in the end. And the higher an item's quality grade, the more experience it paid. Level 2 iron ore giving 5 each, so those 2 were 10 on their own, and with everything else this wave came to 88 gathering experience. The novice protection period showed a little over 5.5 hours left on its countdown, since I had entered this world at 11 in the morning. I sat down with bread and water for breakfast. The sandwich bread already gone from the night before, so it was the chewy plain loaf in one hand and water in the other, as I walked to the edge of the island. The sea breeze carried its salt, and the water that had crashed all night lay calm now in the daylight. As far as I could see there was nothing but ocean, and I ate slowly, wondering whether all the players shared one sea or whether each of us sat in our own separate space, untouched by the rest. After a few blank minutes staring at the water, a chat post about someone landing a good material while fishing gave me an idea. I had never actually fished, but the post about a level 2 material pulled from the sea had others chiming in with tips, and with nothing else to do, I was willing enough to try. The level 1 fishing rod could be used for fishing, caught level 1 to level 2 items, ate 1 bait per cast, and had a durability of 10, which by those players' accounts meant 10 casts before it broke. I only had 3 baits, so the durability did not worry me yet. I spent 50 weed to make a grass basket, which was just a level 1 fish basket, then took the rod and bait to the edge, hooked the bait, and cast the line into the seawater. The rod was crude, a 2-meter slender pole with a piece of coarse thread tied to the tip, and a small hook on the far end. A wooden ball threaded onto the line a hand's width above the hook for a float. Crude meant weak at luring fish, so I sat there a dull half hour, watching the channel without losing track of the water. The float twitched, the rod gave a faint pull, and I flicked my wrist and yanked the catch up. Fishing successful, the panel said. Ocean's gift +1, fishing experience +1, I looked at the small glass bottle now sitting in my grass basket and wondered if somebody out here was actually playing message in a bottle, but since it counted as an ocean's gift, I figured I would open it. I kicked up the 10-centimeter glass bottle, pulled the stopper, and tipped out the rolled paper inside, the bottle vanishing as I took hold of a palm-sized note. The note was a survival tip, telling me to hurry and expand my island's area because at 100 square meters, my island's safety would gain a new enhancement. The writing broke into individual characters and flew into the virtual screen, the chat interface switching itself over to the game notification category, where a bookmark icon appeared, and clicking it pulled up a fresh list holding just this one gift. 100 square meters then. It seemed certain development milestones had to be reached before I could enter a new stage. I hooked the bait back on and cast again, marveling to myself that this world even built hints into its growth, and waited over 10 minutes before the float sank. Fishing successful, small crab +1, fishing experience +1. Inside the basket, a small crab no bigger than a fingertip crawled back and forth, unable to climb out no matter how it tried. A small crab was a level 1 marine creature that could be made into food or processed into bait, the panel told me. And tiny as it was, anything I could catch had some use, though I had no idea how many of these it would take to fill a plate. I had no recipe to cook it and no formula to turn it into bait yet, so I left it where it was. With my last bait on the hook, I cast once more, and this time I waited until the weed in the dirt had nearly matured before the float finally sank. Fishing successful, level 2 flower pot +1, fishing experience +5. A round flower pot 20 centimeters deep and 30 across, bigger than the grass basket itself, appeared right on the basket's rim. This ocean really was rich, handing out a tip, a crab, and now a flower pot. And remembering the players who claimed they had fished up supply crates and stones, I could only conclude that in this world anything was possible. The flower pot could hold level 2 soil and once filled could be used to plant level 1 to level 2 plants, which told me planting here would likely demand exactly this kind of item, even if I had no idea yet where level 2 soil came from. Good stuff, whatever it turned out to be. All 3 baits spent, I carried everything back into the house. With no formula, I left the small crab in the grass basket, which said it could keep a creature alive for 24 hours, and I set the flower pot in the corner with the rest. Then I went back out to pull weed and chop wood, with 9 patches now able to grow plants. Maybe ore piles too. The haul beat anything before. 2 trees, 24 wood, 5 branch, and 69 weed across 7 patches. 97 experience in all. Once I had tidied that up, I looked at my materials in the channel chatter and decided to use the time to visit Trade City. I still had novice protection left and had just finished a round of gathering, so I had room to get back before 11. Pass in hand, I chose to teleport, and 10 ocean crystal stones dropped from my inventory as the world swapped out in an instant. With no discomfort at all, around me stood a city of more than a dozen massive buildings, and a sweep of scenic landscapes. Everywhere I looked, there were players and novice sets, some greeting strangers with too much enthusiasm, some watching cautiously, some wide-eyed and curious whether any of it was real. And I felt much the same, but I had no time to loiter. I walked straight along the direction my map gave me and found the tallest, largest building of all, the trade market, climbing the dozen-odd steps and passing through the main gate into a front hall vaster than some city park squares I had stood in. The moment I crossed the threshold, a mechanical prompt told me a first-time player needed identity binding, a translucent screen rising in front of me with everything already labeled, asking only for my finger to confirm. Once I did, the system announced that Island Master number 9911 had arrived at the trade market for the first time, and that I could now check my location on the map along with all public information about the place. The screen shifted into a detailed trade market map, and wherever my gaze settled, a label for that spot bloomed open. The trade market had 9 floors, and to climb the stairs to a higher one, a player had to spend a set amount inside the market, the only restriction I could currently see being the stairs to the second floor, which demanded 10,000 ocean crystal stones of spending. The first floor split into 6 areas, the largest being the hall I stood in, with 5 great gates around it leading to the sales area, the recycling area, the appraisal area, the auction area, and the stall area, each described on the map. The sales area was the market's own item shop, its stock refreshing every hour, paid for in crystal stones, the items random, the quantities random, the prices just as random, and once a thing sold out, I would have to wait for the next refresh. The recycling area let players trade items for crystal stones at 70% of the last 3 days' average auction price, a low rate for anyone too desperate to wait. The appraisal area charged crystal stones to identify unknown items by their level, with a pointed note that a high-level item would not necessarily prove valuable once appraised. The auction area let players auction items at a starting price the area generated by scanning, for a duration the seller chose. The longer the listing, the higher the fee. And the stall area let players rent 1 cubic meter stalls for crystal stones to set up their own exchanges, either paying for a hosting service or standing the stall themselves to negotiate prices in person. I read the map and walked straight into the stall area. The auction area was convenient, but nobody had many crystal stones yet, and what I needed was soil, a basic expansion material, so a stall suited me better. Through the gate stood rows upon rows of partitioned stalls, each only a cubic meter 2-meter paths running between the rows, busy with people coming and going but not yet crowded. The shouting hit me first. Sellers hawking soil at 1 crystal stone a portion, buyers calling for wood and any material going, others bawling for fish and bait and shrimp and crabs and every kind of meat, even bugs. The one mercy was the rules of the place. No fighting allowed and no getting too close to another player. And though the noise gave me a headache, I was deeply grateful for the setting that kept people out of arm's reach, which suited me better than it would have suited almost anyone. With half an hour left before I had to be back, I checked the stalls near the gate one by one. Someone was selling 100 wood at 2 weed per wood, someone selling 200 weed at 1 wood per weed, someone offering 3 iron ore at 50 wood or 50 weed each, someone buying 100 wood and paying 10 wood for a soil, weed, or stone, someone buying 30 soil and giving 5 wood, weed, or stone per soil, someone selling 3 level 1 bait at 2 soil each. Each stall could post at most 2 buy or sell lines and set up to 3 exchange items. And after a while I had the rough rates. 1 soil running about 7 of wood, weed, or stone, with a few people pricing things absurdly low but most just taking the middle. Passing an empty stall, I saw the rental terms: 2 buy or sell slots for 1 crystal stone an hour, materials returned automatically when the time ran out, and a hosting mode for 1 more crystal stone an hour that mailed sold goods to the owner and mailed unsold ones back at the end. If I sold in person, items returned to my inventory at the close, and if my inventory was full, they would be held at the stall area gate for a paid pickup, the fee rising the longer they sat. Anything not collected within 3 days simply recycled. The world clearly did not want players using the stalls as free storage, since with limited slots someone would otherwise be tempted to stash goods here forever. A dozen minutes to 11, so I rented a stall, 1 crystal stone deducted on the spot. I wanted soil and nothing else, so I set both lines to buying soil, one buying 40 soil at 7 wood each, the other buying 36 soil at 7 weed each, putting the wood and weed up separately so the stall would not shut down halfway, because one material ran dry. Even if all the wood went, the weed could keep the stall running. With the exchange prices set, 280 wood and 252 weed left my inventory at once, and I set 1 hour of hosting, 2 crystal stones total, then turned and walked out of the trade market and activated the teleport home from the gate. At 11 sharp the announcements came. The novice protection period had ended, and the ocean survival game had officially begun. Marine life free to attack at any time. The system telling me to strengthen my island foundation, expand my area, ready my weapons, and struggle to survive in this endless sea. That danger was approaching, and I had no other choice. Comforting as always. I stood on the island, which looked exactly the same, and looked out at the sea, and it was quiet as before. A soft breeze and not even a wave. The channel told a different story. Plenty of players already reporting attacks, fish gnawing at their foundation stone, octopus tentacles hauling themselves up onto islands, fish in the water spitting at people. I held a wooden stick, a level 1 weapon, blunt damage +1, weapon strength +1, durability 100, that I had crafted before setting up at Trade City and taken in hand on my return. And I looked around to confirm there was no danger before going back to the front of the house. The threat was clearly random then, and spawned where it pleased. Just as I had decided nothing was coming, an attack notification popped. The island foundation on the east side under assault. I carried the stick over and found a large crab at the edge of the foundation, waving its claws, climbing up, jabbing at the stone of my island. The panel named it a level 1 sea crab, health 100, one of the more common creatures in the ocean. Its claws dangerous, and now it had set its sights on my island. It was grayish, its shell larger than a fist, and where it had climbed up I could see a few small scratches scored into the foundation. Not broken yet, but if I let it keep knocking, that stone might well take damage and vanish. I did not bother with the stick. I took out a branch, tested its weight, crouched, slipped it under the crab, and scooped sharply upward, flinging the thing that had been knocking on my foundation more than 10 meters into the air before it could strike again. It fell from that height and smashed onto the barren surface, only shallow topsoil and stone to land on, and a red -100 flashed over it. Killed level 1 sea crab, the panel read. Hunting experience +1, level 1 crab claw +2, level 1 crab shell +1. So it actually worked. I had assumed killing it at the edge would just knock it into the sea, and that gathering from a carcass would be near impossible out in the water. But instead the fall itself had done the job. Branch in one hand, stick in the other, I looked at the claws and shells scattered on the dirt, gathered them up, and went to put them in the house, since my inventory was still full and the drops had landed on the ground rather than in a slot. Counting as an attack, this also let me lean against the wall and open the map to check my island, where I could see the crack in the foundation had not closed, and a scratch mark now sat above the spot. The initial island foundation, the panel explained, could not have its damage repaired directly, but the damage would clear automatically when the area was reinforced. With no level, it could not be repaired, so I had to wait for reinforcement and a second attack before then would carry the existing damage forward and break the stone faster. I closed the map and went to gather, the weed already mature. Weed, wood, branch, and after clearing all 9 plots, I had 111 gathering experience. 33 wood, 7 branch, and 71 weed. I had just ground the branch into sawdust when a notification came. An email from Trade City that extracted its contents automatically when I opened it. 76 soil. The items I had been buying at the market had all traded, the message said, and the stall had ended. The soil I wanted had sold out in under an hour, so the stall closed early, and looking at the 81 soil now in my inventory, I decided to wait, to let the noon resources refresh before choosing whether to expand or to reinforce, since noon was not far off. As the notification cleared, I looked at the 4 chest icons on the map and could not keep the smile off my face. 4 supply crates, 2 level 1 and 2 level 2. The first level 2 gave 8 ocean crystal stones, a flint, 31 soil, 36 stone, 42 wood, 42 weed, 1 jam-filled bread, 2 berries and 1 water. The second level 2 excited me far more, because it held a level 1 bait recipe and a level 1 storage box recipe, exactly what I needed, alongside its soil, stone, wood, weed, and water. I used both recipes at once, then opened the 2 level 1 crates for another 18 soil, 23 stone, 25 wood, 35 weed, 2 bread, and 2 water. My inventory now ran the pass: 19 ocean crystal stones, the coarse thread, 149 soil, 217 stone, 138 wood, 194 weed, 1 jam-filled bread, 15 bread, 23 water, 18 berries, and 37 sawdust. The earlier iron ore and the flint that had spilled on the ground both went into the house. Looking at all that soil and the 3 ore piles freshly refreshed, 100 square meters of island did not seem so hard after all. The iron pickaxe burned durability fast. I had mined 3 ore piles with it, and it was down to 6 points, and I was certain that if more ore piles came, I would be stuck without one, because the trees I could kick over once they were notched to pieces, but an ore pile would not give me a single stone if I tried to pry it with my hands. The 3 piles had paid 33 stones and 3 iron ore, that and the rest coming to 48 gathering experience. After clearing them, there were still 2 trees and 4 weed plots nearby, and cutting and pulling those gave 20 wood, 5 branch, 46 weed, and 71 gathering experience. I opened the construction list. My island sat at 40 square meters and needed 60 more to reach 100, and I had soil to spare but still came up 10 square meters short of stone. Even short, I decided to expand first, figuring it would balance out after I opened the supply crates that night. And after less than a minute of hesitation, I chose to expand the area by 50 square meters at once. 100 soil and 250 stones spent, the island stretching out. 90 square meters was only larger by comparison though, and in plain terms it was still no great expanse. I admit I am a little obsessive. If there are resources, I want every last one of them, and if there are materials, I want to spend them making my home safer. I wandered the edge of the newly expanded island with my wooden stick, grumbling about having nothing to do, half hoping some cultivation system might turn up to fill the dead hours, then went to the processing table to check the 2 recipes from the crate. Bait was made at the food processing table, and the level 1 bait recipe took 1 level 1 marine creature limb part, fish caught in the sea or a kill drop both working. I had 1 small crab, 2 crab claw, and 1 crab shell at home, so I carried them over and crafted 4 slightly different portions of bait. I wanted to go fishing, but was in no rush, so I stepped to the furniture table for the other recipe. The level 1 storage box took 100 wood over 10 seconds, a 1x1 box with a built-in 6-slot storage cabinet, each slot holding up to 999 of an item. And as a household storage tool, it was something I badly needed, so with 158 wood on hand, I made it on the spot and set it inside the house. 5 iron ore, 2 flint, 15 bread, 23 water, 18 berries, and 1 coarse thread went into the box's 6 slots, and storing them cleared 6 spaces in my inventory at a stroke. I dropped the level 1 bait into a slot, took the fishing rod and fish basket, and walked to the edge of the island again. The channel had turned grim while I worked. Someone had noticed the player count, alarmed that in just an hour it had fallen by over 500, and asking whether everyone was truly in such danger. Another shrugged it off. 19.5 billion players and a few hundred dead, and asked whether that was even a lot. A third did the arithmetic. Over 500 in an hour and a half, about 400 in an hour, 10,000 a day, and a fourth ran it further. 10,000 a day against 19.5 billion players, come into nearly 2 million days, and asked again whether that was a lot. A fifth cut through it, pointing out that everyone had called this just the beginning, and people were already dying, and asking the ones who said it was nothing whether they truly believed only others would die. As I cast my line, the whole feed slid into a debate about the dying, no one knowing anyone else, and with only one message to spend, people were saying things they might never have said otherwise. Some argued daytime should be easy to defend, and that a death count this high during the novice period was already bad. Others said death was simply the point. The game had announced from the start that letting players die was its goal, and gradually someone raised the question of why players had been dragged in at all, the topic twisting through one turn after another while I fished. Fishing successful. Small green fish +1. Fishing experience +1. A finger-length fish flopped around in the grass basket, and though it kept thrashing, the level 1 basket kept any caught fish, shrimp, or crab alive for 24 hours, so it was not going anywhere. The small green fish was a level 1 marine creature, edible as food or processed into bait. I reeled in, attached fresh bait, switched to the map to confirm my island was not under attack, and cast again. This time the bait had barely been under a minute before the float plunged hard, the water shaking violently. A big fish. I grabbed the rod, ignored every notion about playing a big catch slow, and flipped the thing straight onto the island. A koi over a meter long, red and black and white, hit the ground and refused the fish basket, jumping in place and gearing up to come at me instead. The panel named it a level 2 koi, health 500, with a chance to bite during fishing, and killing it granted 1 level 2 koi treasure chest. A koi, a special creature that dropped a treasure chest on death, and even one of those could surface in my sea. I stood with my wooden stick and tapped to upgrade gathering on the spot. Combat power +1 more feeding into the stick in my hand, and swung down at the fish's head. My 8 combat power plus the 1 attack from the weapon halved its 500 health in a single strike, and before the koi could leap up, the second strike landed in the same spot and cleared the bar. 2 consecutive hits to the head, 500 health gone, the way a fishmonger at a market does it. Because to kill a fish, you strike the head. Killed level 2 koi, hunting experience +5, fishing experience +5. Level 2 koi treasure chest +1. The health bar emptied, and the koi left no corpse, only a square half-meter high treasure chest sitting on the ground. I set down the stick and rubbed my hands together, hoping this koi would earn its reputation for luck. I crouched, reached out, and the lid of the chest pushed open, a burst of colorful light flying out as a book dropped into my inventory. Opened the level 2 koi treasure chest. The panel said, Obtained Cultivation Skill Book, Body Strengthening Technique. A cultivation skill book. I stayed crouched while the emptied chest vanished, hardly believing I had actually pulled a cultivation skill book. I put away my fishing rod and creel first, walked back to the front of the house, and only once my things were stowed did I take the book out to examine it. It was 20 centimeters long and 30 wide, just a few thin pages, the cover reading Body Strengthening Technique, a skill book that required cultivation to achieve the effect of self-enhancement. The moment I reached out to lift the cover, the book broke into light and dispersed. Learned cultivation type skill, body strengthening technique. A new skill category appeared in my personal information, and clicking it open showed me the details. Body strengthening technique was a continuous enhancement skill that required completing a full set of standard body strengthening training to gain self-enhancement. The base effect granting combat power plus 0.01 for each completion. So completing the cultivation 100 times added a full point of combat power. And I thought rather well of a method like that, because even at 1/100th of a point per set, the skill carried no upper limit at all. Resources on the island were limited, and since I could not go diving into the sea to hunt for supplies, the empty hours had so far gone to browsing the chat channel. Now I had a way to fill them. The weed and small trees still had over half an hour before they could be gathered, so I stood in the clearing beside the house and gave it a try. Following the standard movements the skill demonstrated, I managed the first 2 passably, and on the third, I locked up completely as my inner thigh cramped. 108 movements, and I wondered whether I would finish them all today. After a short recovery, I let out a breath and pushed through the third, watched the progress bar in the skill prompt light up, and moved on to the fourth. The 108 movements had to be done in order, every single one to standard, and the difficulty was genuinely high. The one mercy was that I could pause to do other things, since as long as no movement sat more than an hour apart, I would not have to start over. My pace was crawling, so slow I looked like I was lagging, adjusting and readjusting, and it was 1:45 before I had managed only 6. Sore, aching, tingling, numb, exactly what I would expect from a training technique. I grabbed the felling axe and walked toward the small trees, now ready to gather, shaking my arms to throw off the numbness. Before the cultivation technique, my 3 points of combat power had all come from leveling gathering, which raised the stat directly, and back then I had only watched the numbers shift in my info, and felt the strength through running, jumping, punching, and kicking. Both methods improved me, but the feeling off the cultivation technique was far stronger. After a stretch of chopping, I had 43 wood and 11 branches from the 4 small trees, and the weed across the 5 plots was sparse this round. Only 46, all of it gathered in under 5 minutes for exactly 100 gathering experience. With gathering done, I checked my inventory and found 2 bait left, so I used the small blue fish in my creel to craft 1 more for 3. The fishing rod had 5 durability, and I decided to spend these 3 bait now, since carrying different types of bait was eating too much space. Before fishing, I did not forget to complete the 7th training movement, then sat down with the rod and started to fish, needing to stay calm for it, which left me browsing the channel once again. I locked onto the points, scrolling up the moment I opened it. Someone shrugged off a death, saying that since the 2 had gone for a duel, dying on the stage was their own fault. Another corrected it, that the duel standard was combat but the man had committed murder, and that maybe neither side had fully understood the rules. A third scoffed that each person spent 10 ocean crystal stones to enter a fight and surely knew the rules, and that people only stop repeating themselves in chat because words cost money. Every 5 extra words a crystal, even under 5 words still counting as 1. The thread tallied the spenders, who had burned 4 crystals and who had burned 1, and then asked, half disgusted, why anyone would duel at all, whether they were tired of living, since Trade City was supposed to be for selling things, and here someone was selling his life. The topic rolled on, a few repeating player numbers suggesting those particular players had a fair store of crystal stones to spend. My attention had caught on the duel, and the death on the stage. Among the buildings of Trade City, there really was a training ground, not a single place but a massive structure holding many training areas and stages. As I fished and watched, someone soon reported that those two had dueled for nothing more than 1, looking at the other the wrong way on the street. No friends, no free chat, and yet a man could still lose his life over a dirty look, which I had to admit was really something. Everyone sat on their own island handling their own development, going to the trade market when they needed to buy, never able to so much as touch another player. And from everything I currently knew, the one place a person could actually interact with another was the training ground. The map on my pass showed its offerings included cooperative training as well as stage duels, but whether the training ground or the stage, a player had to pay ocean crystal stones to open a temporary time-limited usage area. In a little over half an hour I pulled 3 different things out of the sea, one after another, the panel calling each one a successful catch, and crediting a point of fishing experience along with the goods. The first was a small soil gift pack, and when I opened it, the thing handed me exactly 3 pieces of soil, which made the name honest if nothing else. The second was a level 1 supply crate, identical to the ones that spawned on the island on their own, packed with 6 soil, 12 stone, 8 wood, 8 weed, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of water. The third was the best of the lot, a food recipe, and when I read it, the panel laid out a dish called fish with scallion oil, a level 1 plate built from 1 level 1 fish, 1 cooking oil, and 1 scallion, granting recovery speed plus 10% for 10 minutes. The catch was that I had never seen cooking oil or scallion anywhere, not on my island and not in the trade market stalls. A recipe with no way to make the ingredients was just a slip of paper for now, so I learned it anyway and set the whole idea aside. I put the fishing rod away and went back to the open ground beside the house, because my real plan for the day was to get through all 108 movements of the body strengthening technique at least once. It was brutal. Just adjusting my posture for a single movement ate so much of my stamina that after 5 or 6 I had to stop and rest, my legs shaking under me. I pulled out a jam-filled bread and chewed at it slowly. The bread's soft enough, but my whole body's so tired that even my jaw wanted to quit, my arms and legs already done. I took 16 berries, worked them into 4 portions of jam, added 4 loaves of bread, and made 4 more jam-filled breads at the food table, stowing 3 and keeping 1 in hand with a bottle of water as I leaned against the wall and looked out at the far line of the horizon. When the bread was gone and the bottle drained and refreshed itself out of existence, I stood back up. Past 3:20 in the afternoon, so the 9 reinforced plots were due for another round of gathering. I weeded and felled the small trees, then kept working through the cultivation movements one at a time in between. And after 5 in the evening, a fresh wave of growth came up to gather until 6 on the dot, when the system told me the island resources had refreshed. A level 2 supply crate spawned right under my foot the instant the refresh hit. I was mid-movement, balanced on one leg with the other dragged almost to the standard angle, when a box simply appeared beneath me and nearly put me on the ground. I hopped to catch my balance, swore at nothing in particular under my breath, and squatted to crack the thing open. It gave me 9 ocean crystal stones, a felling axe, 3 iron ore, 29 soil, 58 stone, 41 wood, 39 weed, 5 bread, and 2 water, all of it pouring straight into my inventory. 3 crates had spawned with this refresh, 1 level 1 and 2 level 2. The level 1 was the usual basic spread with the quantities nudged around and nothing new in it. But the second level 2, the one out at the edge, made my eyes light up, because it carried 10 ocean crystal stones, 5 cabbage seeds, and a level 1 pickaxe crafting recipe sitting on top of its soil and stone and wood. Crystal stones, seeds, and a recipe in one box. My luck, it seemed, was holding. I checked my panel and read it as my own situation rather than a wall of fields. I was Island Master number 9911, Combat Power 8, with hunting at level 0, fishing at level 0, gathering at level 3, and most of the way to its next jump, and planting still at flat 0. My island ran 90 square meters, 9 of them reinforced to level 1, with a level 1 wooden shack on it. My 12 inventory slots held the teleport pass, 38 crystal stones, the cabbage seeds, iron ore, soil stone, a heap of wood, an even bigger heap of weed, sawdust, branch, and the felling axe, and I still wore the novice vest, novice shorts, and my level 1 straw sandals. I stowed the haul, dropped the bread and water into the storage chest, and learned the level 1 pickaxe recipe on the spot. It wanted a fair bit of iron ore, so I dug out the 5 iron ore I had saved earlier. Once my slots were tidy, I went and pulled the weeds and felled the trees that had grown back in the plots, banking another 105 gathering experience along with 35 wood, 8 branches, and 62 weed, then hurried back to stand straight and push through the next cultivation movement. That bought me an hour of rest. I opened the island interface and tapped area expansion, hoping privately to time it so I caught an extra wave of refresh. I had been trying to clear every plot the moment its plants matured, because during a scheduled refresh, a plot would turn its contents into gatherable goods, whether it was empty or only just sprouting. So an empty plot was a wasted plot. People in the chat channel had said that an ore pile left in a plot with no pickaxe to mine it would still be sitting there after the refresh, unchanged, and someone had supposedly proved it by scratching an axe mark on a pile and finding the same mark there after the next window. I set the expansion patches on the map 10 times in a row, pushing the island out to 100 square meters. The moment the area hit that number, light flickered across the water all around the edge, and a notification told me my island had reached 100 square meters and opened a new chapter, that my efforts would eventually be rewarded, and that a reward pack had been issued. The pack dropped into the last open slot of my inventory, and the island itself began to change under me. Seawater washed over the foundation stones at the rim, and the ring of square stacked stones that had looked like a blocky body parked on the surface sank and spread at its edges, high at the center now and low around the perimeter. The outer stones lay flush with the water, and now and then a ripple crawled up onto the shore on the wind, held a moment, and slid back. Same size, but it finally looked like a real island instead of a hollow box floating on the sea. The next morning, the panel told me what the change had bought me, naming the place an extremely barren micro-island, 100 square meters total, 64 of them island land, and 36 of them barren beach. From utterly barren to extremely barren, I thought, standing in the center looking at the 9 plots that had not refreshed at all, which meant I had been overthinking the timing earlier. No real loss, since I would have to gather the ground sooner or later anyway, and the island's description had crept up a notch in the bargain. More than that, a new stage had opened, because a beach had finally appeared, and the panel was blunt about it. Only an island with a beach truly counts as an island. The beach came labeled as barren, the marine life carried in by the tide having no interest at all in a weedless stretch of sand. Reinforcing it was a different recipe from island reinforcement. 1 cubic meter wanting 2 turf, 5 pebbles and 5 sawdust, and turf and pebbles I had to make myself. 50 weed processed down into a single unit of turf, and 5 stone pressed into 1 unit of pebbles, both quick jobs at the processing table. Curious how much 1 unit actually came to, I processed both with my bag already full, so the 2 semi-finished piles sat on the ground beside me. A pile of pebbles was about the size of a single keystone, and a turf squeezed out of 50 weed came to maybe half a meter square, tougher than the straw mat on my bed even though, being a semi-finished material rather than a household item, it carried no buff. The math was steep, 2 turf needing 100 weed and 5 pebbles needing 25 stone, but I had the materials, so I picked a spot and ran the beach reinforcement. The panel named the result a level 1 reinforced beach, a barren stretch with only a little turf and gravel, and noted that perhaps a level 1 marine creature might be willing to crawl up for a look now. I walked over to the 1 CT patch, half turf and half gravel, the look of it already a real improvement on the bare sand, and as if on cue, a small shrimp washed up on a wave, stopped on the turf, and burrowed in with a few flicks of its tail. I could see it shifting around under the turf, treating the spot as a temporary nest. The panel read it as a level 1 small shrimp, health 50, a marine creature with a stay duration of just under 4 hours ticking down. Creatures that washed up on the beach like this would not attack the island, but each one carried a clock, and if I left it too long it would simply return to the sea when the time ran out. To me, this 3 centimeter small shrimp was 1 unit of bait plus 1 point of hunting experience, and when no actual attackers were coming, small shrimp and small fish and small crab were the cleanest way to stack hunting. I crouched, quick with my hands, pinched the small shrimp by the head, and crushed it between my fingers, since 50 health was only health and meant nothing for defense. The panel loved the kill and the experience, and I carried the ruined small shrimp to the processing table, where the bait it made still looked like a small shrimp. I left the bait sitting on the table without taking it out, since the single processing slot had nothing else to do, and turned my attention back to reinforcing real soil I could gather on. I had plenty of material and no plan to expand further, so I reinforced 8 plots straight, bringing the reinforced ground to 17 plots laid out in 3 rows of 6, 6, and 5. A little past 10 past 6 in the evening, with nothing sprouted yet, I stood off to the side and went back to stretching and working through the technique. A few movements, a few minutes of rest, then a few more. My stamina drained fast and my hunger came on faster, and by not quite 10 at night I was uncomfortably empty and ate 2 more jam-filled breads. Starting around the 90th of the 108 movements, my whole body was one long ache, and I gritted through the last of them just before midnight. The panel crediting 1 full practice of the body strengthening technique in combat power plus 0.01. 1/100th of a point. My personal information only displayed whole numbers, so it still read combat power 8, unchanged, but it would not stay 8 for long. In between movements, I had harvested every plot as it came due, once around 750 and again around 940, and with 17 plots the materials and experience ran far higher than before. With 5 minutes left to midnight, I finally sat down on the dirt to rest, having pulled 216 wood, 59 branches, and 311 weed across 3 harvests, for 586 gathering experience. In a day and a half, gathering had clearly been the easiest of everything to grind, and the bar told me as much. Sitting full again at level 3. I tapped level up. Gathering rose to level 4, combat power +1, the bar resetting low into its new ceiling, and my combat power climbed to 9, almost double what I had started with. Sitting there looking up at the risen moon, it struck me how fast this day and a half had gone. Then a less dignified problem arrived. I had been quietly admiring my own progress while waiting on the midnight refresh, when my stomach reminded me that eating that much had consequences, and there was no toilet anywhere on 100 square meters of barren rock. After a conflicted look around at all that open ground, I crafted 4 fences and stood them up north of the house as a makeshift latrine, used weed for the obvious purpose, dealt with the matter, and came back around to the front. Midnight had hit and the resources had refreshed, and when I checked the map I felt a little sheepish about how much I had grown. 5 supply crates this time, 2 level 1 and 3 level 2, normal enough for an island that had grown into a new chapter. The 17 plots held 5 small trees, 6 patches of weed, and 6 ore piles. All normal. The reinforced beach showed 1 small crab marker and 2 small shrimp markers, no surprise there. But inside the fence patch behind my house, the map flagged 1 unit of level 2 fertilizer, which had already turned itself into a loose pile of organic manure by the time I walked over to look. The panel told me that 1 unit of this fertilizer, mixed with 1 soil and 5 sawdust, would produce level 2 soil. So now I knew where level 2 soil came from. The route to that knowledge had required some strength of character, and I decided this counted as an unexpected harvest, even if I would rather not dwell on how I had earned it. I ignored the pile of manure for the moment, and walked the small patch of beach first, catching 1 crab and 2 shrimp for 3 hunting experience, before coming back to the house. The level 1 pickaxe wanted 10 wood and 5 iron ore, easy enough since I had iron ore saved, so I set it crafting on its 3-minute timer and turned around to pull weed. The 6 plots gave a generous 71 stalks this time. The 5 small trees yielded 49 wood and 12 branches when felled, and by the time I had cleared the lot, the pickaxe was ready to take out and use. Level 1 felling and mining tools both carried 100 durability, every normal use costing somewhere between 1 and 3 points. Random but also tied to how carefully a person worked. When I chopped a tree, I made sure the axe landed in the same notch every swing, which kept the loss to 1 point a stroke. The ore piles were the same, big chunks of stone stuck together with the joints between them plainly visible, and prying at those joints with the pickaxe lost only 1 durability a pry. I had never tried slamming the pickaxe straight into a solid block of stone, but I could guess that would be a far less pleasant experience for me and the tool both. I worked the pile for a while, and by 1/4 midnight the 17 plots were cleared again, paying out 68 stone and 6 more iron ore, and with the gathering across all of them I banked 230 experience. With the resources processed, I finally started opening the 5 supply crates one at a time, and the haul was rich enough that I felt lucky again. Across all 5 I pulled 18 ocean crystal stones, 2 felling axes, 4 flint, 5 ore, 104 soil, 167 stone, 199 wood, and 195 weed, plus 3 jam-filled breads, 5 loaves of bread, 6 bottles of water, and 8 berries, all of it stuff I had seen before. The real prizes were 2 recipes. The first was a food processing recipe for garlic shrimp, 1 garlic, and 1 seasoning, making a level 1 dish that granted recovery speed plus 10% and dexterity plus 1 for 10 minutes. Garlic shrimp then, and beyond the recovery, the dexterity attribute caught my eye. My cultivation had been so punishing that I had started blaming my dexterity for it, since all those movements stretched my tendons and muscles to the point of numbness, and a dish that raised dexterity might be exactly what made the training survivable. The second recipe was a level 2 tool, a planting shovel, 8 iron ore and 1 wood for a tool with 10 durability that could perform planting operations. I had been quietly dreading planting as some manual chore, so the shovel made me feel like things were looking up, and I set it crafting on a 3-minute timer. While that cooked, I tidied up, grinding all 102 of my branches into sawdust to free a slot, then took out the shovel, a 1/2-meter wooden handle with an iron tip, and crafted a storage box. I carried the shovel and a flower pot over, scooped the manure into the pot, added a portion of soil, and the panel updated to call it a flower pot filled with level 2 soil, ready to grow level 1 to level 2 plants. I took out a cabbage seed, read the first time planting tutorial on the pot, turned over a little soil in the center with a shovel, set the seed in, and covered it back over. The panel logged a successfully planted level 1 cabbage, planting experience +1, and told me the cabbage would mature in 3 hours. Current status water deprived. It needed watering and seawater would not do, only drinking water. I set down the shovel, which had 9 durability left, opened a bottle, and poured it slowly into the pot until the water deprived status finally cleared. The panel credited an effective watering, planting experience +1, and shaved 30 minutes off the cabbage's growth time, which I thought was a fair trade, since at least the effort paid back and the water was not wasted. I set the cabbage under the window by the door and put the new storage box beside it. It might not be the safest spot, but the house had no room left, 4 square meters with a bed eating nearly half, and a storage box claiming a full square meter that could not be stacked, and I was not about to block my own doorway. So I needed to reinforce. I checked the map before sleeping, confirmed no sea creatures were coming for me, and was about to head in for an hour and a half of rest when I caught sight of the 100-odd portions of soil in my inventory. And the rule held, if I had soil I had to use it, not only for better gathering but for the island's safety. While gathering earlier, I had read a chat post from someone whose home was ambushed in an unusual way. A long-range marine creature striking the foundation directly under his house and tearing several stones out from beneath it, dropping the whole wooden house he had labored to build straight into the sea. Others said those were creatures with special long-range skills, attacks that landed at random on any unreinforced patch, and the idea of suddenly falling into the ocean along with my house while I slept made me very serious about the ground underneath me. I reinforced 11 foundation stones, the 4 square meters under the house, and 7 more under the processing table area, because losing the house would be bad, and losing the processing table would be unthinkable. And after that, there was still 1 unreinforced spot left in the processing table area for later. Foundation reinforced. I told myself to sleep, went inside, and lay down. I never get long. And before my expected window of 1:30 to 2 in the morning, a notification jolted me upright. Marine creatures were attacking my island. I grabbed the wooden stick, went out the door, and saw a section of beach foundation stone flashing in the northeast corner of the map on the panel in front of me. By moonlight, I walked over and found the attackers. 3 sea worms wrecking the beach, each a couple centimeters thick and 4 or 5 long, like big spined maggots. The panel named them Level 1 sea worms, Health 200, their bristles carrying a small amount of paralyzing toxin, a common ocean creature that excelled at gnawing stone, and right now it thought my foundation tasted great. One swing of the wooden stick and the first sea worm died, dropping a sea worm skin straight into my inventory. These Level 1 attackers were only going for the foundation and had not touched me, though that was mostly because I gave them no chance. 2 more swings emptied the other 2, each turning into 1 point of experience and another sea worm skin. The panel calling the skin a Level 1 material usable in crafting and processing. I had no recipe for it, so I set the skins aside. The beach foundation stone was damaged, but not destroyed, and with my sleep ruined anyway, I went back inside, opened the island interface, and got to reinforcing. I burned 900 weed into 18 turf, 225 stone into 45 pebbles, and 2 wood into 4 more sawdust, then connected the freshly damaged spot to my earlier reinforced beach and hardened 9 new beach sections. I opened my personal information after and found little changed. Combat Power 9, the body strengthening technique listed as a reinforcement type skill. Hunting and fishing and planting all still crawling along while gathering led the pack at level 4. The island read 100 square meters total, 64 of it land with 28 reinforced, 36 of it beach with 10 reinforced, the level 1 wooden cabin standing on it. My slots held the pass, 56 crystal stones, cabbage seeds, a single iron ore, 2 soil, 50 stone, 946 wood, 55 weed, 1 sawdust, and 2 felling axes with the wooden stick now in my equipment beside the novice set. I put the stick away and checked the clock. Of the 17 plots that grew gatherable resources, the earliest still needed over 40 minutes before it would mature, so I went back in and lay down. Half an hour of nap and I was up again, because the next harvest was due in about 10 minutes and oversleeping it would waste the window. I opened the map, saw nothing had happened, and flipped to the chat channel to read while I waited. Plenty of players were on their 2nd or 3rd posts now. 1 ocean crystal stone buying 5 characters, which to the lucky ones was nothing, and there was real entertainment in watching people spend a single stone to roast or flatter a stranger over something funny. 1 single-digit island master had posted that someone was, in his verified opinion, an idiot, and I recognized the handle, number 7, who I had seen posting several 5-character lines the day before. Scrolling up for context, I found the joke. Someone had bragged about getting bored in the middle of the night and going for a swim, catching a few fish, beating them to death on shore with a wooden stick, and having a piece of equipment called a water-repelling shroud drop. Someone else had followed suit straight into the water and, before he could even swim back out, had a leg gnawed off by a sea creature, then crawled ashore demanding to know why the first man had set him up. A third pointed out that nobody could actually tell whether anyone was foolish enough to dive for loot or really got chewed up by fish, since nobody could see what anyone else looked like. Except you can see them, I thought. All you have to do is go to the trade city. Nobody had mentioned that yet, and I was not about to be the one to say it. I watched a while longer without finding any new topics, then went out when the weed matured, pulling each stalk and felling the small trees, clearing a way for 171 gathering experience, 88 weed, 92 wood, and 21 branches. My wood had piled up past the 1,000 mark, and since one slot capped at 999, it had split into one full slot and a second holding 39. With that done, I went back in and lay down again. It was 1:45 in the morning, and I could steal about 2 hours of sleep if I timed it right around the 6 o'clock refresh, but I could never fully let go of it. So in under 2 hours, I was up to pull weed and chop trees, then back down, then up again. To gather on schedule, my sleep could only come in pieces, and I had no idea when I would ever sleep through the night again. By 5:30, I was fully awake and done trying. I walked the reinforced beach first and picked up 5 small shrimp, 3 small crab, and 3 small green fish for 11 hunting experience, and 11 portions of bait material. Then pulled weed and chopped trees, and counting the 3 o'clock harvest, and I had banked 408 experience along with 189 weed, 154 wood, and 65 branches. With 11 minutes left to 6, I turned to rest and caught sight of the fully grown cabbage in the flower pot outside the window, and realized I had completely forgotten about it, so wrapped up in gathering and beach loot through the night that the vegetable I had planted with my own hands had slipped my mind entirely. The panel called it matured and ready, a very large cabbage, easily 7 or 8 caddies. I gripped it by the root and pulled it up, the harvested cabbage going straight into my inventory along with another point of gathering experience. Looking down at the flower pot, I saw its description had changed. Where it once read it could plant level 1 to level 2 plants, it now read level 1 only, with the remaining uses marked as 9 of 10. Probably, I thought, because the first thing I planted was level 1, the pot's count locked to a level 1 ratio. Though I would not know for sure how a level 2 planting displayed, until I had level 2 soil and a level 2 seed to test it with. At 6 on the dot, the morning refresh hit, and there was so much of it that even braced for it, I was dazzled by the dozens of markers crowding the map. The 17 plots I was used to, but the 10 reinforced beach patches now flashed with over 30 markers for small shrimp, small fish, and small crab all at once. And even knowing they were only bait and experience, I felt a flicker of excitement. On top of those, 5 supply crates had spawned, 1 level 1 in an open patch, and 4 level 2 scattered around the house and the beach. Crates would sit until the next refresh, so my urgent work was felling, mining, and weeding before the plants timed out, and by 6:15 I had finished, banking 78 weed, 41 wood, 9 branches, 68 stone, 8 iron ore, and 236 gathering experience. With the land cleared, I walked to the beach to gather seafood. The level 1 fish, shrimp, and crab all tiny and harmless. No weapon needed since I could pinch away their 50 health with my fingers. 28 of them in all, 1 hunting experience each. 28 in total when I had caught the lot. Then the crates. I cleared the beach first, since its resources could refresh any time, and opened the level 2 crate sitting there, which beyond the usual basics carried 1 special item. A level 2 fishing rod crafting recipe. Good stuff, I thought, pocketing the blueprint, and glanced out at the deep water before standing and walking back to the center of the island to open the rest. 3 level 2 crates and 1 level 1 were left. I opened the level 1 first, then the 3 level 2 one after another. Counting the beach crate, the morning's haul came to 89 soil, 289 wood, 232 weed, 6 jam-filled breads, 5 loaves of bread, 11 water, and 19 berries, all basic, alongside 26 ocean crystal stones, 13 iron ore, 2 flint, 2 pickaxes, and 1 felling axe, and 3 recipes, the level 2 fishing rod from before, a level 1 breeding pen, and a level 1 bonfire. The fishing rod recipe wanted 10 bamboo pole, 3 fine line, and 1 iron wire, all level 2, for a rod with 30 durability that could fish level 1 to level 3 ocean resources. The breeding pen wanted 100 each of wood, stone, and weed, 50 sawdust, and 10 soil for a 2x2 pen with 100 durability that could raise level 1 animals. The bonfire wanted 10 wood and 1 flint, and would burn 3 hours for light and warmth. I learned all 3, checked the materials at the processing table, and decided I either lacked what I needed or had no reason to craft them yet, so I went to put some items into my storage box. When I opened the box in the house, I saw the reward pack sitting there and nearly knocked myself on the head. I had been so busy tidying the night before that I had stuffed the 100 square meter advancement pack into storage and clean forgotten about it. Easily the most important reward I had earned. Bad sleep was rotting my brain. I sat by the bed, pinched the ribbon, and pulled it open. The Island 100 square meter advancement gift pack gave me 50 ocean crystal stones, 10 level 1 bait, 10 level 1 fertilizer, 10 level 1 flower pots, and a level 1 seed gift pack, exactly the things a player at this stage was desperate for. The seed gift pack opened into 5 kinds of seeds, 2 each, evenly split. Scallion, garlic, ginger, soybean, and peanut. Scallion, ginger, and garlic were seasonings, and soybeans and peanuts could be pressed into oil, which meant I was suddenly closer to that fish with scallion oil recipe than I had been. I went out front to plant them, packing 1 fertilizer and 1 soil into a flower pot that looked identical to a level 2 one from the outside. And the panel read it as a flower pot filled with level 1 soil, level 1 plants only. 2 of 2 uses. There it was, the difference laid out. A level 2 flower pot planting level 1 crops 10 times. The level 1 to level 2 ratio calculated at 5, so a level 2 crop could only be planted twice in a level 2 pot. I lined up the pots, poured in soil and fertilizer, and planted the new seeds one by one, the shovel running out of durability partway through, so I crafted a fresh planting shovel and finished the last pot. Every pot then flashed a water shortage icon, 10 pots meaning 10 bottles, which made the scarcity of water hit home all at once. Without a water purifier, seawater was useless, and relying only on the trickle from crates, when I needed 4 or 5 bottles a day myself and planting and breeding wanted more, was nowhere near enough. There was no help for it yet, since I had no purifier recipe, so I filed it under things to check in Trade City. Breeding raised its own problem, because I could build the pen but had no way to get cubs out of the sea, no fishing up chickens or ducks, which meant cubs would have to come from crates or the trade market too. I went to the beach to wash my hands in seawater, uncomfortable but not worth wasting drinking water on, ate a jam-filled bread and drank a bottle, and chewed over whether breeding was even worth it, since cubs needed feed and water through the whole rearing stage. 6:30 fed and watered, and the sun was already a pleasant 26 or 27 degrees of warmth that made a person lazy, so I picked something suitably lazy to do, which was fishing. I had 39 pieces of bait eating up bag space, so I took the coarse thread from storage, made a level 1 fishing rod, and carried my fish basket to the beach. Across a beach cornerstone, I sat cross-legged on the island side, baited the hook, and cast into the water. A level 1 rod had only 10 durability, and the one in my hand had just 1 point left, so it would die after this cast. And since I had only ever pulled the single portion of coarse thread, I knew I would have to make another storage box for the bait if no more thread turned up. I worked through the bait types I had fewest of first. 1 cast, 1 small crab, fairly stable, another portion of bait. The rod vanished as its durability hit 0. I pulled a new one, baited, and cast. The second gave a level 1 supply crate, the third something I had not seen before, level 1 seaweed, which the panel called an ocean plant usable as a raw material for feed or fertilizer. Another keeper. My luck ran good today, a catch almost every 5 minutes, and after several more casts, the rod down to 2 durability, a level 2 material pack came up worth 5 fishing experience, which opened into 3 iron ore and 3 coarse thread. There were other ways to get iron ore, but coarse thread only came from material packs and supply crates, and it was exactly what I needed most. I made fresh rods, packed 3 into my slots, and went back to it. Then the float plunged, and the panel logged a level 2 unknown fish fry, 5 fishing experience, and a sphere of water appeared straight in my inventory. I stared at it, unsure whether to call this a stroke of luck, the panel only telling me it was an unidentified item that required appraisal at the trade market appraisal office. An unknown item could be a windfall or a dud. I decided to check the appraisal price first and pay for it if I had the crystal stones, or set up a stall and trade it off if the price was too steep. I fished from 6:30 to 9:30 in the morning. I had started with 39 bait, and the small fish and shrimp and crab I caught along the way became more bait, so when the rods finally ran out, I still had 19 pieces left. 41 casts total had netted me only 2 level 2 items and 49 fishing experience. I stood, dropped the bait into a newly crafted 3rd storage cabinet, and went to clear weed and small trees from the land, having paused around 750 for a gathering round earlier, and the total experience came to 362, which topped gathering off at level 4 again. My other levels were still crawling, but gathering said it could rise, so I tapped it. Gathering hit level 5, combat power +1, putting me at 10 combat power, twice what I had walked in with, and I had arrived in this world at 11 in the morning the day before yesterday. Not even 2 full days gone. The feeling was genuinely excellent. With gathering done, I tidied the 3 storage cabinets, packed as many supplies as I could carry, and activated the teleport to Trade City, 10 ocean crystal stones deducted. My panel updated to combat power 10, gathering level 5, the rest of my levels unchanged. My island was still 100 square meters, with 64 of land and 36 of beach partly reinforced. The level 1 wooden cabin standing. My slots were a jumble of pass, crystal stones, cabbage seeds, iron ore, soil, stone, 2 full slots of wood, weed, branch, and the level 2 unknown fish fry, since I had no idea what a seller might want and had brought a bit of everything. Trade City was packed shoulder to shoulder the moment I arrived, but its rules guaranteed absolute safety, no physical contact possible, the system shoving any 2 players apart the instant they bumped, which I thought was simply wonderful. I came in at the central plaza, walked out of the crowd to the main gates of the trade market, and went straight inside to the appraisal area. Players came and going there, some with excited faces, some clearly furious, because appraisal was just spending crystal stones to gamble on an uncertain result, some winning and some losing, and I could not guess which way mine would break. The appraisal area opened into an enormous corridor that seemed to have no end, side corridors branching off both walls, each side corridor lined with 100 appraisal rooms. Above the entrance of each side corridor hung a count. Corridor number 1 reading 6 of 100, meaning 6 rooms in use, while corridor number 2 reads 0 of 100, with a wall marking that said corridor number 2 would only open once corridor number 1 passed 50 of 100 in use. It was the same all the way down, nothing else to see, so I turned back, entered corridor number 1, and stopped at the door of room number 3. Since rooms 1 and 2 were both taken, the players in them having no doubt picked numbers they considered lucky. A prompt at the door detected the one unidentified item in my inventory and named the appraisal fee. 100 ocean crystal stones, asking whether I wanted to enter the room, the door itself being the payment point. I confirmed, the crystal stones dropping from 112 to 12, and walked through the opening door. The appraisal room was a bit shabby, honestly worse kept than my own island. Not that I wanted to complain, but it was true. The door closed behind me and I stood in a private space, an empty 20 square meter barren island with a pile of rubble at its center, and a cluster of white light resting on it. The level 2 unknown fry wrapped inside that light. Without my doing anything, the white light flashed, and the result appeared, naming the thing a level 2 sea-patrolling octopus juvenile, a guardian type, free-range, carnivorous creature that matured upon reaching 1000 health, and noting that an adult sea-patrolling octopus could patrol the beach and scavenge. I felt the gain at once, a huge one because once this sea-patrolling octopus was raised, it could help guard the island. The juvenile was absurdly tiny, though no bigger than a small red bean even counting its 8 stubby little tentacles, and it was pink. I held out my hand and watched the little octopus crawl across my fingers, stared at it a moment, then tapped to leave the room as a 3-minute countdown appeared, and since room 3 was close, I was back at the appraisal area entrance in a dozen steps. A male player, my height but broader, jogged over and stuck out an arm to block me, asking whether the little thing in my hand was for sale. Not for sale, I told him, and kept walking. This was going to be the future patroller of my island, and raised well it would make my life easier. Because while beachcombing for small fish and shrimp and crab was fun now, everything had a limit, and doing it all day every day would burn the fun right out of it. The man fell into step beside me, guessing it was a breeding pet and offering 500 ocean crystal stones, warning me how much work it would be to feed once I took it home, since he had waited half the morning and I was only the second person to come out with a pet. Small as it was, juvenile size meant nothing as long as it was a pet. Not for sale, I said again. I am not much of a bargainer, naturally a little socially anxious, or maybe social aversion is the better word, and being trailed by a man staring at the little octopus on my finger with glowing eyes had me finding him annoying no matter how negotiable his tone. Then a tall, striking woman slid in from the side and spread her arms across my flank in a hugging posture, taunting the broad man, who she called number 7, asking why he was chasing a delicate young man instead of waiting for his fated pet, and inviting his collision even though no 2 players could actually touch. Number 7 went dark-faced at once, because this woman had twice tried to drag him to a romantic hotel, and he wanted no contact with her whatsoever, not even a hug across an air wall. He snapped at her to stop being so annoying, watching me slip away toward the stall area, his eyes nearly bulging, since this same woman had wrecked an earlier attempt of his to buy a pet too. She fired back that he clearly understood how annoying being chased felt, since he had been pestering some cute little girl and was now pestering this handsome young man, which made him worse than her. And at least she had not changed her mind, she was only staring at him. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and grinned at him, eyes triumphant, doing it on purpose and not caring, because everyone wanted to buy a pet, herself included, but asking once was enough, and pestering a person who said no was just poor form. She was waiting on the next sale refresh anyway, and amusing herself in the meantime by popping up to needle number 7, whenever he needled someone else, since watching a handsome face change colors made the dead waiting time interesting. Number 7 protested that he was trying to buy it, not steal it, never once admitting that staring a person down to force a purchase was wrong, his logic being that someone might just sell for peace and quiet. The woman scoffed, asking whether having crystal stones made him special, since she had plenty too and had offered to buy him for 5 or 8,000, so why was he angry? And she reached toward his cheek with a grin, unable to touch him but close enough to make his skin crawl, especially since she had gone from inviting him out to flatly trying to purchase him. I had only caught a fragment of all this before walking into the stall area, so I never saw how it ended between the two of them. This trip I mainly wanted breedable animals, since with a breeding pen I could raise them for both food and fertilizer. And now that I had made peace with where manure came from, the anticipation of it could be quietly converted into planting experience. There were 4 categories of levels, each raising combat power when it leveled, but the experience required doubled every level, so I had to win the early levels as fast as I could. Seeds for planting, fertilizer for breeding, materials for a fishing rod. I looked at my slots and felt poor. The people waiting to buy pets clearly had piles of crystal stones and maybe even special items to boost a pet. Well, I had this one little octopus, and since I had not returned to my island yet, it was not in a rearing state and could only crawl around on my hand for fun. I had been through the stall area about 5 minutes, checking a few stalls with cubs, when I heard a voice hawking chicks, a male and female pair. Breedable, do not miss out. You will not be able to buy them if you do. A breedable pair of chicks. I followed the sound to a thin, petite girl about 1.5 meters tall, and standing over 1.80 meters myself, I made her look even smaller as I stopped at her stall. 250 ocean crystal stones each, the price read, which I could not afford and which seemed steep, though these two chicks were genuinely different from the few I had seen earlier, carrying the breedable tag, even if I did not know whether breeding meant once or many times. The panel named them a level 1 mother hen chick and a level 1 rooster chick, both breedable and both needing a breeding pen. The hen gaining the ability to lay eggs once grown and, raised alongside a breedable rooster, having a chance to produce hatchable eggs, the rooster boosting breeding effectiveness when raised with a hen. The girl had set both at 250 crystal stones each, and the number itself was correct, but where I came from that particular number carried a meaning that was a little unfriendly, so I will leave it there. She looked up, saw the price had scared me, and hurried to explain that the chicks had to be raised in a breeding pen, that she had no pen and could not find the recipe to craft one, which was why she was selling. I told her I had no crystal stones left, only some basic materials. I was interested in them precisely because so few others carried the breedable tag, which meant a flock if I raised them right, since surely a hen laying and hatching eggs would not stop at a single brood. She brightened and offered a trade in materials instead, lowering her voice to admit she had snatched the pair from the sales area, and that at the going market rate 20 crystal stones bought roughly 1,000 wood, so she would sell at that price. How was that? Her face went a little red as she said it, because she had originally marked the pair at 20 crystal stones and nobody had so much as glanced. She had grabbed the chicks meaning to try breeding, bought them in a rush without looking closely, and only after realized she had no pen. So she had come dejected to set up a stall and sat half an hour while people looked and walked off. And now that someone had finally stopped and confirmed the chicks could actually be raised, she was desperate to close the sale and get back to her island to fish. Weeding she could just manage, but chopping wood and mining wore out her stamina fast, and only fishing gave her the luck to keep trading for building materials. Change the price then, I told her, thinking of the wood for crystal stone exchanges I had seen at other stalls, the rate running somewhere between 48 and 52 wood per crystal stone. Whether she was lying about paying 20 crystal stones for the chicks did not matter to me. The conversion made buying the pair at 20 feel well worth it. She adjusted it, told me to take good care of them since a hint she had seen warned that poorly raised animals could fall sick, called the transaction complete, waved, and ran off. They can get sick, I noted, looking at the two chicks now in my slot, which said nothing about sickness, though since planting needed water it did not surprise me that raised animals had their own conditions. I had 421 wood left and kept browsing the nearby stalls. At a hosted stall I found someone selling a litter of 4 level 1 white rabbit cubs for 800 wood, wheat, or stone. 4 cubs for basic materials, and only 800 at that, and so she thinks I overpaid, I thought, sighing at why that girl had run off so cheerfully. I did not need to understand it, I just wanted them, so I spent 800 weed and bought the rabbit litter too, filling my slots again. It was not yet 11 and the weed and small trees back home had not matured, and an attack would still notify me in Trade City and only need a teleport to handle, so I kept walking and stopping. I found someone selling 10 portions of coarse thread at 20 wood, weed, or stone each. Reluctant to spend stone since I needed it for expansion and beach reinforcement, I asked the present stall owner to change it to 17 weed plus 3 wood per portion, so all 10 would swap cleanly into the one full slot the weed would empty, avoiding the storage fee that comes from buying one at a time and do a full inventory. The tall, thin youth running it adjusted it right away. The trade went through, and neither of us being talkative, he just lowered his head and went back to shelving new items, putting up flint I had no use for. So I moved on. Before teleporting home, I found someone selling soil and spent 385 wood on 55 soil, since soil still came only from crates and fishing material packs and I badly needed it. With my slots now holding the pass, 12 crystal stones, cabbage seeds, iron ore, 10 coarse thread, a heap of soil, stone, 6 wood, branch, the rooster chick, the mother hen chick, and the rabbit litter, the stone and ore briefly useless, I walked out of the stall area and teleported back to my island from the market gate. A fruitful trip all around, the appraised sea patrolling octopus, the breedable rooster and hen, and the rabbit cubs and breedable ones were the real treasures. The girl might have felt that as long as she did not lose money she was fine, but to me the price had been dirt cheap. The instant I teleported home, the panel told me I was now raising a level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile, and could track its location on the island map, and that it was hungry, health 10, able for now to eat only powdered or liquid food. A free-range creature marker appeared, and when I opened it the little octopus was right at my toes, having gained its freedom the moment I arrived, crawling off my fingers down my body to my feet and scurrying across the ground. I had assumed it would prefer the water. I stepped back 2 careful paces, eyes locked on the pink speck, terrified that one wrong move of my foot would erase its tiny health bar, since relative to its size it moved alarmingly fast. I opened the storage box, took out one small shrimp bait, and rubbed it into powder in my palm, hoping it would not trigger a notification that the bait was damaged and gone, because if it did, I would have no idea what to feed this little one. I squatted, saw the pink thing chasing me, and spread my palm flat on the ground for it to climb up on its own. The little octopus paused, spun twice in place as if it had just understood, and crawled onto my palm. Only the fully pulverized parts of the powder were small enough for it to eat, the larger bits needing me to crush them finer before it could continue. And once it had finished, the powdered bait it pulled in its little tentacles, curled into a ball, and went still. I told it to stop running around and stay put, lifted it off my palm, and set it under the windowsill beside the flower pot of level 2 soil. With the little one settled and not trailing me for the moment, I finally got to work. The weed and trees were not due yet, so I harvested the 11 flower pot plants first. 1 cabbage, 5 or 6 caddies, 2 scallions, white stalks over half a meter, green leaves over a meter. Enough chopped scallion to last ages if I ever tried the processing table on them. 2 garlic plants giving bulbs of 8 even cloves plus 2 stalks of edible garlic scapes. 2 ginger plants over a caddy each. 2 soybean plants pulled by the roots straight into 2 small piles of soybeans. And 2 peanut plants whose shelled pods could serve as ingredients or be shelled further. With 6 kinds of ingredients harvested, my storage box was full again. So I planted 3 cabbage seeds in 3 level 1 flower pots and sorted what I had. 1 box for bait, 1 for bread and water and berries and other food, 1 for sawdust, pickaxe, flint, seaweed, iron ore, and the new coarse thread, the 6 fresh ingredients left sitting on the ground until I had wood for another box. I watered the 3 new cabbages, checked that the little octopus was still where I left it, and went to weed and chop trees. By 11:40 I had harvested 108 wood, 21 branches, and 81 weed, and spent 100 wood crafting a storage box for the ingredients. The cubs stayed in my slot for now, out of wood to do anything else. And unlike the little octopus, they sat in a completely static state in the inventory, the kind of creature that needed a designated breeding pen rather than a pet that lived freely on the island. The sea-patrolling octopus counted as a pet, a creature that could live freely alongside me, and once appraised and released from its water sphere, it could never go back into a slot, only be carried or held, which was exactly why players staked out the appraisal rooms, hoping to spot one and buy it the moment it came out. With the field harvested and nothing else pressing, I processed all my branches into sawdust to free space and reinforce the island again. 14 foundation stones at once with material to spare, which left only 22 square meters of land unreinforced, still showing the most basic foundation in its extremely barren state. The house and processing tables took up 12 square meters, so I moved the 11 flower pots and 3 storage boxes out onto the unreinforced ground, freeing 30 blocks for resource growth. Standing in the doorway looking at all that soil, in a good mood, I cradled the spherical little octopus and waited for the noon refresh. 30 blocks promising a lot of resources. Genuinely something to look forward to. Noon hit, light shimmered across the island, and 3 kinds of basic resource appeared on the cleared soil. Over 20 markers showed on the beach, and 5 supply crates spawned, all of them level 2. The little octopus rolled over, the curled pink ball stretching out a few tentacles that had already doubled in length, and started crawling again. It felt close to me thanks to the identity binding, but it only knew to come near. Not that a careless step from me could wipe out its health, which had risen from 10 to 20 after that one feeding. I told it I would go pick something fresh for it to eat, not daring to let a hungry little one head to the beach alone, or some wandering level 1 creature might swallow it, which would be tragic in the extreme. I curled my fingers to leave it a little gap to move in, carried it to the beach, grabbed a small shrimp still at 50 health, crushed it dead, stripped the head and shell, and opened my palm. I mashed the small shrimp meat into a paste beside the little octopus, and it wrapped itself around the ball of meat and ate it clean. And for every portion it finished, I caught and mashed another. The small shrimp were so small that, headless and shelled, each meat paste came to only 2 or 3 times the little octopus's own size. Yet after 5 portions in a row, it had grown to about the size of a soybean, and finally crawled up my arm to my shoulder before I could feed it more. At the seam of my loose beginner's tank top, it gripped the edge with a few tentacles, curled into a small ball, and went quiet and motionless again. How it ate all that, I had no idea, but it had clearly put away more than 10 times its own body weight. No point dwelling on it. I picked up the remaining small fish and small shrimp on the beach one at a time to process into bait later, banking another 27 hunting experience from the respawned creatures. Then went to pull weed. 30 plots could refresh resources now, and harvesting them made me genuinely happy. 11 weed plots for 131 weed, 7 small trees for 75 wood, and 18 branches, and 12 ore piles for 11 iron ore and 134 stone. 413 gathering experience in all, and I worked through it smiling. With the field cleared, the crates, 5 level 2 at once, the best spawn I had seen, and from the chat over the past few days I could roughly confirm my luck was good, maybe above average. As for the truly blessed, number 7 had once mentioned spawning 5 level 1 crates on his very first refresh. then 10 crates in a single night after expanding and reinforcing, and even opening a gift pack with 1,000 ocean crystal stones in it. So some people were simply possessed by impossible luck. It was not only him either. The players I had seen in the appraisal area today clearly sat on hundreds or thousands of crystal stones each. I had yet to even see a crystal stone gift pack, never mind scattered stones in every crate. And when stones did show, the count was usually under 10. I had finally scraped past 100 only for a single appraisal to leave me with 12. The first crate gave 10 ocean crystal stones, a cooking oil recipe, soil, stone, and the rest of the basics, and I learned the recipe gladly. The panel said 2 units of peanut, soybean, or similar could be processed into 1 cooking oil. The oil's grade following the raw materials, no level restriction so long as the material's description said it could be refined into oil. The second crate held a pickaxe and flint, the third a felling axe and fishing rod, the fourth 8 crystal stones, coarse thread, and a felling axe. The fifth gave 12 crystal stones and a herbivore feed recipe, 5 units of plant material processing into 1 feed at the food processing table. The feed's grade following the material, and once I learned it I could see the processing and finished food were all made. Checking the recipe, the cabbage, soybeans, and peanuts in my warehouse all fell within range, though with fewer than 5 units of each it showed processing temporarily unavailable. Weeds are plants too, so why don't they count? I muttered, shaking my head, deciding their nutrient content was probably just too low to qualify as feed. The 5 level 2 crates were still a fine haul beyond the 2 no restriction recipes: 30 ocean crystal stones, 2 felling axes, a pickaxe, a fishing rod, 5 iron ore, 3 coarse thread, 2 flint plus 148 soil, 261 stone, 287 wood, 255 weed, 11 jam-filled breads, 6 loaves of bread, 11 water, and 27 berries. With so much to sort, I spent another 100 wood on a storage chest. After organizing, my slots held only 7 items: the pass, crystal stones, 2 garlic scapes, the wooden stick, and the felling axe, pickaxe and fishing rod that had each burned some durability and so could not stack with the full durability ones in storage. The garlic scapes I could eat directly, the chests being full anyway. The 5 chests ended up holding food in one, ores and basics in another, spare tools in the grass basket and seaweed and seaworm skins in a third, the 6 harvested ingredients in a fourth, and the bait alongside the rooster chick, mother hen chick, and rabbit litter in a fifth. The inventory was mostly sorted for now. I can reinforce another wave, I thought, looking over my materials. I had cubs, but no plan to build a breeding pen yet, since the cubs could sit static in storage and would only starve without feed, and maybe that little girl had sold hers even at a loss for exactly that reason, not wanting to watch them rot in her hands. No real conflict for me. Reinforcing the island was simply better. With material to spare, I reinforced 15 foundation stones, leaving only 7 land stones in their original state, then turned to the beach, where 1 turf needed 50 weed, and I had only managed 6 units, and 75 stone gave me 15 pebbles, enough to reinforce 3 beach blocks for now, the rest waiting on the afternoon's weed harvest. The island read 100 square meters, 64 of land with 57 reinforced, 36 of beach with 13 reinforced, the level 1 wooden cabin and the level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile both on it. Almost there, I thought, and if this luck held, I could reinforce the whole island by tonight. I checked the island info and started in on a loaf of bread in a great mood. The garlic scape's not improving the taste much, but after days of plain bread I wanted something different. It was only 12:35. I reached up and touched the little octopus on my shoulder, found it would not fall off, and decided I could leave it there without worry. A busy morning behind me, I could finally practice the technique in peace, and with yesterday's memory still fresh, the opening movements did not seem so bad. But when I had linked 3 of them perfectly, 1 per second, my legs went to jelly, and I dropped straight to the ground with my face twisted up. The muscles and bones I had worked screamed with a sour, numb, tingling heat. And resting after, I felt frustrated, but I understood it, because yesterday I had fully separated the movements with long pauses between, never grasping how terrifying the body-strengthening technique really was when run at speed. Haste makes waste, it has to be done step by step. I relaxed and lay flat for a few minutes, then crawled back up and set myself a temporary rule. 1 movement and then 2 minutes of rest, 3 or 4 if 2 was not enough, adjusting to my own body and not wrecking it at the start. I was just a mortal, and there was no soaring to the heavens off a few level-up points alone, so I consoled myself with the obvious truth that everything takes a process. The pink little octopus had woken an hour after stuffing itself and crawled straight back into my palm, hungry again, and I asked whether it was really starving so soon. There was no point arguing with a creature that could not understand me, since the moment it was full its health points climbed, which meant I had to keep feeding it the instant it asked, and feed it a little extra besides. I cradled the little fellow and carried it to the beach, where a few small shrimp and small fish had washed up over the last half hour, still with over 2 hours left on their departure countdowns, since I had been busy practicing my technique, and had no need to rush over and deal with them. The little octopus took the crushed fish and small shrimp meat I gave it and waved a tentacle at me, its appetite growing larger and larger. This time it put away 10 small fish and small shrimp and still was not full, so I carried it back to the house, crushed a dozen pieces of bait from the storage cabinet, and finally managed to fill its belly. Fed and watered, it climbed back up to my shoulder, found a rough edge on my clothes, curled into a tight ball, and fell asleep again. I looked at the pink thing hanging there, and asked whether an octopus did not need water because it suddenly struck me that this little octopus did not seem to care for water at all. At first I had been afraid it would be eaten by fish, shrimp, or crabs if it went near the sea, but a creature like this had to have its own instincts. Earlier at the beach I had laid my palm flat on the surface and let some seawater pool in it, and the little octopus had cared only about eating, indifferent to whether there was water around it or not. The panel read it as a level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile, resting, health 50, with no negative status tags at all, so it really did not need water. Either way, it did not matter, and once I was sure the little octopus would not slide off my shoulder, I went back to slowly running the movements of the skill, one by one, exactly as the demonstration showed. Over the last hour, I had kept adjusting and had settled, for the moment, on one movement every 2 minutes. 2 minutes felt long, but the skill demanded a recovery period for the body, and after testing it, I confirmed that 2 minutes would not let the training heat in my muscles die down. The pause also kept me from injuring myself or needing a long rest from sheer discomfort. And without distractions, I could manage about 30 movements an hour, which meant the full set would take no more than 4 hours. The only trouble was that the state I dropped into while doing them probably made me look like a man with some sort of nerve disorder. For the rest of the afternoon, that was exactly how I cultivated on my little island. I would run one training movement, stop, pull a few weeds, and once my body felt ready, I would run another standard movement, then stop and chop trees or pull more weed, occasionally striking a pose down on the beach. I picked up a small crab here and there, crushed it, dropped it into an inventory slot, then twisted my limbs into the next position. Lucky no one else is here, I thought, because anyone caught practicing this would look like a twisted madman. After finishing one whole set of the body strengthening technique in that movement-by-movement check-in fashion, I lay down on the bed to rest, marveling at how terrifying the afternoon's training had been. It was not just that I had a touch of social anxiety, because even a born social butterfly would die of embarrassment being watched doing this. There was no choice in it though. Cultivation could not stop. While I rested, I opened the chat channel and it was lively. Someone was challenging all the self-proclaimed lucky players to admit whether any of them had ever opened a skill book, and another player was stunned to learn skill books even existed in this world, having assumed it was all equipment. A third claimed to have fished one up at noon. A fourth said he had snatched a water arrow skill book from the trade market sales area for 5,000 ocean crystal stones, and the rest were lamenting that the sales area numbers were simply too big for them to afford anything. The whole feed agreed in the end that fishing up a skill book was nothing but pure luck, and the man who had bought the water arrow agreed too. Among all that I spotted player number 7 again. He was not the only lucky one out there, but I saw him constantly, and of everyone scrambling to make a name for themselves in the channel, he was without question the most relentless. From the way they talked, it was plain these lucky players were active in Trade City most of the time, timing their returns to their own islands only to open supply crates and upgrade. There was more to gather still, so once this harvest was done I could go fishing and then wait for 6 o'clock. When the map information showed me resources ready to gather, I got off the bed and went out to pull weed and chop trees. This afternoon, while practicing my technique, I had gathered 3 times as the resources matured, taking 415 wood, 62 branches, and 713 weeds in all, along with 1,190 gathering experience. It was over 1,000 points, yet a gathering level up now demanded 3,200, so I was still a fair way off. My hunting was nearly ready to level though, sitting at 98 of 100. The 3 cabbages had been harvested earlier in the afternoon, and with no seeds on hand for now, I stacked the flower pots and packed them away. With half an hour left until 6, I took out materials to upgrade the beach once more. The reinforcement wanted turf, pebbles, and sawdust, so I processed 700 weeds into 14 turf and ground 175 stones into 35 pebbles. With that done, the beach gained 7 more reinforced out of a 36 square meter beach, with 16 still to go, and without more materials I could only wait. The processing and reinforcement went quickly. Carrying the still sleeping little octopus, I walked to the edge of the beach, sat down, baited the hook, and cast my line. Each catch came back as a successful fishing, a small green fish or a small crab, and a point of fishing experience. And my speed was much faster now, at least for me. Each cast no more than 5 minutes, and the fastest barely half a minute before the float sank. A level 1 fishing rod carried 10 durability, and in less than half an hour I had worn one out, so I switched to a fresh rod and kept casting, though this one took longer. At exactly 6 in the evening, the panel told me the island resources had refreshed, supplies appearing rapidly, and right then the float on my rod sank hard. Another big fish. I gripped the rod and felt the dragging force in the water, certain I had hooked something large. The panel read it as a level 2 blackfish, health 2000, a carnivorous fish weighing about 98 pounds, a fairly common level 2 fish in the ocean. The blackfish had an enormous health pool, and being big and carnivorous, it fought hard, so I watched the rod's durability drop point by point. I glanced back at the fields on the island, then rode the force of the blackfish's struggle and swung it toward a spot where small trees grew in a tight cluster. The fish flew out and slammed into the ground with a heavy crash the instant it landed, and the durability of the rod in my hand was instantly used up. There was no time to grab my fish basket, so I took my only weapon, that half-meter wooden stick, ran over and started smashing it against the blackfish's head. As it thrashed, its health dropped, but only by double digits a hit, since the blackfish was large and thick-skinned. The small trees turned out resilient, and the blackfish flung into the gap between them, whipped its tail and knocked loose pieces of wood, but it stayed temporarily trapped. Practicing my skill really is useful, I thought. When the blackfish's health had dropped to a few hundred and it burst out from between the trees, I shifted my footing, naturally fell into one of my cultivation movements, and struck it right in the eye. The panel called it a weak point attack and a critical hit, health minus 520, then a second critical hit, health minus 312, and the kill notice followed. Hunting experience plus 5, 58 pounds of level 2 blackfish meat, 1 set of level 2 blackfish bone, and 8 units of level 2 blackfish skin. Killing a half-health blackfish with just 2 strikes, even granting its defense had dropped, along with its health, beat what I had expected, and I sat down gasping for breath. The wooden stick down to 9 durability, my silent grin growing wider. I had not planned any of it. I had simply turned to dodge the charge, and rather than waste a close-range opening, I struck on instinct. All along I had assumed this technique only strengthened the body, judging by its name and how it felt to practice, so finding it could feed straight into a real fight was a quiet welcome surprise. The little octopus had been jostled awake a step too late. It looked around, found nothing, but it could still sense how worn out I was sitting there hauling in air, and the conclusion it reached was simple. Its feeder was tired, so it would wait a little longer. And once I had rested, it would ask for food again. I reached out and caught it as it stretched its tentacles on my shoulder, holding it in my palm to check its state, and the panel read it as hungry, health 100, very hungry, but able to wait. The note at the end seemed to mean the little octopus understood I could not give it food right that second, so it did not mind sitting with an empty stomach while I rested. I did not fully follow that, but I told it that hungry meant eat, and pulled out a piece of blackfish meat. Each piece weighed 1 pound, solid good meat with no bones. The panel noting the level 2 blackfish meat had a slightly coarse texture, could be processed into food, and could be fed to carnivorous animals. The chunks came large, lacking the silky feel of more delicate fish, and I meant to tear off a small bit and crush it, but the little octopus took the whole piece as its meal. It was only about the size of a peanut, yet it scrambled onto the slab and spread all 8 tentacles to embrace it, each stretching to its full length of over 10 centimeters. If the meat was given to it, it would hold it and eat, and even if it could not hold all of it, it would still try. Can you even chew that, I wondered, but I let it be. My breathing settled after a few minutes while I watched it nibble the chunk bit by bit. First I crafted a new wooden stick, the old one nearly out of durability, then went to collect the wood the blackfish had scattered around the smashed small trees. Trees could come down by axe or by brute force, and the ones the fish had wrecked had all turned to materials on the ground, the only catch being that those gave no gathering experience. I felled the remaining trees, pulled the weeds, and swung the pickaxe one-handed into the ore piles, banking 265 wood, 42 branches, 214 weeds, 108 stones, and 12 iron ore. The wooden branches only paid 57 experience, since the rest had been destroyed rather than properly gathered, so this round netted just 439 gathering experience. My left hand kept supporting the little octopus through its blackfish meat, while my right finished the gathering. And afterward I went to the beach and dealt with the 32 level 1 small fish and shrimp scattered across 20 beach plots. Seeing it struggle with the heavy slab, I deshelled a small shrimp as I crushed it and set the meat beside its tentacles, but with the blackfish meat right there, the small shrimp was ignored. Once I had cleared the areas that could refresh new resources at any time, I started opening the supply crates one by one. Only 2 had refreshed this evening, a very small number. The blackfish probably ate a chunk of my luck, I told myself, refusing to admit it had simply turned bad. The first was a level 2 crate, and it gave 18 ocean crystal stones, an inventory slot expansion voucher worth 3 slots, 32 soil, 38 stone, 39 wood, 48 weed, 4 jam-filled bread, 10 berries, and 2 water. The inventory slot expansion voucher made my eyes light up. 3 slots at once, and I took it out and used it immediately, my inventory expanding to 15 slots. Someone in the channel had mentioned before that the sales area refreshed an inventory slot expansion voucher almost every cycle, the ones who could afford it snapping it up. the rest leaving it listed until the next refresh cleared it. The voucher was guaranteed to appear every time. The slot count it added varied, but its unit price was fixed at 1,000 ocean crystal stones per slot. The story went that a 100-slot voucher had once refreshed for 100,000 ocean crystal stones, and since no one could afford it, it sat listed for an hour, until the refresh wiped it away. The second crate was also a level 2, and as it opened my hands trembled twice. It gave 5 ocean crystal stones, a water resource purifier manufacturing recipe, a level 2 cotton cloth clothing manufacturing recipe, 35 soil, 42 stone, 35 wood, 4 weed, 2 bread, 4 berries, and 5 water. The little octopus, still gnawing on its slab of black fish meat in my left hand, stopped eating in confusion and tapped my palm twice with 2 small tentacles, as if asking what had happened. "Our family's luck is getting better and better, little guy," I told it with a grin, showing a full set of white teeth, and it was honestly a small miracle that without toothpaste or a toothbrush I had not grown any plaque or bad breath. My teeth were healthier than before, in fact. The little octopus had no idea what I had said, but it could tell my mood was good and that I had not run into danger, so it went back to eating in peace. "Are you sure you want to keep eating like this?" I asked it, and went to the beach, squatted down, washed my right hand, took out a jam-filled bread, and started dinner. I lifted my left hand to watch the little octopus, still clutching the black fish meat, the suckers on its tiny tentacles tearing off pieces and delivering them to its mouth bit by bit. Before, I had mashed the small shrimp and fish into paste for it, so it had never needed to work this hard, but now it seemed set on honing its own attack power, and flatly refused to let me help. After 2 jam-filled bread and a bottle of water, I went to the furniture processing table to check the materials for the water resource purifier. The purifier wanted 1,000 wood, 50 iron ore, and 10 flint, against which I had 1,130 wood, 40 iron ore, and 10 flint, the panel describing it as a distillation device into which I would pour impurity-free seawater to obtain a bottle of drinking water every 10 minutes. Durability 1,000. Able to purify 1,000 bottles. Distillation purification I had learned back in school, though conditions there had been thin, and the classroom packed, watching the teacher work the apparatus from across the room leaving me with little more than the knowledge that such a thing existed. I was short 10 iron ore for now and would deal with it once the materials were complete. I walked to the equipment processing table, and though I could not craft it yet, I wanted to see what the level 2 cotton cloth clothing took. The panel listed 10 level 2 cotton cloth and 5 level 2 cotton thread. A comfortable cotton top granting defense +5, recovery +5%, durability 100. I had neither, so I did not dwell on it. With both recipes set aside, I took out materials for island reinforcement, which wanted soil, weed, and sawdust per cubic meter. And with plenty on hand, I reinforced all 7 of the remaining initial island foundation stones on the land, at once. The panel now read my island is 100 square meters total, 64 of it island land all reinforced to level 1, 36 of it beach with 20 reinforced, the level 1 wooden hut, and the level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile on it. With all 64 square meters of land foundation reinforced, I felt instantly relieved, though the beach was not fully done, leaving 16 fragile corners for the moment. 16 blocks meant 1,600 weeds, and if my luck held tonight, I figured I could just about manage it. I checked the storage box and had a little over 300 weed left, enough for 3 beach blocks, and since reinforcing would refresh resources, I did not hesitate and reinforced them, spending 300 weeds, 75 stones, and 25 sawdust, which still left me 13 blocks short. "Keep eating slowly here," I told the little octopus, looking at it sitting in my left palm, where it had already gnawed off about half a pound of meat. I sighed, set both the meat and the octopus on the narrow wooden windowsill, and the little octopus raised its tentacles, paused its meal, and watched me with curiosity. When it saw I was only standing on the open ground in front of the house, raising my hands, kicking my legs, twisting my waist, it decided I was not abandoning it and went back to eating in peace. As I practiced, I kept a comfortable rhythm and worked through one movement after another while watching the bustle of the chat channel, where one message caught my eye. Someone was furious, telling whoever it was to come rob him on his own island if they had the nerve, insisting over and over that he was not selling, demanding to know what the other player kept asking him as they chased him across half the stall area. On its own, the message meant nothing, but the replies gave me a sense of déjà vu. Other players chimed in to ask whether the man being chased had appraised a pet, naming player number 7 as the shameless one hounding people in the appraisal area to buy their pets, calling him disgusting, agreeing that even though Trade City did not allow players to make contact, otherwise the pet might really have been stolen. Some joked that number 7 must be running a pet paradise on his island, or maybe he ate pets to absorb some kind of power. Maybe he had a swallowing evolution skill, and number 7 himself cut in to say his skill was reinforcing pets. That if a man would not sell, then he would not sell, and that he had not forced anyone to trade. The others shot back that chasing a person and asking hundreds of times was not going to change their mind. The messages scrolled fast, but I had a rough idea who the man I had met in the appraisal area was. buying pets, reinforcing them, then letting them guard the island and maybe even handle gathering and other tasks. That explained a lot. My own sea patrolling octopus, once it reached adulthood, could patrol the beach and pick up anything weaker than itself. And whatever I had, others surely had too, which was why some players could afford to stay in Trade City so long. That man, though, really was very annoying. While I watched the channel and practiced with slow, relaxed movements, a warning suddenly popped up, telling me marine life was attacking my island, and it was right in front of me. At the instant the notice appeared, I saw what the invader was. The panel read it as a level 3 mutated kelp, health 5000, an extremely violent marine plant after mutation, capable of entanglement, blood-sucking, and corrosion, highly aggressive toward living beings, and afraid of fire. The flailing kelp stood over 10 meters tall, with 4 or 5 blades, each blade half a meter wide unfurled, and right now it sat just outside my island, slapping against the outermost beach foundation stones. At least I could see its information, and it did not seem able to reach further inland, only chipping away at the edge bit by bit. I quickly lit a bonfire in the center of the island, right in front of my house, 10 wood and 1 flint making it. It was past 7 in the evening, and the surrounding plants had grown back, so I had to pull up all the unripe weed in that patch before I could place the fire. The panel said the bonfire would burn for 3 hours, providing light and warmth, that it went out in water, and that perhaps some creatures feared the heat. As it flared up, the mutated kelp, which had just destroyed 1 beach foundation stone, immediately stopped attacking, its blade spreading flat across the seawater. Afraid of fire, just as the panel said. Its orange-red light wrapped the 100-square-meter island, and the kelp played dead in the water. The effect was excellent, but the kelp was still there, only playing dead, not fleeing. I took out 2 blocks of soil and 5 stones and repaired the beach foundation stone it had destroyed. It could still move, but as long as the bonfire burned, it would not let any part of itself enter the firelight. I watched it twitch as I fixed the edge, thinking how to get rid of this danger. I had seen others post about being attacked by truly dangerous creatures, and back then, I was only a spectator. But now it was my own home's turn. A single slap from this kelp could destroy a level 1 reinforced beach foundation stone in 4 hits, and if I had not lit the fire so fast, the stones further inland would have been in danger too. Its attack power nothing like the level 1 sea crabs and sea worms from before. The little octopus came down from the windowsill, crawled to my feet, and climbed up my leg to my shoulder. That thing was afraid of fire. The warmth and dryness of the flame a fatal threat to the kelp. And not just the kelp, since most marine creatures feared fire, but the little octopus had no way to tell its feeder. I watched its tentacles wave and honestly could not work out what it meant, and the more I failed to understand, the more anxious it grew. It patted my shoulder a few times, crawled down to the ground, and, enduring the discomfort of the heat, stretched 2 tentacles toward the burning flames. "Are you crazy? You will be roasted into a dried octopus," I said, and grabbed it, retreating fast. The bonfire burned only within a certain range, sparing the weed and the surrounding plots, but the fact that the fire did not spread outward did not mean anything rushing into it would be safe. As that thought landed, I suddenly understood. The little octopus had been telling me that marine creatures fear fire. The kelp played dead the moment it spotted the firelight from afar, but if it were being roasted directly, then while it would never approach a flame on its own, I could find a way to put the kelp into the bonfire myself. "I have to admit you were smarter than me just now," I told it, "though the way you went about it was reckless. Then again, if you really could understand me, you would not have needed to demonstrate it at all." I poked the little octopus on its head, set it curled up on my shoulder, and squeezed it twice with my hand to let it know I had grasped its meaning. Once I was sure it would stay settled on my clothes, I checked the time, waited about 10 minutes, and went to collect the 7:30 batch of resources. The kelp was playing dead, and the bonfire could last 3 hours. After the gathering, I remembered my hunting experience had maxed out when I killed the black fish, and I had crushed some small fish and small shrimp since, so I clicked to upgrade Combat Power +1. The panel now read me as Island Master number 99111, Ye Hang Combat Power 11, with the body strengthening technique as an enhancement type skill. Hunting at level 1 with 35 of 200, fishing at level 0 with 65 of 100, gathering at level 5 with 2633 of 3200. And planting at level 0 with 29 of 100. My island held its 100 square meters, the level 1 wooden hut, and the level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile, my equipment the novice vest, novice shorts, level 1 straw sandals, and a level 1 fishing rod. Once I had tidied up, I looked at the open space and used my remaining 9 flints with some wood to craft more bonfires. I lit all 9, arranging them into a rectangle on the open ground in front of the house. 4 to the south, 4 to the north, and 3 each to the east and west, with 2 empty gaps left in the middle. On the island, bonfires counted as furniture items, so I could shift their positions through the map as long as they were not extinguished. Now I was certain of one thing. The mutated kelp had high destructive power, but the instant it saw firelight, it went into its play-dead state and would not resist at all. I shook the fishing rod in my hand to test the feel and began. The panel now showed the mutated kelp at health 5000, afraid of fire, playing dead, its old aggression tags gone. Standing inside the circle of bonfires, I cast my rod and with my increasingly proficient technique, hooked the edge of a kelp blade directly. The instant it was attacked, the underwater portion of the kelp kept its attack power and secreted a corrosive liquid to destroy my hook. But what I wanted was to lift it a little in the moment before the hook melted. I switched the rod from my right hand to my left, used my left to pull the edge of the kelp slightly out of the water, and cast a fresh rod with my right to snag the raised portion again. The part of the blade that left the water froze motionless under the intense firelight, showing no reaction even when hooked. The hooks dragged the blade slowly out of the sea, and as much as I pulled out, that much went into play dead mode. When one full blade lay on the island, the light and warmth of the 10 bonfires dried the sticky corrosive juice on it rapidly, and once that layer had hardened into white frost, I stepped forward, lifted the blade with a low-durability wooden stick, and clamped it with a second. Holding the 2 sticks, I flipped and rolled the blade over and over, winding it up without ever touching it, keeping it inside the warm firelight so it came up without resistance. Roll after roll, the dozen-meter blade wound into a thick bundle until I finally saw the stalk at its end. Ordinary kelp should have been a single piece, but this was mutated, a single stalk having grown over a dozen blades, the parts I had seen earlier only the exposed portion. Now that the stalk was out, the blades still soaking in the seawater were drawn up bit by bit from the stalk's position. I will just have to roast it slowly, I decided, and drag the coiled play-dead kelp into the 2 empty gaps in the middle of the bonfire ring. Once it was set in the clearing, I stepped out and stood a little further off to watch. It stayed in its play-dead state, and since the bonfires were not directly burning it, it did not move at all. After a few minutes, the liquid on its surface had dried to white frost, and as the moisture drained, its health finally began to drop. 10 instances of health -1 flashing at once roughly every 10 seconds with 10 bonfires roasting it together. After about half an hour, the kelp's health had been ground down by 2,000, leaving 3,000. I had to keep roasting it slow. Putting it straight into the fire would drop its health faster, but if this thing managed to attack me or my house, an outburst could kill me instantly, and I was genuinely afraid of dying. I did not want to gamble. As the flames worked it over, the level 3 mutated kelp lost moisture and the intervals between health drops shortened, and when its health fell to 2,000, it entered a berserk state, though its instinctive fear of fire still pinned it to the 2 safe gaps with no flames. An hour and a half later, the kill notice came at last. Hunting experience plus 25, 1 level 3 unknown mutated plant, and 10 units of level 3 corrosive powder. Once I was sure the kelp's health would keep falling and it could not escape, I had gone back to my interrupted training, stretching and twisting around the circle of bonfires, and with the kill now complete, the hunting experience still came boosted by the 5 times multiplier. A level 3 unknown mutated plant though. A level 2 unknown item costs 100 ocean crystal stones to appraise, and I was not sure whether a level 3 would run straight to 1,000, so for now I would keep it in a slot and find out the next time I visited the trade market. The level 3 corrosive powder, on the other hand, was clearly a good item. The panel called it a highly toxic material that could be added to food, each unit dropping the target 1,000 health and applying a corroded state for 10 seconds, during which the target lost 300 health per second and suffered weakness, burning pain and mental clouding. Looking at the corrosive powder, I could roughly grasp how vicious the mutated kelp's poison had been. Not bad, I thought, and sighed, since burning 2 fishing rods and 10 bonfires was already the minimum cost. The fires were lit, and there was no packing them up or pausing them unless I moved them to the beach to be put out by seawater. Since it was rare to have so many going at night, I set the little octopus back on the windowsill with a piece of black fish meat to nibble, and when it saw me walk into the middle of the bonfires, it waved its tentacles, flailed a little, then listlessly hugged the meat and went back to its meal. It understood. It did not like bonfires, but its feeder happened to love those dangerous things. Standing in the middle of the fires, feeling the warmth, I shortened the interval between my training sets by 10 seconds in that 2 square meter clearing, with the interruptions and the stops to pick up small shrimp and fish after the bonfires timed out and vanished. It was already 11:30 by the time I finished my 3rd training session. I quickly gathered all my resources, organized my inventory, and placed the materials into the storage box, harvesting in all 633 wood, 72 branches, and 718 weeds tonight. The island's land ran 64 square meters, the house taking up 4. The 4 processing tables 8, the 4 storage boxes outside the house another 4, and the stacked flower pots 2, which left 46 plots where resources could grow. Even though the earlier bonfires had stopped resources from growing on over a dozen square meters, it was still a fine haul. The panel read, hunting at level 1 with 143 of 200, fishing at level 0 with 65 of 100, gathering at level 5 with 3,361 of 3,200, and planting at level 0 with 29 of 100. Gathering is still the fastest to level, I thought. Hunting came from invading creatures in the beach. Fishing ate a great deal of time, and planting was stuck, since I had flower pots but no seeds. With Gathering's bar already full, I tapped it. Gathering rose to level 6. Combat power +1. The bar resetting to 161 of 6,400. and my combat power climbed to 12. 10 minutes left. Upgrade the beach again, I decided, and glanced at the channel, where many players who had stayed silent all day were posting now that midnight neared. All sorts of messages scrolling past and vanishing before they could be read. 10 minutes was enough. I quickly processed the turf, the pebbles, and turned the branches into sawdust. And with the materials ready, I reinforced the beach at the edge 8 more times before midnight. Counting the one block that had been destroyed and rebuilt, the beach now held 27 level 1 reinforced plots and 9 unreinforced ones. So I could wait for the resource refresh with peace of mind, and maybe even reinforce the whole beach once more before sleeping. "You can really eat, can't you?" I said, standing by the window and tapping the pink little octopus on a tentacle. "You do not even need to sleep now, you just digest while you eat." Before, it had slept after eating its fill, woken with more health, then gone back to eating, but now was not sleeping at all, only eating. And its health had already reached 285, climbing as it ate, a notice for max health +1 popping up every few minutes. It lifted the tentacle I had touched and moved it aside, as if telling me to leave it alone. "Eat slowly then," I told it. "Are you sure you do not need any water?" I set it in the slab of black fish meat into my left palm and carried it to the beach, dipped my right finger in some seawater, and held it next to the little octopus, not touching it directly, just to see whether it had not realized it needed water, or truly had no interest. This time the little octopus understood me. It brought 2 tentacles over, touched my finger, and its suckers absorbed those few drops of seawater, though after drinking that bit it showed no real reaction and went straight back to eating meat. "Mix it up then," I told it. "Eat the sea fish, drink the seawater." I found it amusing, so I dipped my finger again and brought it over. And like that I fed it a bite and it drank a sip, never letting up on the meat, the rise in its max health no different for the water. And we played at this until the midnight refresh. At midnight the announcement came, plants and ore piles appearing rapidly on the island, the tags for small shrimp and fish flickering across the surrounding beach. 6 supply crates. Holding the little octopus in one hand, I went to open them all first. They gave 48 ocean crystal stones, 3 felling axes, 1 pickaxe, 2 fishing rods, 3 portions of coarse thread, 11 pieces of flint, 18 pieces of iron ore, 171 portions of soil, 318 stones, 344 wood, 402 weed, 17 bread, 32 berries, and 15 bottles of water. The basic supplies. Beyond those, I equipped a new piece of gear and learned 3 recipes. The gear was a pair of level 1 coarse cloth pants, defense +1, agility +1, recovery speed +1%, durability 100, and the moment I put them on, my original shorts vanished. Coarse as the cloth was, the pants were comfortable, maybe because after days in loose baggy shorts, any long pants felt better. The first recipe was carnivore feed production. 5 portions of meat ingredients into 1 portion of feed, the feed level following the raw material, almost identical to the herbivore feed recipe but for the swap from plants to meat. The second was a fruit juice drink, 3 portions of fruit and 1 of drinking water making juice, its level and effect following the fruit, the only difference from jam being the added water. The third recipe was the marine aquaculture pond, wanting 500 stones, 200 wood, and 50 soil, a 5x5x5 construction able to raise marine life belonging to the player, durability 1000. My first reaction was to look down at the little octopus in my left palm. It clearly liked seawater, but it was very weak right now and not ready for the beach. There was no rush to build the pond though, since it took 25 square meters, and on an island this small a water tank several times larger than my house would leave almost nowhere for resources to grow. After opening all the crates, I checked my materials, set the little octopus on the windowsill, and went out to pull weed, chop wood, and dig the ore piles, taking 166 weed, 113 wood, 18 branches, 228 stones, 21 pieces of iron ore, and 580 gathering experience. "Still not enough materials," I muttered. The beach reinforcement wanted turf, pebbles, and sawdust, and with 9 blocks left to do, I only had enough for 6, so I reinforced what I could. After that, I walked a circle to deal with the small shrimp and fish on the beach and bring them back, gaining another 35 hunting experience, then carried the little octopus into the house. I set a piece of meat on the storage box for it to gnaw, told it to eat slowly while I slept, and warned it not to climb onto the bed in case I rolled over and crushed it. The little octopus held the piece it had not finished, reached out a tentacle to touch the new one beside it, unsure whether it was for it, but by then I was already lying down and would not come over to tell it. It was 20 past midnight and I was truly exhausted. When I jolted awake, it was already 2 in the morning. So I went outside, and by a much dimmer moonlight, I quickly gathered the grown weed and small trees. "This is all for you to eat," I said, and went back to the little octopus, which had finished 1 piece of meat and was curled beside the other. Leaning in by the window light, I saw it could still eat but for some reason was not, so I held out my hand and placed the blackfish meat in my palm, and that confirmed it. The piece beside it had not been meant for it. The little octopus stretched its tentacles, crawled into my palm, hugged the meat, and started eating. It was still a juvenile, needing a maximum of 1,000 health to reach the adult stage and finally be able to work. Eating non-stop, its health had reached 410, which left me unsure whether its appearance would change much by the time it hit 1,000, since it was nearly halfway there and still only a little larger than a peanut. It was 10 past 2. I stopped worrying about its size, lay back down, and slept again. I had to gather and practice during the day and practice more at night when I could, so my sleep came only in the second half of the night, an hour and a half snatched between gathering rounds. With no robot stamina and no alarm clock, even an hour of deep sleep each time was already good, and at least the bed, the straw mat, and my equipment added recovery power, so I would not suddenly die from lack of sleep. I got up twice more in the second half of the night to gather, and the third time I rose at 5:30, ate some bread, and went out. After pulling the weed, I realized I had not checked the storage box for the little octopus. I opened the map, turned, and walked to the beach at the edge, where the little octopus, its body now as big as the pad of my index finger, was using several tentacles to catch small shrimp and fish to eat. The moment it saw me approach, its tentacles grown to over 10 centimeters, it instantly pulled them in, hid the tips first, then curled into a ball, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be scolded. "You are still small," I told it. "Fine. You eat fish, that is what you do, but you need to learn to catch them, not wait until they bite you to roll them up, since hunting with your own body as bait will get you hurt." Even knowing it could not understand me, I pinched a small fish from the side, tugged on its tentacles, and taught it to hunt from the beach. In the morning light, I could clearly see that the tentacle it had used for fishing was already a small section shorter, and it was hard enough for a little one to grow at all, so if I did not watch it, it might just feed its own tentacles away for the sake of catching fish. My finger swept ahead, its tentacles following, burrowing under the turf, and through the gaps to coil around a small fish. And because I held the fish in place, even though it needed a few tries to wrap and drag it, the fish could not escape. Once that was done, I took out the black fish meat, carried the little octopus back, and set it on the windowsill. Time was running out, so I pulled weed, chopped wood, then went for the small shrimp and fish on the beach. And after clearing everything one by one, at 5:55 in the morning, I finally completed every level 1 reinforcement of the island foundation stones. The notification I had been waiting for arrived. Level 1 reinforcement had reached 100 square meters. Level 2 construction was now open, and the basic level 2 construction recipes had been unlocked. They were only the basics, but they were still stronger and better than anything I had now. I opened the island reinforcement menu, and the first thing I saw was the house. A level 2 log cabin wanting 1 level 1 log cabin, 200 level 2 wooden plank, 200 level 2 iron ore, and 100 level 2 granite, over a 5x5 construction area. With no stone house, I skipped that line. The next level of house would cover 25 square meters, room enough to put my storage cabinets inside and live far more comfortably. But the materials were many, so I decided to look at the other island reinforcements first. Area expansion was unchanged, 2 soil and 5 stones, but from there things shifted. Island reinforcement now offered a level 2 option alongside the old level 1, wanting level 2 fertilizer and level 2 ore powder per cubic meter, none of which I had. Defense construction listed a level 2 fence taking level 2 wooden plank and level 2 iron ore, and beach reinforcement a level 2 line wanting level 2 marine plant powder, level 2 granite particles, and level 2 seaweed. Many of the materials were things I had never seen, but at least I was given semi-finished processing recipes to make them. Level 2 fertilizer took 3 portions of meat or plants, level 2 ore powder, 2 portions of ore, level 2 wooden plank, 2 portions of wood, level 2 marine plant powder, 5 portions of marine plants, and level 2 granite particles, 2 portions of granite, the ratios varying but the logic clear enough. Iron ore is already level 2. I worked out so 10 portions of powder would need 20 pieces, then another 30 pieces of meat for the fertilizer. Let me see what can grow first. The time was approaching 6 in the morning, and at 5:58 I completed 1 level 2 island reinforcement, after which a selection box let me choose the resource type that plot would grow: grain, fruit, wood, fodder, minerals, or random. The option changeable during the waiting period after a harvest. Grain I chose, not sure what kind it would give, but willing to find out, ready to gather it and switch if it turned out poor. Shortly after, it was 6 o'clock. The island refreshed, resources appearing with their gatherable tags, and right before my eyes, on that single level 2 reinforced plot, a lone stalk of corn grew up out of the thick layer of soil. A 2-meter corn stalk with a single, not very large cob standing in a 1 square meter space looked rather abrupt. The panel logged it as a level 2 corn harvest, 1 level 2 corn seed, 8 level 1 corn seeds, 1 portion of level 2 corn kernels, 1 level 2 corn stalk, and 23 gathering experience. Seeing it for the first time, I reached out, snapped off the cob, pulled the stalk from the ground, and 4 new items dropped into my slots. Both the level 2 and level 1 corn seeds were good things, raising experience and harvested grain while letting me control planting entirely. The corn kernels were a food ingredient and a raw material for animal feed, and the corn stalk was also a feed material, though with only 1 for now I left it where it was. That 1 plot was different, but the rest were still filled with weeds, small trees, and ore piles, which I gathered one by one for 218 weeds, 102 wood, 19 branches, 81 stones, and 19 pieces of iron ore. The iron ore yield high this time. I packed it all away, went to the window for the little octopus, and harvested while feeding it on the beach. Across the 36 square meter beach, a full round paid another 54 hunting experience, leaving me 41 short of a hunting level. Then I opened the supply crates, 4 refreshed this time. The nearest crate confirmed yet again that my island was too small. It held a planting field modification recipe, wanting 100 level 2 soil, 50 level 2 granite particles, and 500 level 1 sawdust, over a 2x2 area, allowing long-term planting once done, but resources were insufficient, so I learned it and set it aside. The rest of the crates held plenty of basics and little else. That planting field recipe the only real prize. Iron ore plus 8, flint plus 12, soil plus 108, stone plus 152, wood plus 184, weed plus 166, bread plus 3, water plus 5, with 2 level 1 fishing rods and 1 felling axe besides. That was the whole of the morning's harvest. Time for fishing and breakfast, I decided, and you are so tiny, how are you supposed to go on patrol? I took my rod and creel, sat by the beach, baited the hook, cast and ate a filled bread with my other hand, while watching the little octopus beside me gnaw its black fish meat, its health already at 828. Sensing it was watched, it raised a tentacle and poked my pants, its first instinct being that its feeder had something to tell it, though I only thought the reaction cute and did not understand its confusion any better than it understood mine. Eating bread and drinking water, I pulled in several small level 1 fish and small shrimp cast after cast. Then a successful fishing logged a level 2 semi-finished material pack, and 5 fishing experience, a small package landing in my hands, and when I opened it 10 level 2 marine plant powder appeared directly in my slot. I could not use them yet, so I kept fishing. I fished from 6:30 until 10 to 8, by which point I had burned through the 40-odd pieces of bait I had stored. Fishing was getting faster and faster, and my fishing experience was finally ready to climb. Fishing rose to level 1. Combat power plus 1, the bar at 35 of 200, my combat power now 13. I packed up the rod, took the little octopus, its health now 921, and went to do the gathering session before 8. The level 1 plot still held only weeds and small trees, but the level 2 plot had changed varieties, growing a potato plant now, which gave 1 level 2 potato seed, 3 level 1 potato seeds, 5 level 2 potatoes, and 33 gathering experience. The panel summed me up after Island Master number 9911, Yay Hang. Combat power 13. The body strengthening technique is a reinforcement type skill. Hunting at level 1 with 159 of 200. Gathering at level 6 with 2,966 of 6,400. And planting still at level 0 with 29 of 100. My island held its 100 square meters, 64 of land with 1 square meter at level 2 reinforcement, and 63 at level 1, 36 of beach all reinforced to level 1. The level 1 wooden cabin, and the level 2 sea patrolling octopus juvenile on it. My 15 inventory slots held the Trade City teleportation pass, 113 ocean crystal stones, the level 3 unknown mutated plant, 10 units of level 3 corrosive powder, 106 iron ore, 23 flint, 281 soil, a full stack of stone, 3 full stacks of wood, and a full stack of weed. My equipment the novice vest, level 1 coarse cloth pants, and level 1 straw sandals. With my inventory packed, I tidied up and prepared to head to Trade City. I needed all the materials, but right now I needed to swap some of them for something different, since level 2 meter plants could be processed into fertilizer to reinforce the foundation stones, and only after reinforcing could level 2 resources grow. Forget it. I will take you with me, I told the little octopus, still eating, picking it up off the meat. In your current state, if I leave you at home, you might just end up as fish food on the beach. It curiously patted my hand with a tentacle, asking what was going on. But as soon as its tentacles reached out, they froze, confused by the sudden change of environment. Because to the little octopus, the biggest difference between Trade City and the island was that there was no scent of the sea breeze here. Once it confirmed it was in a strange place, it wrapped its tentacles around my fingers and hid its body in my palm. Is the little octopus socially anxious too, I wondered, looking down at my half-clenched hand. The day before, after the appraisal, this little thing had crawled all over my hand, and I never expected this. Its hiding spot was not well concealed, though. Slender pink tentacles wrapped around my fingers where anyone would notice them. Some passerby maybe even thinking I had acquired some special piece of equipment. I see you again, a tall, beautiful woman said, walking over to greet me, the same one I had met when I left the appraisal area the day before. Are you here to appraise more unknown items? She glanced down at my hand and, for some reason, smiled even brighter. Yeah, I told her. I want to see how much the appraisal fee is. I did not enjoy interacting with people, but it was only a preference, not a disorder, and I would not deliberately ignore a friendly greeting from a passerby who plainly had no ulterior motive. She told me it looked like I had something good again and wished me luck, then lowered her voice to warn me that player number 7 was loitering inside again. That I had best not let him see what was in my hand, since his eyes lit up at anyone else's pet, and though he could not steal it, he would pester me and there was nothing I could do back, which made him very annoying. As she turned toward the appraisal corridor, she called the reminder out once more, because she enjoyed seeing number 7 get frustrated but did not want to watch a quiet, handsome man like me get bullied. Got it, thanks, I told her, acknowledged the warning, and walked on. Entering the corridor of the appraisal area, I saw that corridor number 2 was open now, so I avoided corridor number 1 and stopped at a room in corridor number 2. A prompt at the door detected one unappraised item in my inventory and set the fee at 1,000 ocean crystal stones, then told me I had insufficient ocean crystal stones and could not begin. There was no choice to make since I did not have the funds, so I turned and left corridor number 2, planning to take a look at the sales area. I had not come to buy anything, partly for lack of crystal stones and partly for lack of time, only to see what it was like inside. Just as I stepped out of the corridor, I saw player number 7 again, the same man from the day before. His equipment improved now, cotton pants, cloth shoes, and a form-fitting leather armor that looked to be made from fish skin. He was trailing a player out of corridor number 1, naming higher and higher crystal stone offers, and the player, just finished appraising, looked hesitant, since several hundred ocean crystal stones were something most people open supply crates a long time to scrape together. Seeing him waver, number 7 pressed on, saying raising a pet took capital, asking whether he really meant to let the pet gnaw on bread if he could not provide the basics. The bargaining followed as they walked out, and by the time I reached the hall they had settled on 888 ocean crystal stones and were heading toward the stall area for the exchange. I had no interest in any of it and had already crossed into the sales area on the other side. Inside the sales area, items for sale were displayed on all 4 walls, prices sorted from high to low. 10,000 sales slots per refresh. The item in the very first slot was enough to make any player envious, and I was no exception. It was a 10,000 square meter, 3-floor level 5 reinforced island beach expansion and reinforcement resource pack, which after use would instantly remodel any basic type island, priced at 100 million ocean crystal stones. I counted the string of zeros to be sure. When a man could call himself one of the lucky few just for opening a 1,000 crystal stone gift pack, a resource pack at 100 million was there to do more than make people envious. At least its description told me something, that a foundation stone could be built up into several floors, and that island reinforcement could be bought outright as a pack to reach a finished result all at once. I shifted my gaze and looked at the next item. The second was also wildly expensive, only a single crystal cheaper than the first, an immortal-grade pet flood dragon egg priced at 99,999,999 ocean crystal stones, which on hatching would yield an immortal-grade flood dragon cub. I looked at the string of 9s, then down at the small pink octopus in my hand. There were people all around me so I could not speak aloud, but I felt a little conflicted, strongly suspecting my little octopus did not even rate as the lowest common grade, since it carried no grade tag at all. Even so, with or without a tag, I liked the little octopus, because it was mine. It was not only pets. The next was an immortal grade vast ocean longbow, weapon strength plus 1,000, additional piercing damage plus 50,000, with the skill vast ocean destruction arrow, durability 10,000, repairable 10 times by consuming materials, priced at 88,888,888 ocean crystal stones. Weapons sat among the listings too, all at prices I could not imagine. I kept reading, some later items carrying grade tags, the highest being immortal grade, then spirit grade, top grade, high grade, and common grade, with a fair number of untagged equipment, materials, animal cubs, and plant seedlings besides. One was a common grade fish skin armor, defense plus 20, agility plus 5, recovery plus 6%, durability 100, priced at 600 ocean crystal stones. Its slot already grayed and marked sold out. That, I realized, was the leather armor number 7 had bought and put straight on. Further down were many items at a few hundred crystals, or even a few dozen, and among them the inventory slot expansion voucher. The one that had just refreshed added a single slot, and just as the channel had said, it cost 1,000 ocean crystal stones. The next refresh was 10 minutes off, so I decided to wait, hoping something might turn up that I could afford, and that other players had no interest in snatching. I opened my personal purchase settings, looked at my meager 103 ocean crystal stones, and set that as my viewing limit, after which only items below it showed. 10 minutes passed quickly as more players chatted around me, and soon the listings refreshed, the items lighting up in different colors only to gray out again in an instant as players snapped them up. I seized the moment and bought one. It was a common grade bonfire high platform, a decoration, a white stone pillar 5 meters tall with a 1 meter tray on top, where a bonfire could be placed, perhaps letting the firelight reach further, priced at 100 ocean crystal stones. I bought it the instant I saw it. It occupied a foundation stone slot, but I needed the light from a lit fire to spread further at night to raise the safety of my island. because after last night's mutated kelp attack, I was certain a fire burning through the dark could ward off most marine creatures. Having spent 100 crystal stones, my remaining 3 were not worth thinking about, so I canceled the viewing limit and looked at the highest priced listings again. The first slot still held something at 100 million, an immortal grade skill, Siren Song, a mental power cultivation skill book requiring completion of a Siren Song chanting practice to gain mental power. Combat power +1 for each completion. It seemed to grant combat power just by singing, and several players were already marveling that as long as you kept practicing, your combat power would soar. But I, who had similar experience, felt it was not that simple. My own body strengthening technique raised combat power by only 0.01 each time, and could not even be practiced continuously at will. So a mental cultivation method climbing a full point per completion was likely even harder, with mental control exercises underneath the raw numbers. The next 2 listings, strings of 9s and 8s, were both immortal grade equipment, and I glanced at them and turned to leave. I had spent over 20 minutes in the appraisal and sales areas now, and I needed to reach the stall area, buy the materials I wanted fast, and go home to gather and practice. As I walked out, I saw number 7 leaving too, not because I was watching him, but because his form-fitting fish skin armor stood out hard against the sea of novice sets. He was holding a white, fluffy little animal and heading straight for the appraisal area, plainly meaning to wait for the next player to appraise a pet. A glance was all I had time for, and I walked straight to the stall area. What I needed now were raw materials for level 2 fertilizer, meat and plants. 2 voices rose above the rest of the hawking. One man selling level 2 mutton and listing every dish he could name. Mutton soup, mutton meatballs, mutton buns, roasted skewers, stir-fried mutton with scallions. The other selling level 2 fish, each over 3 pounds, reeling off scallion oil fish, boiled fish, steamed fish, fish soup. After walking a couple of minutes, I stopped between them, both men middle-aged and similarly round. Their stalls set right next to each other, whether by chance or design. The mutton seller pitched me as I paused. Standard 1-pound pieces, all good meat, claiming his sheep pen bred too fast and he had to sell at a loss just to buy wood for another pen. 50 units of wood, his price read, about 1 ocean crystal stone per piece of meat. As for whether the mutton was any good, in this world's game settings all stacked identical items were the same, just like the 20-odd pieces of blackfish meat I had at home. No poor quality drops when killing monsters, and even random quality outputs got automatically sorted by level the way gathering level 2 crops did. Do you not think this is incredibly cheap, young man? The mutton seller said with a chuckle, looking at his price. It is not that my meat is bad, I am just in a hurry to sell out and go home. It is expensive, I told him. Without a recipe it cannot be made into a dish, and I only want some for fertilizer, so I will go check elsewhere. I sighed, turned, and started walking away. He had laid out over 100 pounds of mutton, yet nearly everyone who passed took one look and left, which told me the price was set artificially high. Young man, look at my fish, the other seller called, hurrying me over. If it is for fertilizer, fish meat is meat too, also level 2, but one portion is only 45 wood, much cheaper than his. Since a stall could only display 2 types at once, the fish seller started pulling fish from his inventory and swapping the listings, so I could see them all. Black carp, common carp, snakehead, cuttlefish, octopus, grass carp, anything that could be caught from the sea, since in this world every aquatic creature was a product of the ocean. 30 wood, will you sell? I asked, recalling that the buy orders for level 2 meat I had seen earlier ran mostly 25 to 28, so I had added a little. Business was business, and with the owner standing right there, haggling was perfectly normal. 30, that will not do, the fish seller said, shaking his head but not angry. Because prices at a stall were meant to be negotiated, and he was a grown man who would not pointlessly argue with a customer. Tell you what, buy more than 30 portions and I will drop it to 40 wood. That is the absolute lowest. 30, I said again. The wood I brought can buy 99 portions. My tone was not aggressive so much as oddly plain, almost foolish, stating outright exactly how much material I had brought. You are going a bit far, young man, the mutton seller cut in from his stall. You cannot just kill the price in one go like that. You need some room to move. I will sell you my mutton for 39 a portion, lower than his. Come buy the mutton, all the same and only taking up 1 inventory slot. Unlike his side where the bits and pieces eat over a dozen slots. He could not move from his 1-meter stall, but talking to a customer at the next stall over cost him nothing, and it cost the fish seller plenty. You shameless shepherd, the fish seller snapped, fuming. You did not say a word while this young man was at your stall, and now that he has come to buy fish you pop up to cause trouble. The mutton seller had stayed silent the whole time I looked at his meat and only started pushing it once I stopped, which to the fish seller meant no business ethics at all. I am causing trouble, the mutton seller fired back, also growing irritable. I just had a slightly slow reaction and had not discussed price before you called him over. So who started the sabotage? He had been weighing whether to call me back and renegotiate, and while he thought it over the fish seller had pulled me away, which ordinarily would have been nothing. Both meats level 2 at similar prices, except this fish seller had gone too far dropping straight to 40 wood. and the worst of it was that this young man seemed able to buy a great many portions. The mutton seller did have a sheepfold at home, had bought breedable young lambs from the sales area a couple of days back, raised and bred them, then culled the ones that could not breed and sold the mutton for wood to expand his home. If one buyer took all the meat, he would happily drop to 30-something wood a portion, sell out and go home early to build. Slow reaction, the fish seller scoffed. Your reflex arc must reach the bottom of the ocean. Young man, buy fish. Buy 100 and I will drop it to 38 a portion. You fishermen, you are starting a bidding war, the mutton seller shot back. Buy all 138 as a bundle and I will change it to 35 each. What is so great about 35? The fish seller said. I can do that too. 35 and no bundle. Take as many as you want, and if I run out, I will swap in new species. The two argued a while, but the price stalled at 35, the only change being that quantities went flexible. The price is still too high, I told them. I can only offer 30 wood per portion. It seems neither of you can go lower, so I will check elsewhere. I gave the two of them, now glaring at me together, an awkward smile and prepared to leave, since anyone could see the so-called bidding war was just a show staged for me. 35 for basic materials was a very common stall area price, and on some managed stalls level 2 meat was already listed at it, with the occasional 33 or 32. But those came only in small quantities or were already snapped up. Young man, you are being a bit much, the mutton seller said. Not having expected that after they had strained themselves to lower the price, I still would not move. We have already pushed it down and you say you do not want it. Are you playing us? Seeing how fiercely they had argued and blurted things out in the heat of it, he figured I should have just bought and been done. I have said 30 wood from the beginning, I answered calmly, not bothering to comment on their acting. If you sell, I will buy. If not, I will keep looking. If not for the sheer quantity of mutton, I would not have wanted to stand and listen to the two of them argue at all. I glanced at them once more, then turned and started toward the other side. Since if they still would not sell after all this, they truly would not. In this trade city, as long as you did not enter the arena, no one could do anything to anyone. The worst case being a man like number 7 trailing you and talking a lot, annoying but harmless to your movement and safety. Sold, the mutton seller called after a few seconds, seeing I did not care and was walking off. All 138 portions bundled for 30 wood each. I am selling them all to you. Tending a stall, he had to set it to managed mode or pack it up or stay confined to that 1 square meter, so if he did not shout now, I really would be gone. As for whether 30 was a loss, the buy orders ran at most 28, and he had already waited over half an hour and sold only a dozen portions at 35. If he did not sell now, he would keep the stall open another hour or dump the lot to the buy order players, and level 1 and level 2 meat was not scarce. Since players could catch level 2 fish with just a level 1 rod and bait, with a large stock, selling it all in one transaction a touch above the buy orders let him cash out and go home to build. My wood is only enough for 99 portions, I told him, walking back. I will cover the rest with stone and weeds, and neither can go over 33 portions. I have plenty of stone already, the mutton seller said, his heart sinking to hear there really were only 99 portions of wood. How about 33 portions for weeds and 6 for stone? How could this kid be so honest? He thought genuinely awkward to run into such an inflexible buyer, but the price was agreed, so he wasted no more time. He set up a bundle of 99 portions of level 2 mutton, which I bought for 2,970 wood, then 2 more bundles, 33 pieces for 990 weeds, and the last 6 for 180 stones. With 138 portions of level 2 mutton in hand, I turned and walked toward the main gate. Wait, what about my fish? The fish seller called, dumbfounded. You are not buying fish anymore. The mutton seller had cleared his inventory and left, and the fish seller could not understand what had happened to their cooperation. This meat has already exceeded my expectations, I told him, glancing back. I do not need any more. Fish were no longer needed. The fish seller had not actually said he would sell, and even if he had offered 30 wood, I would not have given up the mutton for it. There were too many types of fish eating too many inventory slots, so without a price advantage, there was no reason to choose them, and this fish seller would certainly never have lowered his price further anyway. Going home, I told the little octopus, cradling it in both hands and using a pass from the market to teleport back to the island. Nothing much had changed while I was gone, only the weeds and the small trees standing a little taller, with almost an hour left before any of it could be gathered. I let the little octopus go and pulled out a piece of black fish meat for it to chew on slowly, and the little thing wrapped itself around the slab and looked perfectly content. As long as we were not moving away from the island, it was happy, and after circling the place twice in the night, it had decided it liked it here very much. Eat slowly, I told it. I am going to tidy up first, and I set it on the windowsill, small enough to perch there but in no danger of falling. And besides, with meat in its grip, the little octopus never wandered. I processed all 138 portions of mutton, 3 portions making 1, and ended up with 46 portions of level 2 fertilizer in my bag. The ore went 2 for 1, and from the 106 pieces of iron ore I had, I made 50 portions of level 2 ore powder, then took out 12 more pieces of level 2 black fish meat and turned them into 4 portions of fertilizer. since each foundation stone wanted 10 portions of each material to strengthen. With the materials gathered, I strengthened 5 plots of land in a row next to the one I had done before. The panel logged each one as a level 2 strengthened island foundation stone. Defense 50, durability 1000, fertility 2, mineral resources selected. That made 6 level 2 strengthened stones in all. The first set to food and these 5 set to minerals. Because while I needed fruit and wood and fodder too, what I needed most right now was ore. The old vegetation on those plots vanished, and 5 level 2 ore mounds came up in their place, each needing an hour to mine and promising stones, iron ore, flint, granite, and soil. The level 2 mounds looked more metallic than the level 1 ones, and I noted with mild surprise that an ore mound could yield soil. Though when I thought about it, that seemed normal enough. With the strengthening done and the leftover materials packed into the storage cabinet, I drank a bottle of water, rested 2 minutes, and began a fresh round of morning practice. By 9:35 in the morning, I had steadily worked through 30 practice movements, then took out the 8 iron pickaxes I owned, slotted them into my bag, and started gathering, knowing that once these were used up, I would have to craft more. A level 1 pickaxe striking a level 2 mound burned through durability fast, since the loss climbed by the same 5 times factor as the experience, but it was not absurd, and a single pickaxe could land about 20 blows on a level 2 mound before it broke. Piece by piece, I worked the first mound, and after a few strikes, I saw a new material, granite. Shaped like a stone block but a different color. And from that one mound I pulled 8 pieces of iron ore, 2 pieces of granite, 1 flint, 2 portions of soil, and 7 stones. The yields were far higher than before. Across all 5 level 2 ore mounds I banked 42 pieces of iron ore, 6 pieces of granite, 14 flint, 16 portions of soil, and 18 stones, and the 5 plots paid out 418 gathering experience. That rate of return made strengthening the island even more appealing to me. One of the food plots had grown a level 2 potato this time. A lower yield than the last crop, but still good, since within the food output there were seeds as well as the potatoes I used as material, which meant I could not simply judge food against minerals by quantity alone. I gathered the small trees and weeds too, taking another 364 experience, 115 wood, 21 branches, and 228 weeds. After I had packed all the basic materials away, I turned to look for the little octopus, only to find the little thing had vanished again, and a glance at the map showed it had run off to the beach. "Have you grown up?" I asked, walking over and reaching a hand toward it while it was busy catching small fish. It had just launched a surprise attack with its tentacles, curling around a fish and getting ready to haul it off, when it saw my hand appear in front of it, and instead of carrying its catch away, it waved 4 tentacles full of small fish and small shrimp, and laid the food into my palm. It knew how to hunt now, so it could feed its owner. I did not quite know whether to be happy about that, so I decided to just be happy. The panel read the little fellow as a spiritual grade Sea Patrol octopus, a level 2 island free-range pet, health 1000, with the skills Tentacle Raid, Entwine, and Devour, able to grow in level and to promote to level 3 once it reached 10,000 health, its mood soaring from hunting and feeding its owner. Now that it had left the cub stage, its grade finally showed, spiritual grade. The quality ladder I knew of so far ranked common grade, fine grade, top grade, spiritual grade, then immortal grade, and whether anything sat above immortal grade was still a mystery to me. "Of course, an ordinary animal could never be like you," I murmured, watching it dart across the beach to snatch a fish and turn back to find me and lay it in my palm. Ever since it was appraised, this little guy had been startlingly clever. The night before, when I had not understood the use of the bonfire, the little octopus had run all the way to the fire to demonstrate it for me. It made me wonder again whether player number 7 had been so frantic to buy appraised pets because a player appraised pet hit its quality grade until it reached adulthood, or whether that man truly had a skill to raise the quality of a creature whose grade was still undecided during its growth stage. "There is nothing left to catch on the beach. You should rest," I told it after it had laid 10 small fish and small shrimp into my hand, and I squatted down, scooped the little thing up, and carried it back. It had entered its adult form now, a round head about 3 centimeters across, and 8 tentacles that could stretch or contract, and I had just watched it extend 1 past 30 centimeters at full reach, though the tentacles turned very thin and looked fragile when drawn out that far. It was only because the level 1 small fish and small shrimp it hunted were not aggressive that it had not actually gotten hurt. 2 of its tentacles coiled around my fingers as I walked. Then it crawled to the edge of my palm, rolled off with a soft slither, and dangled in the air, swaying back and forth. "Fine, as long as you are happy, go ahead and play," I said, looking at its status note, which now read Contented Heart, playing happily. This spiritual grade creature really was far too intelligent, and even its way of playing was unique, since it clearly had immense confidence in the resilience of those 2 tentacles. I stood at the food processing table and crushed the small fish and small shrimp that the little octopus had caught alive in my palm, killing each one for a point of hunting experience before turning the bodies into bait. I had assumed the things it caught would not earn me any more experience, but the notices proved how considerate it had become, since with its patrolling and pickup abilities it caught creatures without eating them and left them for me to kill. The trouble was that my home really needed a fish pond, or better still a marine aquaculture pond, where the small fish, small shrimp, and crabs could keep living until I needed them, at which point I could pull them out, slap them dead for hunting experience, and make them into bait. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted one. After banking 10 hunting experience, I let the little octopus go play and opened my construction path. Area expansion still wanted soil and stone, and an aquaculture pond clearly could not go on ground I had already reinforced. So I opened the map, selected the southern region, and expanded it by 100 square meters at once, the move costing me 200 soil and 500 stones. In front of where I stood, the bare, desolate foundation stones of a deserted island appeared. My island, land, and beach together had been 100 square meters, and the new area doubled it. I shifted things in the construction interface, dragging the beach, which had been in the south but now sat stranded in the middle, all the way out to the edges, then picked a spot and started building the pond. The marine aquaculture pond wanted stone, wood, and soil, a 5x5 build that could house marine life belonging to the player, with a durability of 1000. I placed the 5-meter pond in the northeast corner of the newly expanded land and spent the materials, and with a floating glow of light, the construction finished. The panel read it as a level 1 marine aquaculture pond. Area 5x5, pond depth 5 meters, water depth 4.5 meters, durability 1000, able to house no more than 1000 level 1 marine creatures. Once that was done, the little octopus slid over to inspect it, and I walked over to take a look myself. The 200 square meter island ran 20 meters long and 10 wide now. The beach at the edge has grown from the old 36 square meters to 56, and the land of the island sat at 144 square meters with a great many more plots, needing reinforcement. The personal info panel summed me up. Island Master number 99111. Combat Power 13. The body strengthening technique is a reinforcement type skill. Hunting at level 1 with 169 of 200. Gathering at level 1 with 35 of 200. Gathering at level 6 with 3233 of 6400. And planting at level 0 with 29 of 100. The island held its 200 square meters total. The level 1 wooden shack. The spiritual grade level 2 sea patrol octopus. And the level 1 marine aquaculture pond. There were so many items now that the node after the total area needed another tap to open. The detail read the total island area is 200 square meters, the land at 144 with 6 square meters at level 2 reinforcement, 58 at level 1, and 25 taken by the level 1 marine aquaculture pond, and the beach at 56 with 36 reinforced to level 1. The pond area could be reinforced too, though that would only add defense without refreshing resources, and probably the only thing that could ever refresh inside the pond was a supply crate. With the pond built, I looked at my materials, found an animal breeding pen almost within reach but short on stones, and decided to wait until I had gathered more. Things caught from the seaside can go in here, I told the little octopus, scooping it up. You do not understand, so I will take you to catch one. I carried it to the reinforced beach, where spawns were scarce enough that I walked a good while before spotting a fresh small crab to the east. I set it down, let it catch the crab, pinched the tentacle holding the small crab so it could not let go, and brought it back to the edge of the pond. Just like this, putting it inside is enough, I said, and set it down and poked the tentacle that seemed confused but stayed obediently coiled around the crab. The little octopus tentatively reached its tentacle toward the water, and when I did not stop it, it released the small crab into the pond. It understood at once, sensing that its owner was very pleased. Things by the seaside escaped easily, but catching them and putting them in their own pond meant they could not run away and could even be raised big before being eaten. Go play. I am going to keep cultivating, I told it, and seeing the way its tentacles swayed, I checked its status again and realized I had somehow raised the little octopus into a hoarder, because its mood note now said it could store food, and was happily preparing to go all out. The only trouble was there were currently no fish, shrimp, or crabs on the beach at all, so it might as well just wander for fun. Cultivation needed its intervals, and during the gaps I gathered resources as they matured and adjusted the layout of the island. I set the decorative bonfire platform beside the house, since for a 200 square meter island the light from one fire was enough, only it had to be remade every 3 hours, and because I could not time it perfectly through the night, I basically built a new one to put up whenever I woke to gather. The fire being replaced, if it had not burned out yet, I could shift to the newly built area to vanish on its own when its time ran down. I tidied and adjusted while I cultivated, checking the chat channel now and then and watching the little octopus race back and forth across the beach, busy and diligent and hardworking. Before the noon refresh, I finished another cultivation session and banked 1,160 gathering experience. My warehouse gained 23 pieces of granite, 47 of iron ore, 26 flint, 34 units of soil, and 61 stone from the mining, plus 2 level 2 corn seeds, 5 level 1 corn seeds, 2 portions of level 2 corn stalks from the food. I pulled 318 weeds, chopped 198 wood, and dropped 34 branches. Thanks to the little octopus's hard work, the moment any level 1 small fish or shrimp drifted onto the beach, it caught them and ran to drop them in the pond. And across that half morning, it had brought in 36 level 1 marine creatures. Since I was only 31 hunting experience short of a level, I went to the edge of the pond before the noon refresh. The little octopus went in to catch them, brought them out to my palm, and after I crushed each one, I fed them back to it one by one. One of us happy to earn experience, the other happy to be fed. My hunting rose to level 2, combat power up another point to 14. It was exactly noon, the island resources refreshed, and though the area had doubled, the resources on it were no greater than before, the supply crates refreshing only 4 units. Among them, though, a level 3 supply crate had refreshed on the roof of my house. "You certainly are diligent," I said to the little octopus, who had been wrapped around my hand and now ditched me the instant it spotted living creatures on the beach. I left the poolside too, set on opening that level 3 crate first, and walked to the front of the house, where I hopped in place a few times, and once I felt confident I jumped straight onto the roof. Small as the house was, it was sturdy, and it did not so much as wobble when I landed. Squatting on the roof, I opened the level 3 supply crate right there, and it spilled out a fine haul. 98 ocean crystal stones, an inventory expansion voucher, worth 1 slot, a seaweed breeding nets crafting recipe, a level 2 mermaid stone statue ornament, 10 level 3 pearls, 2 level 2 granite, 42 level 2 iron ore, 6 level 2 cooking oil, and 10 level 2 seasoning. I used the inventory expansion voucher at once, bringing my inventory to 16 slots. The seaweed breeding nets recipe was a single-use item wanting 50 straw rope and 10 marine plant powder, and the panel said that once crafted and placed in a safe seawater area, I could harvest it after 6 hours. So I could only hope it would pay off. 2 weeds processed into 1 straw rope, which meant 100 weeds plus my 10 portions of marine plant powder, and I happened to have exactly 10. After making 50 straw rope and crafting the net, I went and placed it in the seawater pond first. I was in no hurry to open the rest of the crates, and instead ran to harvest the crop already ripe for picking, where I did not even need a tool, just grabbed the root system at its connection point and yanked. The panel logged a level 2 sweet potato, 2 level 2 sweet potato seedlings, 5 level 1 sweet potato seedlings, 6 level 2 sweet potatoes, 2 level 2 sweet potato vines, and 55 gathering experience, a good yield, though it was the seeds that pleased me most. After the sweet potatoes, I dug up the ore, finishing all 5 mounds in a quick flurry of clanging, then cleared the weeds, small trees, and level 1 ore piles besides, and 10 minutes of fast work banked 1,561 gathering experience, 231 weeds, 199 wood, 31 branches, 182 stones, 43 iron ore, 21 flint, 19 granite, and 33 portions of soil. With the gathering done, I ate a jam-filled bread slowly and moved to open the other 3 level 2 crates, which yielded few surprises this time. They gave 26 ocean crystal stones, 2 felling axes, 1 pickaxe, 2 fishing rods, 89 portions of soil, 109 stones, 113 wood, 141 weeds, 11 bread, 46 berries, and 13 bottles of water. Compared to before, when recipes dropped more or less often, it was not very good. Cannot be greedy, I told myself, rubbing my face with both hands to massage away the frustration that had surfaced. 4 supply crates was already very good, and I had just opened a level 3 besides, so I could not decide my luck was bad just because the level 2 crates were lean this time. Once I let thoughts like that take hold, my mindset would shift, and a bad irritable mood led to overthinking during rest and to stray thoughts during practice that could push me into a cultivation error or an injury. For my own safety and health, I steadied myself quickly. It was not some incredible gift, only the habit my original family had forced on me from childhood, when working hard was how I survived, kept from going mad, and protected myself. With my mindset settled, I went back to organizing my inventory, fitting everything I could into the storage boxes, and what would not fit I simply left, since I still had too few boxes. Looking at the level 1 and level 2 seeds taking up 6 slots, I moved all the stacked flower pots to the open ground beside the pond. 8 of them lined up. 7 were level 1 pots, each good for 1 more planting, and 1 was a level 2 pot that, because I had first planted level 1 cabbage in it, could only grow level 1 plants 8 more times. The little octopus came running over on 4 tentacles with the other 4 clutching small fish and shrimp, and leaned in to watch what I was doing. "This is flower pot planting," I told it. "Hurry up and go put those down. Lucky you have so many limbs." It did not understand, but it was hooked on the game of catching fish and shrimp to drop in the pond, so once it saw I had no time for it, it ran off to keep at it. Using a planting trowel, I set 5 level 1 sweet potato seedlings and 3 level 1 potato seeds into the 8 pots, refusing to obsess over why potatoes came as seeds instead of sprouts. That was just how this world worked, and since they went into my inventory the moment they were gathered, I only needed to plant them the way the world recognized. After planting the 8 portions, the water shortage warnings popped up, so I took out drinking water and poured 1 bottle into each pot, the planting and watering together earning 16 planting experience. Different plants matured at different rates, the panel said. The level 1 sweet potato harvestable in 6 hours. The level 1 potato in 4. With planting finished, I looked at the 32 bottles of drinking water left in my inventory and went to gather materials for a water resource purifier, only to find the recipe still wanted 1,000 wood when I had used mine up. No rush, I thought. It was noon, 3 more gathering rounds were coming this afternoon, and the wood would be ready soon enough. The level 1 breeding pen recipe wanted wood, stone, weed, sawdust, and soil, a 2x2 footprint with durability 100, able to raise level 1 animals. Thinking of the chickens and small rabbits that had been sitting in my storage box for a day, I decided to craft it, since I had only 6 small animals and they would not drink up all 30-odd bottles of water before dark. I did worry, though, that if some accident let one animal drink over a dozen servings, I might never afford to raise them. I built the pen, which took 4 square meters, and set it on an empty, unreinforced foundation stone near the edge. When I checked it, the breeding pen was actually quite nice, ringed by a wooden fence 30 centimeters high that looked too short to stop anything, though by the world's settings the animals inside could not get out. On its 4 sides sat 2 kinds of water basins and feed troughs. One basin was bucket style, presumably for larger animals like cows or sheep, the other shallower and likely suited to chickens and small rabbits. The feed troughs differed too, one large and one small, the large one fixed to the edge of the pen, the small one to the ground at the edge. Inside, the floor was fresh soil mixed with sawdust, packed firm and topped with a layer of processed weed. Feed, chickens, small rabbits, they are all herbivores, I muttered, looking at the pen's note that it could raise 10 small animals at once. And since I had only 6, I was not worried about space, so I went back and took out cabbage to process into feed. 5 cabbages made 1 portion of level 1 herbivore feed, which would not be enough, but I still have level 2 materials. So I chose 5 level 2 sweet potatoes and started crafting. The panel offered 2 kinds of level 2 herbivore feed, sweet potato crumbles and mashed potatoes, each feedable to level 1 and level 2 farmed animals. Level 2 animals for 3 hours and level 1 animals for 15, and each portion only feedable to 1 animal at a time. There was an upper limit on these, but no lower one, so high-level animals would not eat low-level food, while a level 1 animal eating level 2 feed had its feeding time stretched 5-fold. During the breeding period, 1 portion of feed could only go to 1 animal, and if the animal was harvested before finishing, the rest could go to the next, which meant I could only release the 2 chickens first. 1 male, 1 female. The 2 chickens were fluffy and orange-yellow, not much bigger than an egg, and the moment they landed in the pen they started chirping at me. The panel marked them a level 1 mother hen chick and a level 1 rooster chick, both able to reproduce, both hungry, neither even showing a growth time. Eat up, I told them. Once you are full you can lay eggs and hatch more chickens, and I put in 2 portions of level 2 feed, the 2 chickens each locking onto one and lowering their heads to eat. After only a few bites they showed they were thirsty, so I poured a bottle of water into the trough, and only 1 chicken went to drink until I poured a second, and the other went over too. Both then read as eating and growing, due to enter their reproductive period in 6 hours. Only 6 hours to grow up, and the reproductive period presumably meant they would lay eggs, hatch them, and then be ready to harvest, though I could not yet tell whether the hatched chickens would be meat birds, layers, or, with luck, more that could reproduce. I had once heard a player who sold lambs say he had started with a litter of breedable lambs, and after 2 or 3 days they had multiplied so fast he had to slaughter sheep to sell the meat for materials and build more pens. If they all grew and bred in 6 hours, then the old and young kept breeding after another 6. The speed felt truly enormous. The 2 chickens, full and watered, flapped around the pen, unable to get out but eager to jump up and see the world. After watching them play a few minutes, I glanced at the basin, confirmed the water I had poured would last them 6 hours, and stopped staring at them to go take out the mermaid statue. The panel called it a level 2 mermaid stone statue ornament. A buff-type piece, and within its aura level 2 and level 1 farmed animals would be protected and have a 5% chance of an additional harvest. The coverage area 10 by 10. I placed it, and the coverage fell exactly over this newly expanded region, though that 5% was a chance per harvest, not a guaranteed 1 in 20. So it was still a luck-dependent buff. At least the possibility exists, I told myself, since before I had it the chance of an extra harvest was 0. I stood before the 2-meter statue and studied the stone mermaid a while. It was no beautiful mermaid, only human-like in the form of its upper body, essentially a fish, covered in scales over both head and body. But good-looking or not, the effect it brought was excellent and I liked it very much. The little octopus crawled out of the pool, having just dropped a few fish, came to circle my feet twice, then climbed up the statue. "What are you doing, drying yourself into octopus jerky?" I said, raising a hand to poke the little thing perched on the statue's head, not knowing what it was happy about now. Maybe it could feel the statue's buff too, though it was not a farmed animal, so it probably did not matter. Take your time playing. The stone will radiate heat after it sits in the sun, so do not get burned, I told it, reaching out to touch its tentacles, giving advice it would never understand before turning back to cultivate. My goal this afternoon was to practice the body strengthening technique twice before the 6 o'clock refresh while keeping my gathering on schedule. The little octopus lay on the statue's head, waving its tentacles as I left, then pressed itself flat against the stone, feeling lazy, flicking a tentacle now and then to show its good mood. While it rested, I had already cut the interval between movements to 1.5 minutes. My body was growing more used to the faster pace, though I still felt some soreness, sitting at a point where nothing major went wrong, and I could push through by enduring a little. And with each round I finished, I could shorten the interval a touch more. Trimming 2 minutes down to 1:40 was manageable for 3 to 5 movements. Uncomfortable, but no real problem. But when I tried to go faster than 1:40, the fastest I could hold was 1:35, and any quicker brought adverse reactions. I wonder how others train, I said, holding the little octopus, which had come asking for food after I finished 2 afternoon rounds and my gathering before 6. It is just a few movements, and the standards for them are demanding, but these internal changes in the body are too severe. The movements were hard at first, yet once done to standard they became a test of pure endurance, and if this were about cultivating internal energy or some legendary path to immortality, I could fill in the blanks with fantasy, but the skill was simply called body strengthening technique, and the information only ever mentioned strengthening the body. The little octopus did not know what its owner was agonizing over, only that he seemed in a good mood, so it stretched a tentacle, hugged a piece of black fish meat, and ate, meaning to work once it was full. It had already grasped the rhythm of the 6-hour windows by instinct, knowing fresh small fish and small shrimp would appear on the beach, knowing it would soon have to start working and needed to eat first. You are quite lucky, I told it. As long as you keep eating, you grow stronger without bursting. And I glanced at the chat channel, then down at the little octopus, and let it finish its meal without disturbing it. I had gathered 3 times this afternoon, corn refreshing at the food plots all 3 rounds for 3 level 2 corn seeds, 19 level 1 corn seeds, 4 level 2 corn kernels, and 3 level 2 corn stalks. The 5 level 2 ore piles did very well, yielding 65 granite all told, plus 88 iron ore, 11 flint, 35 soil, and 102 stones, each pile giving nearly 20 units a round. Among the level 1 resources, weed was scarce at 198 stalks, while wood came to 416 and branches to 83, and the afternoon banked 1,723 gathering experience, which added to my earlier total let me level again. Gathering rose to level 7, combat power up a point, the bar resetting to 1,280 of 12,800, my combat power now 15. I did not feel much difference, since this was not the beginning, when 1 point meant a 20% boost. In the chat channel, someone suddenly popped up and leaked the truth about pet quality, saying player number 7's heart was really black, that appraised pets were never below common grade and only revealed their quality once a player raised them to adulthood. The key point was that pets appraised from a player's unknown items were not the lowest grade everyone had assumed. People had talked before about the pet grades that refreshed in the sales area, immortal grade down to common grade, all seen to some extent by those who visited, but the rumor had run that player appraised pets were not even common grade, just for show once grown, of no rank at all. Because people believed it, some had felt it better to sell theirs for a few hundred ocean crystal stones, enough to buy real equipment or materials, and far more valuable than a useless ornamental pet. Then one player who could not bear to sell took theirs home, fed it a great deal, and watched the adult pet manifest quality attributes. The channel erupted. Someone asked what the point of appraisal even was if you could not see the info, calling it a loophole for others to exploit. And another pointed out that exploiting it still cost ocean crystal stones, that it was never a forced sale. So anyone whose brain was fried enough to sell as a fool could blame no one. Number 7 himself wrote that the ones he bought never produced a grade, that they all died during the evolution process, which drew open mockery. The loud crazy woman player 99 sneered that the so-called lucky emperor said his crystal stones went down the drain, and asked whether anyone believed him or believed she was the ruler of the world, with players promptly begging this self-styled lord ruler for an immortal pet or an immortal cultivation technique. One player claimed he had fished up a synthesis table where every failed synthesis raised luck, so that endless failing could stack luck to its maximum, others marveling that designating a high-level product from low-level materials guaranteed a failure that fed the luck, and the consensus settled that it sounded like a rule-based bug. That player who mentioned the synthesis table, the one tagged 668, drew my eye. I believe such bug-level rules might exist, and who got them was no business of mine, but I remembered the handle anyway, since players could not contact each other now, and there was no telling whether that would always hold. Whether number 7 came out to explain or not, he likely would not clear things up, and the players shouting for an explanation were just addicted to the crowd, when in a sealed world where everyone could avoid interfering with anyone else, he had no reason to care what they thought. That was only my own opinion. At exactly 6 in the evening, when the resource attributes refreshed, number 7 actually spoke up again, and he really did offer an explanation about why his pets died when he tried to improve their aptitude, along with the skill he had mentioned. I could not be bothered to guess whether the content was true, but I could not quite follow the logic of spending ocean crystal stones just to explain himself to others. What was it for? Reputation? Face? Number 7 sent a long string of messages in the charged mode that lifted the character limit. He said his skill improved the aptitude of pet cubs, that success granted high aptitude and failure granted 1 unit of pet food, that there was no such thing as a luck percentage, and that he had not yet succeeded and so had accumulated 13 units of pet food, which he would put up tomorrow at a managed stall sale for anyone who needed it. The player tagged 668 wrote, "What a pity, a perfectly good pet gone," the message reading more like sarcasm. And after that, some raised doubts while others said they happened to be heading to Trade City tomorrow and would check it out. Everyone had something to say, but I just skimmed it and kept gathering. It was 6 in the evening, the resources had refreshed, and the harvested grain this round was wheat, only it came not as kernels but as wheat flour directly, which made me a little curious whether my luck was better this time, or whether wheat simply only yielded flour. The wheat pulled from the ground decomposed and dropped into 4 different slots. 2 level 2 wheat seeds, 6 level 1 wheat seeds, 1 portion of level 2 wheat flour, 1 of level 2 wheat straw, and 26 gathering experience. After the grain, I dug at the ore again, and after I had pulled 18 pieces from the second ore pile, just as the pile vanished, a burst of fortune dropped 1 level 2 mineral crystal into my hand, a sparkling, transparent crystal stone. The panel called it a level 2 mineral crystal, usable on a level 2 ore pile, and after use it would create an automatically mined ore pile lasting 3 days, yielding 1 unit of level 2 or lower ore every 3 minutes. Automatic mining, I said, finding it odd, half wondering whether this was really a mineral crystal and not some kind of mining spirit, since the name did not fit, but it was plainly for automatic gathering. 20 units an hour, 480 a day, 1,440 over 3 days. By my own pace, figuring 20 pieces per pile, I could already gather 320 pieces from 1 location a day, so over 3 days the crystal would hand a player an extra 480 units while they did nothing. A good item, but should I use it? I shook my head and put it away, since a thing won through a burst of fortune ought to fetch some ocean crystal stones at auction, and I needed crystal stones more than the extra ore. Automatic gathering held little meaning for me, when gathering 1 ore pile took no more than half a minute, and I had more than this 1 pile to work anyway. Crystal put away and marked for sale. I swung my pickaxe and kept gathering, digging ore, then pulling weeds, then chopping trees. By 6:15 I had cleared the whole gatherable area, banking 18 granite, 36 iron ore, 44 flint, 38 soil, 68 stone, 256 weed, 198 wood, and 31 branches, the hourly refresh paying 1,117 gathering experience besides the mineral crystal. Chickens, seaweed breeding nets, I reminded myself, checking the time and packing the materials into the storage box before heading to the breeding area, that unreinforced half of the island I had set aside for breeding and planting. The little octopus was patrolling diligently, catching 3 to 5 level 1 small fish and small shrimp at a time, dropping them in the pond, then returning to its spot. "This makes me feel like you are working harder than I am," I told it, poking its tentacles, then stood and walked to the edge of the pond to retrieve the seaweed breeding net, which now showed ready to harvest. I lifted the net hanging at the pond's edge out of the water. The whole net vanished, and 100 units of level 2 seaweed plus 500 gathering experience appeared in my slot. 5 units of marine plants processed into 1 of marine plant powder, and seaweed counted as a marine plant powder, and seaweed counted as a marine plant powder, and seaweed counted as a marine plant powder. Is this what you call planting 1 and harvesting 2? I wondered, since I could process it into powder, put more nets down, and have 200 units of seaweed by midnight, which made it quite profitable. The more I put in, the more I earned. No hurry for now, though. After collecting the seaweed, I went and stood beside the breeding pen, where the harvest, unlike gathering, was a single tap operation, a virtual box reading ready for harvest floating above the pen within easy reach. Inside, the fluffy chicks I had placed at noon had grown into a hen and a rooster, each no lighter than 10 pounds, the rooster pacing in circles while the hen lay in the weeds with its wings half spread, shielding the chicks beneath it. I tapped harvest, and 2 different kinds of chicks dropped into my slots. 1 fluffy chick marked hen with a breedable tag, the other 6 stacked together and unmarked as hen or rooster, just labeled chicks. Serious differential treatment, I muttered, very satisfied with the harvest, and I took out the breedable chick and set it back in the pen. The pen now held a level 1 rooster, breedable, with 6 days, 17 hours, 57 minutes left, a level 1 hen, breedable 9 of 10, harvestable in 6 hours, and a level 1 hen cub, breedable 10 of 10, hungry, harvestable in 6 hours. The 3 animals carried different notes. The breedable hen able to lay and hatch eggs 10 times, the rooster showing only a valid duration, which was normal enough since hens were the ones that laid and hatched. Seeing the chicks marked hungry, I poured the unit of cabbage feed from my slot into the trough, then poured 3 bottles of water into the basin. That was all for now, since I would come back later to add more feed and wait for the midnight harvest, hoping the cubs would still carry the breedable tag then. I harvested the flower pots next, the level 1 sweet potatoes giving 5 portions and 5 gathering experience each. The level 1 potatoes the same, 25 sweet potatoes and 15 potatoes all told. Every plant consistently yielding 5 with no surprise. After the harvest, only the level 2 pot remained, showing 7 planting cycles left, while the 7 level 1 pots, their cycles exhausted, dissolved along with their soil and pots. I feel like this is a sign I need to clear a field, I said, looking at the lone pot, since even though it could be planted 7 more times, seeds would keep piling up as resources refreshed. And it was impossible not to plant when I had seeds, the planting skill needing to level 2. For now, I dropped a potato seed in the pot, poured a bottle of water on it, and went to craft seaweed breeding nets, spending 200 weeds and 100 portions of level 2 seaweed to set 2 new nets into the pool. With the nets down, I had not forgotten that what I needed even more was a water purifier. The water resource purifier recipe was satisfied at last, wanting 1,000 wood, 50 iron ore, and 10 flint, the panel describing a distillation mode where I poured impurity-free seawater in and got a bottle of drinking water every 10 minutes. Durability 1,000, able to purify 1,000 bottles. It occupied 1 square meter, exactly 1 foundation stone. 6 bottles an hour. I noted, if my breeding and planting scale up, I will need many purifiers, suddenly realizing how slow the production was. I placed it and adjusted its spot. The machine in 3 parts, a meter-high main body sealed in sheet iron so I could not see inside, a side inlet with a sheet iron bucket hanging from it for fetching and pouring water, and a low side platform where the drinking water came out in individual bottles. Those plastic bottles would vanish once finished, exactly like the ones from supply crates. With the purifier placed, I carried the bucket to the beach and lowered it directly onto the surface of the seawater. A sudden sense of crisis surged through me, and in an instant I grabbed the bucket and leaped backward 4 or 5 meters. A dark shadow flashed past. The water surface struck with a loud burst. In seawater like this, would anyone actually go swimming? I muttered. Aside from fishing, this was the first time I had touched the sea beyond the beach, and the dark thing that had lunged at me had only slapped the surface when I retreated and pulled the bucket clear, then dove straight back into the depths. I caught only a glimpse of a fishtail and the splash, no information at all, but the speed of its appearance and vanishing told me this fish was incredibly strong. The mutated kelp from before had at least given me time to react and could be fished out and roasted, but this fish I did not even have information on, had not even seen the shape of. Just a flash, a glimpse of the tail tip, a very large fishtail. The little octopus came scrambling fast from the other side of the beach, carefully extended a tentacle, and patted my shoe. It had not seen the thing, but it could sense the aura of a very dangerous creature radiating from the seawater, and even appearing and vanishing in an instant. The fact that it had appeared meant it existed. It is okay, I told it. I have always known it was dangerous. I just did not expect it to be this dangerous, and I took a deep breath to steady myself, my heart trembling a little at my own carelessness. Fortunately, I had dodged fast and kept my body out of the seawater. The little octopus climbed up my clothes to my shoulder and patted my thumping chest, knowing this was its owner being frightened. You'd have to be careful too, I said. The beach is fine, but you must never go into the seawater beyond it, and even though it could not understand, I still felt the need to say it. Setting the bucket down a moment, I saw it was only 6:30, but the sky was darkening fast, so I gathered materials, built a bonfire, and set it on the platform, the flames spilling light down and wrapping the whole island in a gentle orange glow that made the seawater look even darker. I picked the bucket up again, went to the marine aquaculture pond, drew a bucket of water, and poured it into the purifier, knowing how foolish I had just been. The island had an absolutely safe pond, and a beach where the water was shallow and could be scooped up bit by bit, so how could I have dropped the bucket straight into the open sea? After fetching water again and again to fill the purifier's storage, I finally sat on the ground and rubbed my chest, took another deep breath, and my heart, which had clenched in an instant, finally calmed. The little octopus had stayed on my shoulder, and once my heartbeat returned to normal, it patted my chest once more, then touched my finger when I reached up to its tentacle and crawled down to keep catching small fish and small shrimp. Try to see if you can carry this and put what you catch inside, I said, and took out the grass basket I had used for fishing and set it before the little thing. Not understanding, its first move was to crawl right into the basket, test the size, and crawl back out. And when I kept pushing the basket toward it, a tentacle curled around the edge, lifted it, and ran for the beach. There were not many small fish or small shrimp left, but after catching some and dropping them in, confirming they could not escape, the little octopus happily carried the basket back in 2 tentacles to show me. It shook the basket, lifting it pointedly when I knelt down. Very good, I told it. This way you can carry the basket and not run back and forth so many times. And I touched its tentacle, watched 2 tentacles wave, and knew it was very happy. The little thing was plainly showing off. Having confirmed gear like the grass basket worked for it, I carried it over to pour the small fish and small shrimp from the basket into the pond. The pond now held 2 level 2 seaweed breeding nets, 79 level 1 small fish, 65 level 1 small shrimp, and 33 level 1 small crabs. To level hunting again, I needed 400 experience, and these were not enough yet, so I let them be. I carried the little octopus to the front of the house, took out the very last piece of level 2 black fish meat, and let it eat first. 1,000 health had meant leaving the juvenile stage for adulthood, though I did not know whether all spiritual grade creatures were like this, or whether it was the devour ability, but either way its maximum health kept rising as long as it ate. The panel now read it as a spiritual grade Sea Patrol octopus, a level 2 island free-range pet, health 1963, with tentacle raid, entwine, and devour, able to grow in level and advance to level 3 at 10,000 health. Its mood reading owner startled. Companionship. Everything is fine now, we need to change the resource types here a bit, I told it, checking my materials. I had raised the storage boxes to 8 and still felt it was not enough, though with the newly expanded area I could just make more and set them there. It was also time to prepare to upgrade the house, only I was short on wooden planks, which meant first getting level 2 wood and processing it into level 2 wooden planks, while upgrading a foundation stone to level 2 needed level 2 fertilizer. 3 portions of meat or plants per portion. I had no level 2 animals being raised yet, so no level 2 meat, and I could hardly expect more level 2 marine life to come cause trouble, which left level 2 plants. So I changed all 6 of my level 2 food and ore foundation stones over to fruit. I could have set them to wood, but while modifying them, I remembered fruit might have many uses. Eaten directly, made into juice with buff effects, made into feed, even processed into fertilizer, and the yield, though I was not sure, should not be too small. I hoped there would be more. If one plot only gave a single large watermelon counted as one portion, I might just end up holding it and gnawing on it with the little octopus. After the change, seeing the small seedlings already grown in the ground, I felt it was quite good. 3 level 2 apple trees and 3 level 2 apricot trees, each in seedling state, harvestable in an hour for apples or apricots. Fruit, wood, branches, and a chance at more seedlings. These were wild resources, and where weeds were pulled by the roots, trees fell to vanishing, and minerals dug till gone. These fruit trees gave both fruit and wood, and a tree I planted myself I figured I would harvest several times before finally felling the tree itself. I am going to keep practicing. Do you want to keep me company? I asked the little octopus on my shoulder, shaking my arm and starting to adjust. I had a simple dinner of bread, and if I worked hard now I might gain another 0.01 combat power from practicing twice before sleep. The little octopus moved its tentacles, crawling from my shoulder onto my arm and wrapping around so it would not fall. And because the tentacles were retractable, even when my muscles bulged, I did not have to worry about hurting it. After stretching my arms and legs, I began my night practice, the movements still wanting a 1.5-minute interval, and I watched the chat channel and listened to the surging waves and the occasional far-off animal calls. An hour later, I stood under the 2-meter apple tree and reached up to start picking, each level 2 red apple paying a point of gathering experience. For an apple tree to grow inside a 1-meter range was genuinely stifling, so when I picked only 11 fist-sized red apples from one tree, I honestly felt that was already a lot. After picking, the tree still showed a harvestable marker, so I took out my felling axe and swung at it. Each blow gave level 2 wood, then level 2 applewood, then a level 2 apple tree seedling, and after the last blow the tree vanished and a few branches scattered on the ground. Whether level 1 or level 2, the branches that dropped at the end were the same, unless they were special materials, and those carried separate names. After packing the materials away, I kept gathering, picking the fruit from all 6 plots and felling the trees, and clearing the weeds and small trees in the other 40-odd plots quickly. 35 level 2 red apples, 2 level 2 apple tree seedlings, 3 level 2 applewood, 38 level 2 apricots, 4 level 2 apricot tree seedlings, 3 level 2 apricot wood, 62 level 2 wood, and 87 branches. The harvest alone paid 1,307 gathering experience, but the next level wanted 12,800, so I would need about 10 more gathering rounds. During the nearly 20 minutes I gathered, the little octopus had already picked up every small fish and small shrimp on the beach, dropped them in a grass basket, and carried them to the pond, then climbed back onto my arm to play accessory and keep me company. "Are you worried that I am scared?" I asked, looking at its mood tag, still reading owner frightened, accompanying. The little octopus thought I had stopped moving because it was in the wrong place, so it adjusted itself and even deliberately let go with a few tentacles to show me they were retractable, so its owner would not have to worry. I smiled at that, drank a few sips of water, and crafted a portion of reinforcement materials. Level 2 reinforcement wanted 20 level 2 fertilizer and 20 level 2 ore powder per portion. 3 portions of plants made 1 of fertilizer, and fruit counted as a plant harvest, so 30 apples and 30 apricots gave 20 portions of fertilizer, while ore powder took 2 units per portion. so I used 40 iron ore. I reinforced 2 more level 2 foundation stones beside the others, set both new plots to fruit as well, and could then keep practicing with peace of mind. Around 9:40 at night, I finished my first practice session, added 3 bottles of water to the breeding pen's basin, swapped the bonfire on the stand for a new one, and after a short rest ran another gathering round for 1,100 gathering experience, and 2 more reinforced plots. I practiced again, and by 11:30 the second cultivation session of the night was done, and I harvested once more, adding 2 more level 2 reinforced foundation stones. So tired, I said, and opened the door, going inside to spend the last 10 minutes recovering a little stamina. It was almost midnight, and I was looking forward to the upcoming refresh of the supply crates. At exactly midnight, the ocean resources refreshed, and this time the refresh did more than restock. The system announced that an oceanic event had begun, that players had adapted to this world and ocean survival had entered Phase 1, that oceanic events were now active, and that once an event triggered, players could complete its tasks for extra rewards. Danger and opportunity coexist, it added. The secrets of the ocean unlocked and awaiting players' exploration. Was everything before this a novice transition phase, I wondered, opening my map at once to check, and after confirming no danger had appeared, I let out a quiet breath of relief. I opened the chat channel and read while I gathered, to see what other players had turned up. The channel was alive with events. One player had an unknown treasure chest on his island, tagged as something that could be a treasure or a disaster. Another had a mermaid in the sea nearby, singing in a tongue he could not understand. A third was being battered by a gale, his level 1 wooden hut already swaying, while several others reported nothing at all but the sound of wind and waves. And number 7 said he had only gotten a few supply crates and asked whether anyone had hit an event with no danger, and only benefits. The player tagged 668 answered that his luck seemed good this time, that he had submitted 30 portions of food and received an exquisite automatic defensive crossbolt station, confirming when asked that 30 loaves of bread had been enough. The others marveled that 30 loaves of bread for an exquisite building meant he might never have to guard his island again. I watched them chat while I gathered, and uncertain, I checked my island again, but it stayed quiet. No danger, at least. The little octopus ran to the refreshed beach, dropping fish, shrimp, and crabs into the grass basket one by one and carrying the haul to the pond. By about 10 past midnight, I had finished gathering, the 12 level 2 enhanced plots offering more varieties of fruit this round and paying 2,214 gathering experience. 4 kinds of fruit this time, 46 apples, 21 apricots, 33 peaches, and 30 oranges, plus 3 apple saplings, 1 apricot sapling, 5 peach saplings, and 3 orange saplings, 19 portions of fruit wood, 168 level 2 wood, and besides those, 223 level 1 wood, 146 weeds, 89 stones, 8 iron ore, and 71 branches. With gathering done, I ate a piece of jam-filled bread and went to open the crates. Only 3 on the island this midnight, 1 level 3 and 2 level 2. Not many, but a level 3 appearing made me happy enough. Just as I reached the edge of the pond to open the level 3 crate first, the little octopus suddenly leaped out of the pool. Actually leaped, its 8 tentacles slapping the surface before it bounced onto the shore. What is wrong? Is there something in the water? I said, extending my arm to let it climb up, stroking it a few times as it hugged my arm. There would be no answer to a question, so I stepped forward to look for myself. The panel laid out a special oceanic event, the mermaid's wail. The merfolk clan excelled at mental attacks, it told me. Their beautiful singing able to protect them but also to bring them disaster. And this particular mermaid had escaped from a naga cage and was passing by my island, now needing enough food to fill its stomach. Be careful, the panel warned. A starving mermaid is never picky about food, and humans can be on the menu. It read the thing as a weakened mermaid, health 138,596,990. I swallowed hard at the sight of that. Even extremely weakened, it carried over 130 million health, simply too much. And the mermaid was not an invasive creature or something I could hunt, with no other information shown, only that terrifying value. Do you eat bread? I asked, carrying the little octopus and taking a loaf from the storage cabinet nearby, then walking to the edge of the pool. There was no point considering escape, because escape was impossible, and as for attacking, even if the mermaid stood still and let me hit it freely, I would exhaust myself to death without ever matching its base recovery. Human, thank you for the food, the scale-covered mermaid said, leaning against the pool's edge and reaching out a clawed hand much like a human's, taking the bread and biting off half in one mouthful. It finished a whole loaf in 2 bites, then looked at me, plainly waiting to be fed more. In my storage box, I had accumulated 63 loaves of bread, and I took them all out and handed them over one by one. When the bread was gone, I brought out 26 loaves of jam bread, and when those were finished too, 107 berries, tiny things the mermaid did not mind, pinching them from my hand one at a time with its fingertips. When all of that was gone, the only food I had left was the level 2 fruit. This was just harvested. That is all there is, I said, taking out the fruit and stacking it in a small pile at the pool's edge. Not only what I had just gathered, but the 20-odd pieces left from before. Once I had brought out every bit of food that could be eaten directly, a new tag appeared in the mermaid's information, a selfless gift from the human race. The panel told how the mermaid had grown weaker in its flight, how on encountering a tiny barren island where a human lived it had no choice but to crawl ashore and seek help, and how the human, too honest and enthusiastic, had generously given all his food away. The ingredients I had did not count, since what the mermaid needed was food, and unprepared ingredients fell outside the judge's scope. So after I had brought everything out and that tag appeared, the mermaid's health climbed rapidly, and to repay this genuine gift, the weakened mermaid transformed into a beautiful appearance suited to human aesthetics, its name changing as well. The panel now read Mermaid Princess Riri, health 100 billion. 100 billion, which made the earlier 100 million or so truly an extremely weakened state, though considering this was the princess of the whole merfolk clan, the number was not strange. Human, thank you for helping me through this disaster of destruction, the princess said, her sincerity and enthusiasm having moved the god of the ocean, who had restored her to her original state, and in her capacity as mermaid princess, she would bestow a blessing upon me. The mermaid princess floated up from the surface of the water, surrounded by ripples, hanging in the air, and before I could say anything, the blessing had already arrived. The panel told me I had received the blessing of Mermaid Princess Riri and obtained the permanent blessing Halo Island Construction, continuous good luck, which it described as a halo where, whenever I performed an island construction operation, there was a chance the same operation would occur again without consuming resources. I looked at the calm island, Mermaid Princess Riri already gone. Continuous good luck. This blessing surely had to count among the very best blessing auras. The more operations I performed, the more chances it cost reconstruction. No harm to me and no upper limit. The probability of it, though, was a little vexing. Say I wanted to reinforce a level 2 foundation stone, and the cost-free extra operation triggered, only to find no level 1 stones left to perform it on. In which case, I could only waste the free operation for lack of preparation. For foundation stones, I could upgrade extras as backup, keeping a range of levels, but the blessing scope covered not just foundation stones but every island construction operation, any of which could trigger the effect. After the mermaid princess left, the little octopus's fright quickly faded, but for a moment it could not read my emotion, which was too complex. The mermaid princess gave us an unlimited super gift. I told it, I am a bit too happy, my head is spinning. I sat by the pond and reached out to pull the 2 seaweed nets beside me, thinking how the value of this blessing would only grow the further into the future it reached. I could already imagine it if I could one day build immortal grade structures on the island with the materials ready, and a continuous good luck triggered. Just thinking about it was stimulating. The little octopus confirmed I was happy, and though the happiness looked a bit strange, it was relieved. The treasure box has not been opened yet. The chickens still need collecting, and the bonfire, oh right, and the potatoes. I rattled off lightheaded with joy and went first to collect the chickens in the breeding pen. The harvest gave 2 level 1 mother hen chicks and 10 level 1 chickens, and I set the 2 breedable hen cubs aside until I had feed for them, since I had given all the fruit to the mermaid princess and had no raw material to make any now. On the other side, the potato plant in the flower pot steadily yielded 5 portions again. In my slots, I processed 200 portions of level 2 seaweed into 40 of marine plant powder, made 200 straw rope from 400 weeds, and finally turned those into 4 seaweed breeding nets, set them down and built a new bonfire to replace the old one. Then, with the little octopus wrapped around my hand, I went to open the supply crates. The level 3 crate yielded plenty after opening. 100 ocean crystal stones, a storage cabinet 10-slot crafting recipe, a steamed bun crafting recipe, 10 level 3 sea cucumbers, 13 level 2 wooden planks, 35 level 2 granite, 47 level 2 iron ore, 50 level 2 pasture grass, 50 wheat flour, and 33 water. The storage cabinet pleased me especially, since it took 1 foundation stone slot but held more spaces, and the steamed bun recipe wanted wheat flour and a meat or vegetable filling, a fine food whose effect varied with the filling, except I had the steamed bun recipe but no recipe for any filling. The crafting in this world was not flexible, since you first needed a recipe to process anything, and a manually made item went unrecognized and slowly vanished with a resource-damaged prompt. Everything collected, I opened the other 2 level 2 crates with a little octopus along. The first gave 3 ocean crystal stones, a felling axe, 2 flint, 26 soil, 53 stone, 41 wood, 43 weed, 2 jam-filled bread, 10 berries, and 2 water. The second gave 10 cotton cloth, 5 iron ore, 20 soil, 41 stone, 33 wood, 49 weed, 1 jam-filled bread, and 5 water. No recipes from either, but the basic materials were quite good. And the 3 extra jam-filled bread meant I would have something to fill my stomach tomorrow morning. Sleep first, then wake around 1:40 to gather, I decided. And once the crates were open and it was past 12:40, I went back inside and lay down, since I slept little each night and tried to get as much as I could, falling asleep quickly. Something seemed to happen in my dream, but when I woke my head felt hazy and I could not recall any of it. "It is 2 o'clock, I overslept," I said, checking the time and hurrying out to gather. The little octopus was not in the house, and the map showed it had run to the beach to catch fish, shrimp, and crabs. I finished gathering in about 10 minutes, the little octopus done with its work and back too. Then I replaced the bonfire with a new one and went back inside to sleep. I slept a good while that night, gathering at 2 and waking again around 3:40 to finish near 4, with the third gathering at 5:30, no need to rush too hard. Still done in about 20 minutes. By 5:50, I sat on the bed eating jam-filled bread and drinking water to rest, and I had just started crafting the 10-slot storage box, meaning to make a few before adjusting materials, when I noticed something very abnormal. "Last night, there was no moon or stars," I said, and opened the chat channel for a glance. Chewed and swallowed the bread, then stood and opened the door. Standing on the clean island after gathering, I looked up at the sky, searching for the moon that should still hang there at this hour. Normally, when the sun rose in the east, the moon in the west would almost simultaneously fade. Now there was nothing on either side, only the sky gradually brightening. The chat channel scrolled past in the early dark, half of it people who had only just noticed the moon was gone, teasing each other for sleeping so soundly when fish might crawl ashore to eat them. The other half insisting there was no danger because a notification would always pop up first. Someone wanted to know if anyone actually woke at set times in the dead of night just to gather, and that turned into a long round of half-joking misery, players bowing to the so-called liver-killing grinders. One man bragged that he gathered 16 times a day on an 80-square-meter island, and his body was nearly ruined, while a lucky player who just casually opened supply crates lived twice as well. Another announced he was lying down to die, that he had already demolished his own house and was stretched out on the bare island foundation stone, and a third immediately asked the ruthless fellow whether he had any other inheritance to give away. As always, the topic drifted off into nonsense after a few lines, then someone dragged it back to the moon's disappearance since midnight, and from the moon to the ocean events that had started showing up at the same hour. Some swore they had gotten good things, others swore what came was a disaster. At 6 in the morning exactly, the island resources refreshed. The sun rose in the east, and light spilled over my island again. The first thing it gave me was warmth. The second was a blinding glare. I stood by the mermaid statue and opened the map under that dazzling sun, wondering if this too was part of an ocean event. A line of text floated above the map, a blazing sun warning that today's temperature would run very high and I should watch out for the negative effects of sun scorching. Switching back to the chat channel, I saw plenty of players reporting their own notifications, some with the same blazing sun, others already suffering through strong winds and heavy rain. A few unlucky ones had dropped into an icebound extreme cold mode, where the resources that refreshed on their islands were frozen and ruined outright. Weeds turned to withered grass, small trees froze straight into sawdust, and ore piles went so brittle that one touch from a pickaxe crumbled them into stone powder, and that powder was not even a material, just waste that got refreshed away. While I gathered with the channel open, player number 7 popped up. Because players were numbered, the ones with single or double-digit handles were easy to remember, and this one especially, since anybody who watched the channel knew he was that somewhat annoying Lucky Emperor. His message about pulling an ice-type pet from the frozen disaster drew the usual flood. One crowd worshipping him to rub off some luck, one crowd cursing him to die for showing off while others barely survived, and a third just gossiping, asking what kind of ice pet he had and whether ice types feared heat. I belonged to a fourth category, the one that just watched, said nothing, and quietly filed away any useful scrap someone happened to share. After gathering, I set out the 7 10-slot storage cabinets I had crafted and started organizing everything I owned. The first cabinet held my bulk materials, level 2 wooden planks, level 2 wood, level 2 granite, level 2 iron ore, level 2 flint, plain soil, stone, wood, and weed, the weeds spilling past 999 so the excess took up a second slot of its own. Another cabinet held food things, level 3 sea cucumbers, cabbage, scallion, garlic, ginger, soybean, peanut, level 2 cooking oil, and level 2 seasoning. A third was all processed plant stock and seeds, level 2 wheat flour, level 2 forage grass, level 2 and level 1 corn kernels, sweet potatoes, stalks, vines, and potatoes. A fourth held seeds in the breeding animals, corn, potato, wheat, and sweet potato seeds at both levels, plus my breedable mother hen chicks, a litter of 4 rabbit cubs, and 16 plain chicks. The 5th cabinet held my fruit tree saplings and the blackfish leavings, grape, apple, apricot, peach, and bayberry tree saplings, a set of level 2 blackfish bones, and level 2 blackfish skin. The 6th held tools and oddments, felling axes, pickaxes, fishing rods, a grass basket, a little seaweed, seaworm skin, cotton cloth, sawdust, coarse thread, and branches. The last one held my level 3 pearls and a heap of level 2 fruit and fruit wood. Red apples, apricots, peaches, bayberries, and the apple, apricot, peach, orange, and bayberry tree wood besides. The 7 cabinets came out basically full, only a few empty slots left for more level 2 saplings. I pulled up my personal info to see where it all left me. The panel called me Island Master number 9911, Combat Power 16, with the body strengthening technique as my enhancement type skill. My levels read hunting at level 2 with 0 of 400, fishing at level 1 with 35 of 200, gathering risen now to level 8 with 1,730 of 25,600, and planting at level 0 with 45 of 100. The island held its 200 square meters viewable, a level 1 wooden cabin, my spiritual grade level 2 sea patrol octopus, a level 1 breeding pen. My inventory ran to 16 slots. It carried a Trade City teleport pass, 313 ocean crystal stones, the level 3 unknown mutated plant, 10 units of level 3 corrosive powder, a wooden stick, a felling axe, a pickaxe, a fishing rod, 2 jam-filled bread, 171 bottles of drinking water, 10 berries, and 12 level 1 6-slot storage boxes. For equipment, I still wore the novice vest, the level 1 coarse cloth pants, and the level 1 straw sandals. With everything gathered, my gathering had ticked up a level again, and my combat power had reached 16. I packed all the level 1 storage boxes away, planning to sort them out and sell them once I opened the supply crates. They still worked, but I had picked up a bit of a habit, and after getting the 10-slot cabinets, I simply did not want to set down 6-slot boxes anymore. Besides, I could trade them off for materials, since not every player had the crafting recipe for storage boxes. There really were no more level 1 supply crates anymore. I opened the 4 crates from this morning, and every one of them held level 2 supplies. No recipes, only some basic materials, which I tucked into a storage cabinet. With everything tidied, I got ready to expand the island further, because with breeding pens, planting, and gathering resources all wanting room, 200 square meters was still too cramped. If I did not lay out the planting and breeding fast, the cubs and saplings stacked in my cabinets would eat up too much space. Area expansion of 1 square meter wanted soil and stone, and I had plenty of both. So I opened the island map and started building piece by piece. The first stone went down, then the second, then on the third, the Mermaid Princess's blessing aura finally appeared, telling me the island area had expanded 1 more square meter for free, that a continuous operation would consume no resources. My finger was locked onto that spot, and the moment I tried to slide it elsewhere, a prompt asked whether I wished to abandon the free expansion. Very good, truly very good, I thought, and moved my finger back to the spot I had just expanded and tapped again. And sure enough, another island foundation stone was added without spending a thing. It only happened the once though, the next tap costing materials again. By the time I had expanded the island by 100 square meters, 15 of those stones had been free builds, the chance completely random. Sometimes I laid 20 blocks without a single free one, other times the effect chained 2 or 3 times in a row. The only hard rule was that the blessing fired only on a build that actually had its materials ready. So even with perfect luck, the best it could ever do was give me 2 items for 1 set of materials. It could never become a mode where 1 set of materials stacked forever. The little octopus came scrambling out the instant the island grew, crawled to the new edge to look around, then hurried back to me. Our home had gotten bigger again. Let us leave it at that for now, I told it. We will put out everything that can be planted and bred. It was 6:30 in the morning. The breeding pen could hold 10 animals but had only 3, and the recent harvest had given me 2 more breedable hen cubs. I took out level 1 sweet potatoes and potatoes, processed 10 portions of feed from the 2, and poured them all into the trough, since this breeding system wasted nothing, each animal eating 1 portion before it ever touched a second. I put in the 2 fresh hen cubs and the 2 harvested in the middle of the night, leaving 1 rooster, 2 adult hens, and 4 hen cubs in the pen. I could have crowded in 3 more, but looking at the 27 plain chickens that could not breed, I decided to just trade them straight for supplies at the trade market. Leaving the breeding for now, I turned to building the planting fields. A planting field renovation wanted level 2 soil, level 2 granite particles, and level 1 sawdust. A 2x2 patch good for long-term planting once renovated. The sawdust I had in abundance, but the level 2 soil was the headache, since level 2 soil meant synthesizing level 2 fertilizer with plain soil first, and level 2 fertilizer meant 3 portions of level 2 meter plants per portion. 100 portions of fertilizer. I went hunting through my materials for anything I could process, favoring the small leftover quantities so I could clear as many cabinet slots as I could. And after I'd used up everything usable, more than a dozen kinds of material were gone. To scrape together 300 portions of plants I even fed in my level 2 pasture grass, and at last I had 100 portions of fertilizer to mix with 100 of soil. Then came the granite particles. 2 portions of granite making 1 of particles, and with the panel finally reading every material at full, I picked a location. The newly expanded land sat to the west of the old, but the spot I chose was to the right of my house, and since the house faced south, right meant west. The renovation completed, paying 100 planting experience, and an aura fired at once. Good luck strikes again, a free build with no resource cost. The materials I had scraped together so painfully had not only given experience but triggered the effect, so I dropped that free planting field on the foundation stone right beside the first. The second renovation finished, another 100 planting experience, and the panel called it a level 2 planting field, a 2x4 patch that could hold 8 plants at once, level 1 to level 2. I took out seeds and planted 3 level 1 corn, 2 level 1 potatoes, 2 level 1 wheat, and 1 level 1 sweet potato, 8 in all, the rest waiting in the cabinet for next time. The corn flagged a lack of water, so I put my planting shovel away and poured a bottle of water beside each plant, and after 1 bottle each, tender shoots unfurled in the soil into a seedling state. With the 8 planted, I crafted 12 level 1 fences and set them around the edges of the fields. And though I was not sure they would matter, if something came to do damage, even with a notification and a teleport back, these fences might buy me 2 or 3 seconds. The renovation had paid 200 planting experience, which leveled me up at once for another point of combat power, the next level now wanting 200. Time to check the trade market again, I said, and held out my arm to let the little octopus climb up. It did not understand, but it wrapped its tentacles around my arm without protest. A little bigger now, its health risen to 2,455. I still had not crafted myself a top, so when the two of us teleported into Trade City, the eyes around me locked straight onto my arm, and the pink octopus on it. Some lit up, maybe thinking a pet brought luck, maybe just finding it pretty, while others edged back, unsure whether the look of it unsettled them, or whether they feared the octopus might attack. An attack was impossible though, since players here could not touch each other, and player pets were under the same restriction. A man called out asking whether I was selling my octopus cub, since the pink octopus, still no bigger than a quail egg, looked like a cub to most people, and pet cubs could be traded at stalls. Adult pets could be traded too, but a good adult was usually too precious to sell, and the ones that did get brought out for trade tended to carry some undesirable trait. No, I said, and walked straight on toward the auction to see whether the fruitwood I had gathered could fetch some ocean crystal stones. At the entrance of the trade market stood player number 7, a silver-gray baby dragon coiled around his arm, and as he watched me walk in, the pink octopus jogged his memory and he placed who I was. He had asked about the pet once when I appraised it, back when it sat on my finger like a pink miniature spider, so it had not been a spider at all. It had been an octopus. When someone beside him asked whether he knew me, player number 7 said that the time I had identified that pet, he had wanted to buy it and I had just said no, without hesitation, and walked off. A young man with a lot of personality. The crazy woman 99 had even popped out to cause trouble that day. As he spoke of that good-looking but particularly annoying woman, his expression darkened a few shades, because he genuinely could not understand how she had so much idle time. Every time he saw her, she was either being sarcastic or making trouble around him. She did not seem to have arrived yet, and he wondered, with no small dread, whether she would turn up again later. A woman called after me before I had taken more than a few steps into the hall, asking the little brother with the pink octopus on his arm what his octopus cub ate, and at the shout, every player who had not been looking turned to stare in unison. It eats meat, I told her, glancing at the short-haired woman hurrying over, an octopus on her own hand already bigger than the back of it. Since we both raised octopuses, I answered when she asked. She fell into step beside me and rattled off a string of questions, whether it ate minced meat or chunks or shreds, raw or cooked, whether there were level requirements, apologizing in the same breath for asking too much and being annoying. Then she added that her own had just been appraised but did not show what it liked to eat. Mine is not picky, I said. As long as the meat carries no negative effect, you can lay out several kinds and let it pick for itself. I glanced down at her octopus, which seemed to be the venomous sort, purple-black with red rings all over it, and color-shifting stripes warping along its tentacles. Nothing like the solid pink of my own. Set the two side by side, and my little fellow looked like nothing but a soft, cute little darling, pink without a single other shade, and very considerate. She thanked the pink octopus little brother and, once she had learned that the octopus ate meat and chose its own preferences, stopped bothering me and dropped back. Pink octopus little brother, that title. Outside the entrance of the auction area stood the woman I had met twice before, waving with a smile, asking why my octopus had not grown at all, whether it was starving. She had come in early and gone straight for the auction, so she had not gone out to disturb any of the lucky emperors. She had spotted the woman with the bigger octopus in the hall earlier, who must have sold some resources for ocean crystal stones before her own appraisal. And she found my pink one far more curious, small but more agile and spirited. Surely a top-tier pet at least. It grows slowly, I said, telling the plain truth, and somehow that only made her smile wider, which I did not understand at all. Whether something was wrong with what I had said. It is nothing, she said, waving me off. She was not laughing at me. I should go get busy and buy the little thing more meat to eat. Woman 99 did not plan to chat with me any further. She could see that this handsome young man was someone keen to play a single-player game. That most people who came to this world still needed some social contact. A smile while watching a scene, or even just an argument. The little flickers in their eyes betraying that they noticed the people around them. But this one was different. No barrier to talking, yet a world that plainly did not need any other player's disturbance. The kind whose occasional reactions were interesting to watch but whose company would sour her mood if she lingered too long. I did not know any of her thoughts and had no interest in knowing, since I had already moved into the auction hall to check what starting prices I could set. The level 3 corrosive powder, the stuff dropped when the kelp died, carried a starting price of 100 ocean crystal stones per unit, so 10 units meant at least 1,000, though I had no idea how high the bidding would climb. Auctioning was very convenient, but a 5% fee came off any successful sale, and the deduction rounded up, any fraction under a single ocean crystal stone becoming a full one taken away, no rounding to the nearest whole and no accumulation. I had no use for the powder in my current state, so I might as well turn it into crystal stones to buy other materials for island construction. I listed all 10 units with a 1-hour public notice, after which the auction would run 5 minutes, then moved on to the rest. The mineral crystal listed at 50 ocean crystal stones, a decent starting price compared to most things, so I put it up. I had brought various fruit woods too, level 2 apple wood at 1 ocean crystal stone apiece, or 33 for the full bundle. Since level 2 special woods sold best in bulk, I auctioned each kind in a single lot. 33 apple wood, 21 apricot wood, 18 peach wood, 5 orange wood, and 13 bayberry wood, 5 separate lots that would take an hour to show their worth. I listed all 27 chicks together. 2 ocean crystal stones a bird for 54 total. Then the 12 6-slot storage boxes at 2 stones each for 24, which was genuinely cheap, though by raw materials a box really was only worth about 100 units of wood. So about 2 stones. The rest, basic materials and fruits I did not even have enough of for myself, stayed on the island. Switching from the selling page to the buying one, I went looking for recipes. The filling recipes all started at 10 ocean crystal stones. Meat filling, vegetable filling, seafood filling, mixed meat and vegetable filling. Dozens of copies listed of each with staggered start times. The ones nearest their auction moment floating to the top. Half a minute later, the meat filling auction opened with only 3 players viewing. So I tapped buy and 10 ocean crystal stones moved out of my slot, not spent yet but held by the auction house, to be returned if I lost the bid. The instant I tapped buy, the others viewing it exited, and with so many copies listed and so few watchers I could basically just wait and grab the next one at its starting price. I switched to the vegetable filling, waited for it to open, tapped buy. The seafood filling had already started and someone had tapped buy on it, so I would have to bid higher there, but I was in no hurry and moved on to the others, slipping in to bid whenever a fresh auction opened with no one ahead of me. After the 5-minute window, several auctions closed and all 4 filling recipes landed in my slot. Outside the gates of the stall area, player number 7, collecting materials, waved and greeted me warmly the moment he saw me walk in, which left the players watching the lucky emperor a little dumbfounded until they spotted the pink octopus and understood. 2 pet players who naturally knew each other. He had asked whether I was planning to buy meat, and I said yes, it needed to eat meat and I had none at home. Glancing at the dragon coiled twice around his arm, the ice-type pet cub that turned up during the frozen disaster event. It looked good, though I could not tell whether its aptitude had been upgraded. His liked meat too and ate plenty, he said, leaning in to mention that his little ice dragon was spiritual grade, then asking quietly whether my little octopus's aptitude might be convenient to disclose. He spoke softly, but players always kept a certain distance, and a few people nearby were already quietly waiting to eavesdrop. Not convenient, I said, refusing flat, not caring what he was after. What was I afraid of, he pressed. No one could rob anyone here. I could just say it. He had wanted to buy it back then, and I would not sell. So I could at least tell him it was spiritual grade, and let him feel the pain of missing a treasure. Used to rejection, he showed no awkwardness and kept up the familiar patter. Fine. It is spiritual grade, I said, and walked into the stall area. That kid actually said it. One of the watchers laughed. And another guessed I had probably just thrown out a random answer to make number 7 stop bothering me. They did not believe it, treating my dismissiveness and number 7's prodding alike as nothing more than entertainment. Player number 7 froze a moment, lowered his head, smiled, gathered his stored materials, and walked out. "What was this?" 99 said, coming over to watch him make a fool of himself. Did he get discouraged just from buying something? Her expression was as annoying as ever, but she could see the frustrated defeat hanging on him. "It is spiritual grade," number 7 whispered, after making sure no one was watching. "Are you sure?" she said, puzzled for a second before it clicked, that to wound him this badly, combined with who he had just met and a few things she already knew, it had to be that. This man had burned a skill and a mountain of materials to finally upgrade one spiritual grade ice dragon, and someone else had just casually appraised and raised a spiritual grade pet from the start. To be hit that hard in the one place that was luck, that was genuinely tragic. Only that little brother had simply said it, and number 7 had just believed him. His skill, number 7 said, consumed ocean crystal stones to lock onto a specific sentence from a player and detect whether it was true or false. The result of this particular detection had him deeply regretting why he had gone up to talk to the man for no reason at all, and not just talked but spent 1,000 ocean crystal stones to confirm it. Wonderful. Confirmed now? Feeling bad now? Feeling miserable. He was suffering of his own making, and 99 did not even need to mock him, since he was already mocking himself plenty for spending money to wreck his own mood. "Let me laugh for a bit," 99 said, staring at him blankly before she lost it, lowering her head to laugh in muffled fits, her shoulders shaking. If players could touch each other, she would genuinely have wanted to pat his shoulder and give the dummy a comforting head pat, since she had never noticed before how silly this guy was. As for the pink octopus little brother's luck in raising his spiritual grade pet straight off, he had luck, sure, but none of them who could afford to wander and chat here had bad luck. Number 7's own luck was genuinely good. He was just too obsessed with wanting a pet that fit his exact wishes, which was why he kept causing trouble. And it was that same good luck that left him enough crystal stones and materials to mess around like this. "Crazy woman," number 7 snapped, already frustrated by a misery he had brought entirely on himself. And now this woman was laughing like she was having a fit, which suddenly felt worse than the crystal stones he had wasted. Maybe he just was not suited to Trade City today, his aura clashing with the place, so he might as well go home. "Do not run away," 99 called, looking up to see him pull out his pass. And as the man fled outright, her lips twitched and she laughed harder still. Day after day, there was just too much fun to be had. She decided to head to the stall area, since the pink octopus little brother probably had not gone back yet, and she might catch something else amusing. Meanwhile, I had no idea I had driven one person off in a temper, and another into a laughing fit. Not long after stepping into the stall area, I spotted a familiar player, the one who sold mutton. "You are here to buy meat again," the shepherd uncle said, looking conflicted, wanting to clear his stock early and get home to work, yet feeling this kid was too rigid in his trading, just naming a fixed price and that was it, giving no sense of the haggling that made business fun. "Yeah, I need a lot of meat," I said, looking at the mutton on his stall, since his sheep bred and yielded so well that yesterday's 100-odd catties had become 300 today. "If you want a lot, how about yesterday's price?" he offered, eager to finish selling. "I did not bring materials, only ocean crystal stones," I said, shaking my head since even my wood was running low and I had to shop with crystal stones now. "Ocean crystal stones," he brightened. That was not impossible. 1 stone for 50 basic materials. Simple math. His mood soared, since ocean crystal stones were good things and the reason he avoided auctions was the fees, where lots basically sold at the starting price anyway, so after handling charges it came out about the same as the stall buyers. Many stall collectors set their rates off a player's auction income, letting players sell fast while the collectors saved a few crystals. "I will just go set up a stall to collect over there," I said, since converting with materials was too much effort and made my head hurt, and if I had to do it that way I might as well buy from the auction, when the whole reason I had come to the stalls was to save a little. The shepherd uncle was dumbfounded, watching me walk straight to the opposite stall to set up my own. He would happily have sold me a lot at a low price, but it gave him no sense of accomplishment, and what conflicted him most was that he had not even refused yet. So what was this kid pulling? If I wanted to bargain, then bargain with him, he would not mind, since waiting around for customers was boring and chatting was better than nothing. A fisherman arrived, and the mutton seller told him to go check what price the kid across the way was buying at, too anxious manning his own stall to look for himself. The fisherman glanced at the meat seller, then at the young man standing behind the stall over there, and was instantly amused. This meat seller had scammed him before, leaving his fish sitting 3 hours and costing him extra stall fees until nearly noon, when he had finally sold them for 30 to 32 units of basic materials. He walked over to my stall and read the settings, that I was buying level 2 meat chunks or fish meat chunks, 50 pieces of one type to a portion, one portion for 25 ocean crystal stones. That converted to about 25 units of wood or weed or stone, when others nearby were offering up to 26 or even 27 and 28. He grumbled that it was discrimination, that whole fish would not do, that who traded fish in chunks, that even fishing a full day and night he could not gather 50 stackable level 2 fish. There are larger fish that drop fish meat after being killed, I said, just done setting up and weighing whether to leave the stall on auto or stay a while, explaining that fish meat could indeed trade this way, but it took a big enough fish and the fish had to be killed first. Then I looked down at the little octopus and poked its tentacle, letting it stay a little longer. The player count was over 10 billion, so even if only 1 in a million came to the trade market, there would be 10,000 people here. And my price was not outrageous, similar to the nearby stalls. And I was paying in ocean crystal stones, which at this stage were more popular than basic materials. This kid, really, the fisherman muttered, shaking his head and walking off. Since my trade range was no concern of his, and there was no point wasting time, and as for the mutton seller in his bad mood, no need to tell him a thing. Manning a stall was dull, players drifting back and forth, only stopping to chat if some item interested them. So I lowered my head and played a finger-touching game with the little octopus on my arm, my finger reaching out, its tentacle rising, poke and poke and poke. "Is this how you usually play with it?" 99 asked, arriving at my stall after asking a few familiar faces where to find me. Watching the man and octopus play, she suddenly understood number 7's feelings a little. Raising a high-potential pet meant fighting together in danger and playing together in boredom, never lonely on the island, which truly took a spiritual grade or immortal grade pet. The 3 low grades, common, fine, and excellent, were like bits of code, useful and configurable to a player's need but lacking any self-awareness, unable to do anything outside their programming. "Usually," I said, looking up, "I do not have much time to play," and I pressed down the little octopus's still waiting tentacle, let it coil around my arm again, and put on a serious stallkeeper's face. "Your luck should be pretty good, so why are you so busy?" she asked, taking out 50 portions of level 2 black carp meat from her slot and completing a trade before chatting on. "Were there really that many things to do on the island?" "My luck is all right," I said, seeing the trade complete notice, "but I have to gather, plant, breed, fish, and practice." "Practicing," she said, "a cultivation skill," momentarily stunned, since as expected this person's luck was incredibly good. "It is for physical fitness," I said, watching another 50 pieces enter my slot. "A full set adds 0.01 combat power, no secret worth hiding when I could already bring my pet out in public, and the skill gave so tiny a boost." 0.01, she repeated, at a loss for words, pausing to be sure the kid had really said that. To gain 1 point of combat power, he would have to complete the training 100 times, which made the skill a flat-out scam. With that comparison, she decided the kid's luck was not entirely good, just deeply eccentric. It was like this little octopus, whose adult form was only this small spiritual grade, yet too tiny and fragile to do more than play. No combat power for now, while number 7's ice dragon, still an infant, roared all the time and could probably swallow the little octopus whole. Truly eccentric luck, a truly strange person. "At first I could only complete it once a day," I said, watching the fish meat enter my slot. "But now my body handles it fine. I have sped up a bit." I was nearly certain the woman had come specifically to chat with me, asking a question, completing a trade, then chatting on, and I wondered whether setting up a stall now came with a bonus chatting service. "In the time you spend practicing," she said, wanting to advise the kid who seemed scammed by some cultivation skill, "you could fish or gather and add 1 or 2 points of combat power a day. Any of the 4 levels beat a cultivation that gave 0.01 a day. And where was there ever a technique so strenuous it might even cause injury?" I looked at the meat in my slot and closed the stall. I had started with 313 ocean crystal stones and spent 10 to teleport here, 40 more on a recipe, leaving 263. My stall bought 50 pieces of level 2 meat for 25 stones at a time, 10 portions in all, so now only 13 ocean crystal stones remained. I had gained 300 pieces of level 2 black carp meat and 200 pieces of level 2 octopus meat, 500 total, all traded by this beauty during our idle chat. "Is it enough, or are you out of crystal stones?" she asked, watching me close the stall and head for the gate, curious why so soon. "I have 13 ocean crystal stones left. I saved for so long and this is all I have," shaking my head helplessly, since I really was that poor. The big lucky emperor strolled to the sales area and spent thousands with a flick of the fingers, while my 200 or 300 had to be saved up slowly. "You are so pitiful," she said. "If you are out of money, hurry back," not wanting to say anything more, and I used my pass and left. She suddenly wanted to talk to number 7, and since they could not add friends, she opened the chat channel and called for him, saying she needed to find him. Before long, number 7, who spent most of his time browsing the channel, arrived in Trade City again with his little ice dragon cub, and when the two met, they first traded a look of disdain, then headed to the leisure area and found a paid lounge to have some tea and talk privately. Neither could keep a topic to themselves, and some things could not be discussed with just anyone, but they could sit together like this and trade frustrating or ridiculous information. Back on the island, I took out 2 pieces of meat and laid them in my palm for the little octopus to choose. That big sister, I did not know what she was thinking. She surely had plenty of level 2 meat, yet she had deliberately sold me octopus meat. The little octopus crawled into my hand, patted both pieces with its tentacles, then hugged the level 2 octopus meat. "Good that you like it," I said. "You eat first, I will keep reinforcing the island and build a bigger house." And I set it and the meat on the windowsill. I put the 200 portions of octopus meat aside and used the leftover green fish meat to make fertilizer. 300 portions of level 2 green fish meat yielding 100 portions of fertilizer. I had 190 iron ore but was short on other ore, so I took 10 flint to process 100 portions of ore powder, and with the materials ready I began the level 2 fertilizer, and 100 level 2 fertilizer and 100 level 2 ore powder all told. When I reinforced the second stone, a blessing fired, good luck continuous, a free build, and I spent it at once. And after all 10 portions of reinforcement materials were used up, I looked at 13 level 2 reinforced island foundation stones and pulled a long, satisfied breath. This feeling was so comfortable, this permanent, limitless blessing aura was amazing. Though remembering the mermaid princess's 100 billion health, I felt that nothing she gave could possibly be anything but excellent, since she was already a real big shot. "Fruit first," I said. "Pick fruit, cut some wood, upgrade the house," and I set the newly reinforced 13 stones to fruit. With the earlier ones, my level 2 reinforced foundation stones now covered 25 square meters, the level 1 reinforced ones 39, the house, processing table and bonfire platform taking 13 of the level 1 area. It was a little past 7 when I got back, and after a short rest I started gathering, the 25 level 2 fruit trees naturally giving more, my smile going deeper and deeper. Red apples, green apples, peaches, pomegranates, oranges, apricots, plus 77 portions of level 2 fruit wood, 326 pieces of level 2 wood, and 53 level 2 fruit tree saplings, while the level 1 resources came thinner since the plots were reinforced. Only 118 weeds, 208 wood, and 106 branches. This round paid 4,407 gathering experience, and with over 800 level 2 wood banked, I decided to switch the next harvest to ore. To upgrade to a level 2 wooden house, the panel wanted my level 1 wooden house. A stack of level 2 wooden planks, 200 iron ore, and 100 level 2 granite, a 5x5 build, but my iron ore was spent, and I was short 1 granite besides. After modifying the resource types on the level 2 stones, I started practicing. The little octopus ate a piece of octopus meat, climbed down from the windowsill, and circled the plot of land twice. And when it found that what grew in the ground now was not the old kind, but ore mounds, it reached out a tentacle and patted a slowly rising mound. It found it fascinating that stones could grow out of the ground, and watched them a while longer, until a marine attacking creature appeared in the western part of the island near the planting fields, and the little thing spun and ran for it. I saw the alert at the same moment, a marine creature attacking my island, and then, before I'd even crossed the distance, a second line saying the creature was killed. I'd only just drawn my wooden stick when the little octopus had already slain the invader. That was nothing, since for all its small size it had good reaction speed and agility. But when it came dragging over a blue octopus many times its own size with 4 slender tentacles, I knew I had badly underestimated my little octopus. The panel called it a level 2 blue shadow octopus corpse, a marine invading creature, its health no longer readable in death, and this big octopus with a head some 20 centimeters across had truly been killed in one strike. The cause of death, a large tear in its head. "You have such great strength," I said, squatting to pick up the corpse and examine it, then poking the little octopus's approaching tentacle and wondering whether this killing method was instinctive, because whose octopus kills prey by first drilling a hole with one tentacle, then sending several inside, then tearing it open by force, and all of it done in a blink. The little octopus spun happily in circles, plainly delighted that size meant nothing, having just proven it. Some part of it was clearly settling an old score too, because once somewhere else, a spoiled dragon cub had sneered that this octopus was not even worth getting stuck in its teeth. And an octopus has its pride, so the only real pity was that the barrier between islands meant it could not swim over and thrash that smug dragon cub the way it plainly deserved. "Very powerful," I said, scooping it up to praise its strength and prowess, knowing only that it had hunted the invading octopus, in a very good mood. It did not understand the praise, but that did not stop it from sensing my general mood, and after playing happily a while it ran off again to wander the island, as if hoping another creature would come and die. I kept practicing, and not long after, several auction messages arrived. The level 3 corrosive powder had sold, each portion fetching 800 ocean crystal stones with 40 taken in fees. All 10 portions going at that same 800, when each had started at a mere 100. The level 2 mineral crystal sold for 340, with 17 in fees. The 33 apple wood for 33. The 21 apricot wood for 21. A long string of successes scrolling down my screen. The level 2 woods all bought at their starting bids. Beyond those, the 27 chickens sold for 80 ocean crystal stones, and the 12 6-slot storage boxes for 32. Over 8,000, I said, looking at the crystal stones that had quickly landed in my account, having expected income but not this much. Everything else came out about as I had figured. The fruit trees worth little at their starting prices, the chickens and storage lockers up just a bit, but the corrosive powder had jumped from a starting 100 to 800 a portion. After the fees, I had received 8,112 ocean crystal stones, my slot now holding 8,125. It felt like I had just spent my whole fortune only to turn instantly wealthy again an hour later. The little octopus was curious, since its owner kept getting stranger. One moment happy, the next extremely happy, and it still did not grasp the key points of human joy. But it did not need to, since happy or not, it would stay by my side. "We are rich," I said, holding it, already thinking how to spend the money, since ocean crystal stones were this world's currency, and this was like going from $10 or $20, just enough for a bus ticket, to suddenly more than 8,000 after selling a few things. Money is meant to be spent. I said, let us go buy materials, and when we get back I will upgrade the island. I had no plan to buy equipment, having seen in the sales area that gear gave little stat bonus, since perhaps between equals a piece could matter. But the creatures invading my side were either easy to handle or beatable with clever tricks, so it was better to pour everything into the island. The little octopus saw that we were back in the place without sea breezes in a blink, and though it did not understand, it coiled obediently around my arm. It sensed its owner had been a bit strange ever since that fright in the sea, all the fault of that thing in the water, and resolved that once it grew up it would go get revenge. "Pink octopus little brother, you are back so soon," 99 said. "Did you get something good?" She and number 7 walking out of the sales area together and exchanging a look before coming over with smiles. "Yeah," I said. "I am going to appraise something and then buy materials." Unsure whether their relationship was good or bad, and not needing to care, and I mentioned my direction and walked toward the appraisal area. "An appraisal?" 99 laughed, eyes drifting to number 7. "It could not be another pet, could it?" Her smile widening as he looked awkwardly away. "I do not know," I said. "I cannot tell what it is without an appraisal, since it was an unknown plant and no one could say a plant could not be a pet on the island, given that the mutated kelp that dropped it had come to attack me." "Go on then," she said. "We will wait for your good news. And if it is something you cannot use and want to sell, come find me. I have pretty good luck too, so we can barter." Then she and number 7 traded another look of disdain and walked off toward the appraisal area at a distance. They had just snapped up a bunch in the sales area and had nothing to do, so they figured they would wait and see how the young man's luck ran. After meeting him separately several times and comparing notes, they were basically certain now that the young man with the pink octopus had no problem with either of them. That was just his personality. From a mutton seller's account, his most prominent trait was being direct, speaking and acting straight, so dealing with him meant being straightforward. No pestering, no schemes. "It will not be a pet," number 7 said seriously, stopping at the edge of the corridor. "He cannot afford to raise two. The octopus was spiritual grade and ate too many resources to grow." And from what they had gathered, the kid was actually quite poor, trading basic materials even to buy level 2 meat, and only managing 100 crystals worth when he finally bought with stones. "Too poor, no wonder the little octopus was not growing." "Not necessarily," 99 said, shaking her head. "His luck is a bit skewed, but as long as he can sell what he gets, he is not necessarily poorer than us." Since when she called him poor, she meant short on crystal stones, not short on resources. "He went to the auction earlier," number 7 said, "so he probably sold everything valuable. Came for an appraisal only after getting the stones, so what do you think he has left?" The two of them leaning on the wall, guessing whether the kid had goods but no money or neither goods nor money. While they talked about me, I stood in the room with 1,000 ocean crystal stones deducted, staring blankly at the ball of light in front of me. The panel called it a special resource point, level 3 kelp, harvestable once every 12 hours, occupying a 1x1 area, requiring placement in a level 3 beach area. I had imagined plants, animals, materials, but never that a resource point could be appraised out of a drop, when weren't resource points made through construction or enhancement. "It is a good item," I said, "but we cannot afford to use it right now. We have not even unlocked level 3 construction, let alone a level 3 beach." And I put away the special resource point, still wrapped in its stone ball, glanced at the little octopus patting my arm, and clicked to leave. Coming out of the corridor, I saw the two players waiting by the wall. "It has been appraised," I said. "I am using it myself, remembering the woman's offer to find her if I wanted to sell, and even though I was not selling, I came over to mention it." "Another great item, it seems," 99 said. "Curious. In exchange, you can ask one question you need answered, and I can answer. How about it?" Knowing I probably would not say much but offering a trade. "Level 3 kelp resource point," I said, nodding and taking out the appraised water sphere, a few tiny pieces of kelp swaying inside it. Number 7 turned toward the wall, his smile nearly splitting his face. Certain now that 99 was right, the kid's luck was skewed to a ridiculous degree. Whoever heard of getting a resource point from an appraisal, and a level 3 one for 1,000 ocean crystal stones? The kid must have emptied his savings to earn that 1,000. And in the end, it was just this. 99, less foolish than number 7 and not laughing outright, felt 1,000 ocean crystal stones was absurd too, since upgrading an ocean foundation stone to level 3 would surely not cost that much, but it might be something special that normal upgrades could not produce. Back when the little octopus he appraised was as small as a tiny spider, she said she still raised it into a spiritual grade creature, and number 7's good luck might just have been traded for part of his brain. "It should differ from a normal resource point," I said. "What do you want to ask? I will tell you anything I know, and if I do not know it, ask a different question I can answer." "To what size must the island be expanded to unlock level 3 reinforcement?" I asked, putting straight to her the thing I most wanted to know. 500 square meters of level 2 reinforcement unlocks level 3 reinforcement, 99 said, looking at me with something on the tip of her tongue that she swallowed back, remembering the boy's personality. "Are you planning to dump all your materials into island reinforcement?" 500 level 2 reinforced island foundation stones. That was the only condition, but reaching it was definitely not easy. "So many," I said. "I wanted to reinforce everything naturally, but I needed to calculate how long it would take, and how much I needed right now. The first step was expanding the island to 500 square meters, and I was 200 short, which meant 400 units of soil and 1,000 pieces of stone. After expansion came reinforcement, and for now I would only consider level 1 reinforcement. 500 square meters could be an island, 25 meters long and 20 wide, setting the beach at 3 meters wide. The 2 long sides came to 150 square meters, and the 2 short ones to 84, 234 of beach in all, leaving the internal land at 14 by 19, 266 square meters. I already had 36 square meters of level 1 reinforcement on the beach, short 198. Beach level 1 reinforcement wanted 2 units of turf, which was 100 weeds, 5 units of pebbles, which was 25 pieces of stone, and 5 units of sawdust. So for 198 square meters, I would need 19,800 weeds, 4,950 stones, and 495 units of wood. The land area ran 266 square meters with level 1 and level 2 reinforcements covering 64 already, leaving 262 to do at level 1. That wanted 10 soil, 3 weeds, and 3 sawdust each. So 2,620 soil, 786 weeds, and 186 units of sawdust, which was 93 units of wood. Better to buy all the level 1 reinforcement materials first and worry about level 2 after. "What are you thinking about?" 99 said. "Your expression looks very heavy," waving a hand in front of my face. Was the kid calculating how many materials he needed? "Yeah," I said. "I am going to buy materials now," and I ran for the stall area. Did you bring materials for level 1 and level 2 reinforcement?" 99 said, turning back to number 7. "I put those in the warehouse." Number 7 snorted in disgust. How could I possibly carry them with me, since for all his saved materials he would never haul starter materials around in his slots? Plenty as they were. What a waste. "He wants to collect a lot," she said. "This kid is quite interesting when he is collecting things. As long as there is a unit-by-unit transaction going, he will chat with you," and she gripped her pass and walked off. "Who wants to talk to him?" Number 7 scoffed. But he took out his pass and teleported home anyway. They had stayed here partly to buy things and watch other players, but also to find collaborators. It was 1 island per person for now, everyone leaving each other alone, at most buying and selling resources. Yet with so large a meeting place opened, there had to be intersections to come, so a lucky player was worth observing as a future teammate. This one's luck was a bit skewed, but he counted as very lucky and was a target worth getting familiar with. Only every time they thought of his personality, both of them felt a small heart attack coming on. The 2 went back for materials, while I, reaching the stall area, found the nearest empty stall and opened it for acquisitions. My slots nearly bare, cleared of everything but the pass and crystal stones before I came so I could buy materials. I used 2 slots, one set to take weeds, 50 weeds for 1 ocean crystal stone, with a total cap of 400. The other for soil at 7 units per stone with a cap of 700. since soil still ran 7 to 8 units of basic materials. After setting it up, I paid another stone to put the stall on consignment, then found a nearby spot and opened a second. 50 pieces of stone per ocean crystal stone with a cap of 120, the 6,000 pieces I needed. On the last slot, I set level 2 meat, 2 pieces per stone with a cap of 5,000. 400 and 700 and 120 and 5,000. This time I deposited 6,220 ocean crystal stones into the 2 stalls. Of my 8,125, 10 had gone to teleport, 1,000 to appraisal, 2 to open stalls, and 2 for consignment, leaving 891 in my slot. After all that, I prepared to head home first, gather, adjust, then expand and reinforce, since acquisitions took time, and though I would certainly get them at this price, there was no telling exactly how many units I would land. "Are you using consignment?" 99 asked, back so quickly that she caught me drawing my pass, which always had to be held to use, so taking it out meant I was about to leave. "Yeah," I said. "I have set up consignment. The resources at home are ready for gathering, so I am going back to collect." I looked at this overly enthusiastic woman, unsure whether she had something to say, since hadn't she just finished. "Which stall is yours?" she said with a feeling of gritting her teeth. "I will clear out my slot." She had gone home for resources and come back hunting a chance to chat, only to find the kid running off again, and if his luck were not so strangely good, she would never have lowered herself to come talk to him. None of the lucky kids were normal, number 7 making people irritable, and this one making people feel stifled. "This and this," I said, pointing at the nearby stall buying stone and level 2 meat, then walking to the one buying soil and weed, both mine, both set so that in an hour the completed trade materials and the crystal stones from incomplete ones would be mailed to me. "Don't you have a lot of crystal stones?" she said. "Fine, go back to work. I will clear my slot first, then go promote your stall so others with materials can come clear their bags." She looked at the 5,000 portions of level 2 meat I was buying and thought the kid was quite ruthless, buying 10,000 pieces outright. Converted though, it only made over 3,000 portions of fertilizer, over 300 portions of level 2 reinforcement, which was actually quite little, and that was just the fertilizer, not the level 2 ore. "I am going home first," I said, and activated the teleport. 99 stood there, suddenly unsure now whether this kid could really be recruited, since with a personality like this, even called to a future group activity, would he go? But a target who looked pleasing to the eye was hard to find, so giving up felt like a waste. "This guy is really rich." A young girl with long red hair and twin ponytails and a totem pattern on her face said, stopping at the stall, then standing before the level 2 meat stall and calling several people over to look. And after the group looked and left, the purchase limit had already dropped to 310. When number 7 came over and 99 pointed out the spot, he saw the trade limit, turned to stare at her and let her see for herself. "Hadn't she said the kid only put up 5,000 portions?" "Those players just now," 99 said, looking toward the stall area entrance. Remembering that noisy crowd of boys and girls, there were many capable people, only meeting and getting to know them was truly hard. When she turned back to sell some items to the stall, she found she was too slow. "Aren't you uninterested?" she said, looking at number 7 beside her, then at the trade quota already dropped to 0. The kid's hands certainly fast enough. "Clearing the bag saves a bit on fees compared to the auction," number 7 said, finishing the remaining trades and smugly raising his eyebrows at 99 twice on purpose, since no one could hit anyone here and a slow woman put him in a good mood. As for whether the kid knew they were the ones selling to him, better that he did not. It was just clearing the bag at market price. Fine to say a few words in person, but embarrassing if found running over to trade at someone's automated stall. 99 went to the other stall and quickly sold off the materials she had brought. Everything was so annoying, and next time she looked for a target, she should try to find a soft, cute little girl with better luck. After I got back, I let the little octopus play on its own, in no hurry to gather with my resources limited, and since my pause practice had not run an hour yet, I could resume it. In the gaps, I learned the 4 filling recipes and started crafting. The meat filling wanting meat, green onion, ginger, cooking oil, and seasoning, processed together for 10 portions, since meat filling was not just meat, and seasoning was not just salt, but things for freshness and aroma too. "Let us try a sea cucumber filling bun," I said, not wanting octopus meat buns, so I chose seafood filling, which differed only in swapping meat for seafood. 2 portions of level 3 sea cucumber with level 2 green onion, ginger, cooking oil, and seasoning mixed into 10 portions of sea cucumber filling, and then I set 10 portions of flour and 10 of filling to produce. A minute later, the level 3 sea cucumber filling buns floated above the food processing table, needing to be collected one at a time before the next would start. The panel called it a level 3 sea cucumber bun, a food granting satiety, and, after eating, a nourishment effect for 1 hour, recovery up 15%, and physical training intensity up 30%. That effect felt very good, so good I ate one immediately. And after days of bread, a fragrant fist-sized bun brought an instant surge of happiness. This feeling, I said, my whole body is full of energy. I ate a bun and kept practicing, and with the bun's double boost to recovery and physical intensity, I finally cut the movement interval to 1 minute and 20 seconds. In the gaps, I repeatedly set up production and collected the buns into my slot. Though with only 2 portions of green onion and ginger, I could make just 20 buns. An hour of practicing, gathering, and setting up bun making, and after the 2 stalls finished their purchases, I began setting up the island reinforcement. The first step toward level 3 construction was expanding the area, and with soil and stone now sitting at over 5,000 and over 6,000 on the build map, I pressed my finger down and the island foundation stones laid out quickly. 200 square meters of expansion in all, 21 of them from an aura burst built without consumption, and once it was done, a total of 358 portions of soil and 895 stones had been spent. The expansion was sufficient. I picked up the little octopus, which wanted to inspect the new area, and moved on to the reinforcement. The beach level 1 reinforcement wanted turf, pebbles, and sawdust, the 3-meter wide ring around the island, consuming 19,800 weeds and 4,950 stones. Since I had accumulated 668 portions of sawdust from harvesting branches, I only needed to spend 161 wood to make up the 990 portions. Since there is extra, I said, let us just continue with the reinforcement, having remembered that reinforcing the beach carried a chance at a halo effect. And sure enough, when the beach's total level 1 reinforcement reached 234, I still had 12 units of reinforcement material left in my slot. No need to hoard materials and let them take up space, and the beach reinforcement did not strictly have to be uniform all the way around, so I kept going. When the last of the material was used, 251 square meters of level 1 beach had appeared on my 500 square meter island. That was close, I said, oddly relieved, since I had worried a moment ago that if it landed on a certain number I would have had to synthesize another unit of material, but luck had skipped past it. As for the beach being larger than the land, that was no problem at all, as long as it was enough, and a bigger beach meant the little octopus could play longer and gather more small shrimp and small fish for me to earn hunting experience on. Next came the reinforcement of the island's land foundation stones, the level 1 reinforcement wanting soil, weed, and sawdust, the requirement now relatively low. Of the 249 square meters of land, 64 were already reinforced, leaving 185, and the 556 units of sawdust came from processing 278 wood, with leftovers that would not take much room and always found a use somewhere. While reinforcing the 185 square meters, I kept checking the planting fields, the breeding pen, and the marine aquaculture pond, since their foundation stones could be reinforced the same way, and though they could not grow resources, their defense rose all the same. The 185 square meters only consumed 162 units of material. My luck was quite good. The panel summed the island at 502 square meters total, the land at 249, of which 25 were level 2 reinforced, and 224 level 1, and the beach at 251, all level 1 reinforced. I had laid 2 spare initial island foundation stones outside the beach beforehand, since I could not be sure whether a level 1 reinforcement would land on the very last stone and trigger a halo for me. The effect had not fired on the last one, but I could just leave them there, no interference with the normal appearance of small fish and small shrimp on the beach. The little octopus happily put on its basket and searched the newly appeared stretch of beach for level 1 marine life, fish, shrimp, and crabs, catching dozens before carrying the basket to the marine aquaculture pond to drop them off. How diligent, I said, since I had thought myself quite hard-working. But next to the little octopus now, it seemed I had lost to this little guy. With the 500 square meter level 1 island construction complete, I began processing the purchased level 2 meat into fertilizer, mutton, beef, venison, black fish meat, octopus meat, tiger shark meat. Shark, I said, checking the meat as I worked and stopping a little shocked at the tiger shark meat. A level 2 tiger shark. Was the tiger shark just too weak, or was every kind of fish sorted into different levels? Doubts aside, I set a few pieces of each meat for the little octopus to taste and processed the rest into level 2 fertilizer, keeping 100 of the 10,000 pieces for it and turning 9,900 into 3,300 units of level 2 fertilizer. With the fertilizer ready, next came the level 2 ore powder, 2 units of level 2 ore making 1 semi-finished unit. During the gathering after 7:30 that morning, I had pulled only 344 units of level 2 ore, and with the portion stored in the cabinet it came to 662 pieces, which I processed all together into semi-finished products, flint, granite, and iron ore alike. The level 2 reinforcement wanted level 2 fertilizer and level 2 ore powder, and taking advantage of the plants not yet ready for gathering, I seized the time to start. The 33 reinforcements fired the blessing 5 times for good luck, so I reinforced 38 level 2 stones onto the original 63 level 2 island foundation stones in all. I reinforced the unobstructed areas first so I could quickly proceed with the ore gathering. Little guy, I said, it is time for us to harvest a batch. Do you want to eat any? If not, I will have to take them for bait, since after this wave of reinforcement, I can only wait for the ore to mature before gathering again. I glanced at the marine aquaculture pond, which already held 433 level 1 small fish and small shrimp, and came over to harvest a wave of experience, reaching down to pick up the little octopus that still planned to sneak out and work, then jumping into the pond to start catching small fish by hand. The little octopus, finding that its owner had actually gotten into the water, instantly stood its tentacles up and pushed me back toward land. The seawater was dangerous and its owner had nearly met disaster last time, so it absolutely could not let me grow interested in water, because if I could soak in the pond today, tomorrow I might want to try the sea. No, absolutely not. Seeing it so repulsed by me, I helplessly returned to the shore, pointed at the small fish swimming around, and pinched my fingers, since I needed to catch experience points. After I gestured a few times, the little octopus finally understood, caught a small fish at the surface, curled it up, and placed it in my open palm. Bring more, I said, pinching the small fish in my palm to death with the fingers of my other hand, and watching the hunting experience tick up by 1, I fed the dead fish to the little octopus, then opened my palm again to let it catch more. After eating that fish, the little octopus understood that its owner needed to pinch some of the fish and shrimp to death. Its 8 tentacles swayed through the pond. Fish, shrimp, and crabs caught one by one and placed in my palm. 2 tentacles taking turns catching live ones, 2 more carrying the pinched fish and shrimp out of my palm to eat. When the hunting experience was sufficient, I reached into the pond, scooped out the little octopus, and told it that it could stop. There were only about 100 level 1 creatures left in the pond, and after gathering filled to 800 next time, I could harvest another wave. The panel told me hunting had risen to level 3, combat power +1, and that hunting now sat at level 3, 0 of 800. I stand on the beach and keep up my cultivation, the morning sun warming my back while the panel hangs in front of me. It lists me as Island Master number 99111. Combat power 18. My only skill, the body strengthening technique of the reinforcement type, and the 4 levels stacked underneath, hunting at level 3 with no progress, fishing at level 1, gathering at level 8, and climbing toward 25,600, planting still at level 1. My island sits at 502 square meters of viewable land, a level 1 small wooden hut, my spiritual grade level 2 sea patrolling octopus, a level 1 marine aquaculture pond, a small breeding pen, and a level 2 planting field. Looking at all of it, I have no idea how much of my 18 combat power I can actually put to use in a fight. I had wanted to upgrade the house first, but to make the level 3 island reinforcement option appear sooner, I pushed the house construction back for now. I keep practicing until past 9:30 in the morning, then start gathering everything that has matured. With more island foundation stones reinforced, the resources growing on them have multiplied, so I go for the level 2 ores first, since those feed another round of reinforcement. My pickaxe is nearly worn through, so while I work my way down the ore piles here, the processing table over there keeps crafting fresh pickaxes for me. One pile after another, 63 level 2 island foundation stones, every one of them an ore pile. From this round alone, I pull in over 5,000 gathering experience, and my inventory swallows another 153 pieces of granite, 211 of flint, 586 of iron ore, plus close to 200 portions of soil and the same in stone. 3 bursts of lucky fortune hand me 3 level 2 ore crystals as bonuses, and I set those aside, since players who want gathering experience in ore without doing the digging themselves will pay good ocean crystal stones for them. That covers the ore. There are still 173 level 1 reinforced foundation stones nobody else has claimed, and I work through them one at a time. Even moving quickly, it is nearly 10 in the morning before I finish, because every plot is crowded with weeds and small trees. The haul comes to 882 weeds, over 900 units of wood, and a couple hundred branches, and my gathering experience climbs past 15,000. By noon I might level gathering again, but for now I have to push the level 2 reinforcement instead. Out of nearly 1,000 units of level 2 ore, crafting pickaxes eats 300 of the iron ore, leaving me only enough to produce 325 units of level 2 ore powder. The materials cover 32 reinforcements, and the blessing aura triggers 9 times along the way, so I end up with 41 new level 2 foundation stones for the cost of 32. The panel tells me my level 2 reinforced area is now barely 100 square meters, with another 145 still only level 1, and a sliver untouched. Not even half the island upgraded. Even with the aura helping, it is going to be a slow grind, Standing in front of the house, I look at the ground where I set everything to ore, and the patches I gathered earlier are already sprouting little knobs of metal. Plants grow back bit by bit, and so do the ore piles, starting from the faintest trace and swelling until they become lopsided heaps half a meter high. Keep going. I sigh at the sight of it, then eat a sea cucumber-filled bun and head back to my spot on the beach to practice. The beach is roomy now, and the little octopus crawls around it, dragging prey into the pool whenever it catches something and parking itself near me when there is nothing to chase. While I move through my forums, I scroll the chat channel until one message snags my attention. A player goes by the handle number 668. He writes that a random event dropped him an exploration voucher for a level 2 island, that up to 5 people can go together, and that anyone interested should come to the Trade City training area to test their strength, but not to bother showing up with strength below 15. An exploration voucher. I have never seen the item, but I can guess at it well enough. A group teaming up to scavenge and plunder resources off some island. What I cannot tell yet is whether the target is another player's island or a wild one. The channel lights up around the announcement, and one player complains that he has 20 combat power but cannot even squeeze 15 damage out of the training area, so the requirement is steep. Player number 7 jumps in to ask whether damage is not supposed to exceed combat power, which sets off a longer reply from someone clearly irritated enough to spend ocean crystal stones on the message. That player explains it plainly, that combat power is handed to you when you level up, but damage has to be controlled by hand, and most players have never trained that, so a displayed 20 turning into 10 tested damage is nothing to be ashamed of. Number 7 only makes it worse, saying he never trained either, that he has 15 combat power and usually deals around 30, and that he assumed everyone was like that. The channel groans, but nobody can deny that when high damage is needed, number 7 is exactly the kind of expert everyone wants on hand. He announces he will go test his numbers so the rest can watch, then says he would rather keep the initiative than take the voucher, and if number 668 wants to sell it, he will buy it and bring the others along. Number 7 is genuinely top tier at making people angry. A few minutes later, someone reports spotting player number 7 in Trade City, and shortly after that the news lands that he dealt 33 damage in a single hit. He entered the training ground on public mode, and while beating the training dummy nearly every punch and kick read between 28 and 32, his highest critical hit, 33. One player gushes that bare fists and feet hitting that hard is bad enough, but number 7 also has skills, and a skill of his exploded for over 800 damage. And thank goodness players cannot hurt each other inside Trade City. Another says someone foolish thought a weapon meant he could kill number 7 on the arena, baited him into a duel with a provocation, and got obliterated in one strike. Number 668 folds at that, announcing he will just sell the voucher to number 7, admitting he spoke too big before, and now wants to cling to the man's leg, offering to pour tea, fetch water, rub his shoulders. Anything. Number 7 names his price, 1,000 ocean crystal stones for the voucher, and says he will invite a few more along. A new line scrolls past, and a player calls out the pink octopus guy directly, telling him that if he can see the message, he should come to the entrance of the trade market's auction area when he has time. Number 668 asks who that even is, and someone fills him in, that there is a young man with a pink octopus wrapped around his arm. A quiet, good-looking kid. Others chime in guessing whether he is a big shot too, deciding that since 99 is calling for him, he must be the teammate they are waiting on, and a few ask after his island number, which of course nobody knows. That is me they are talking about. I see the whole topic unfold and say nothing, still chewing on whether or not I want to go. Either way, spending 10 ocean crystal stones to visit the auction area costs me nothing. So I take the 3 level 2 mineral crystals I dug up earlier, scoop up the little octopus and set it on my arm, drop my one and only weapon, the wooden stick, into my bag, and teleport to Trade City. There are still over 40 minutes before the earliest resources will be ready to gather, so I am only here to list something for auction and say hello. The moment I arrive, someone spots the pink octopus on my arm and shouts about it, and heads turn all across the square. 99 has been leaning against a wall, and when she hears the commotion she shoves through the crowd and plants herself in front of me. She looks me over, straw sandals, coarse cloth pants, a beginner's top, and I can tell she has decided this kid made a special trip just to turn down the invitation in person. I tell her I am here to sell some things, and that I do not even know my own damage output yet, because I have never tried, walking forward, as I say it. If my damage turns out to be only 8 or 10 points, that is hardly my fault. I only learned that damage and combat power were 2 different numbers after seeing others argue about it on the channel. So before I decide anything, I will list my items and then go to the training ground to check my average and my maximum. 99 walks beside me and lays out the rules of the voucher. It only works on a wild island, a non-player area, with the highest creatures capped at level 2, and once it activates you can stay 1 hour. The player who activates it is the leader, and the leader's only real privilege is the right to start the exploration or to end it early. I list my 3 level 2 mineral crystals and turn to head back out, then ask her the one thing nobody has mentioned, which is the thing that matters most. I want to know whether the safety protection drops the moment we step into the exploration area. She tells me it does, the protection is cancelled, and then she suggests we go test first, that if my damage is too low I should not come, and she admits with an awkward smile that she had genuinely forgotten that detail. Some people just do not like dealing with others, she adds, especially in a place where you might catch a sneak attack while someone steals your resources. I tell her again that we should test first, since I still have not decided anything and need to know my damage before I do. She leads me to the entrance of the training ground and stops, telling me to go in once on my own first, and then decide whether to test with the group. If we are going to team up properly, we will open a team mode scene where everyone shows what they have got, and going in blind is no way to do that. So I walk in alone, turn the corner in the training ground lobby, and enter the testing area, which opens onto a 100 square meters starter island. Starting a test here costs 10 ocean crystal stones, and before it begins I have to set whether it runs public, where outsiders can watch the live footage, or invite specific players in to see one another's runs. I confirm, the system deducts my 10 ocean crystal stones, and a countdown ticks down to the start as a humanoid wooden puppet appears in front of me. The little octopus is still dazed, wondering why the scenery changed yet again, but it takes one look at the non-human thing swinging a stick at its owner, and decides this absolutely cannot be tolerated. Before I so much as move, its tiny tentacles punch a hole clean through the puppet's arm, and the panel announces it dealt nearly 1,000 piercing damage. A new countdown starts, and this time it is my turn to be shocked. I step back during the countdown and gently press the little octopus's head down against my arm. Now that I know how brutal its piercing strike is, it is finally my chance to test myself. So I make a show of brandishing the wooden stick and gesturing a few times at the puppet to make my intentions clear. The little octopus seems to follow along, and I can almost feel it deciding that its owner has been off ever since the day something scared him. That he was stopped from going in the water before and now wants to fight a man-shaped thing. That his sense of what counts as dangerous has gone fuzzy. Still, the wooden man across from us is plainly weak, so it resolves to keep one eye open and make sure the thing never lands a hit on me. The owner's mood is bad and his spirit is unstable, and it has no idea how to coax me out of it. The puppet rushes in, and I crack the stick against its head twice. 2 values float up, both precise attacks, 68 and 71 blunt damage, and I retreat to reset the cooldown. This kind of puppet only measures damage and basic agility, with separate tests elsewhere for defense and reflexes. The 2 hits remind me of the day I once fished up a level 2 blackfish and wedged it into the gap of a small tree to beat on it, when my normal hits sat in the 50s and 60s, until I tried something more. As the countdown drops, I loosen my wrists and ankles and decide to give that something a go. When the puppet charges and the stick is nearly touching its face, I sink my weight, twist through my waist and back, and let the motion best suited for dodging and striking carry the blow into the puppet's lower spine. Weakness, attack, and critical hit stack together, and the damage more than 10 times multiplies, 785 blunt. The puppet retreats. A new round begins, and on a plain dodge with just a weakness attack the number drops back to 136. I tell the little octopus not to rush in, just because I am putting the stick away, pressing my palm to its head, because now I want to test my unarmed numbers. And the critical hits are the whole point. Since the forms I practice strengthen my body and trigger a critical on nearly every strike, it seems to confirm it has not misread me this time, that its owner has decided weapons are too easy, and now wants to feel what it is like to get beaten without one. The training ground does not leave it puzzled long though, because the moment I stow my weapon the puppet's stick vanishes too. The countdown ends, and the unarmed puppet rushes in for a fist and foot bout. A fist to the side of the face counts as 25 blunt damage, because nothing ruptures, then a strike to the cheekbone breaks the skin, and reads 35 abrasion damage. Hit after hit while I dodge and weave, the numbers hover around 30, with even a normal attack landing at roughly 1.5 times my combat power, a precise attack at 2 or 3 times. Weakness attacks scale to how soft the weak point is, the worst of them a poke through the eye for 178 piercing, while an earlier elbow to the kidney, also a weakness attack, only managed 86. With the basics done, I steal a moment for my practice forms, and sure enough, every strike crits for 200 or 300, and one lucky alignment stacks weakness, critical, and blind together to burst out over 1,000. I tell the little one to take a turn. I have only just tested myself, but stringing 5 skill movements together has left my muscles and bones aching all over, so I step back to restart the round, poke a tentacle and set the little octopus on the ground. It watches me point my finger forward and then point at it, and it brightens up, deciding that now that its owner has worn himself out fighting, he has finally realized he can hide in the back and let it handle the trouble. The panel announces a successful pet attack, critical hit, Piercing, rending, 5,000 destruction damage. I sit down on the ground and stare up in a daze at the puppet whose head has been torn clean off, my own head ringing. That puppet was condensed from my own strength, a perfect copy of my physical values, which means the little octopus pounced, stuck 2 tentacles to its temples, drove the other 6 through both eye sockets, and tore outward. Destruction damage. The 5,000 is probably not even its ceiling, because 5,000 is obviously my current maximum health. A full bar emptied in a single instant. The little octopus feels it has finished the job and scampers happily back, poking my arm twice with its tentacles, fishing for praise, plainly telling me it is so strong and I am so weak that from now on I should leave the fighting to it. The attack tired it out and its tentacles are still numb, but it has made the gap in our strength wonderfully clear. I tell it good work and that we are heading out, and since the puppet's head is gone anyway, I exit during the respawn countdown. I teleport back into the training ground hall, where 99 has waited the whole time, and number 7 has arrived with the other 2. She walks up the second she sees me and asks how it went, how much damage I can deal. They had already agreed that on the strength of the pink octopus guy's luck alone, as long as my unarmed damage cleared 20, they would bring me along. I tell her that without a weapon, I can hold steady at over 30, and her eyes light up, literally, glowing red. She clears her throat and rubs her eyes twice until the red glow fades, blaming the surprise for the slip, then says the number is more than enough, and we should open a training ground so everyone gets familiar before setting off for that island's rewards together. Looking at my still flat expression, she extends the invitation again, and I can tell she likes the idea of a teammate whose luck is enviable, whose temperament is calm, whose mindset stays level, the kind of person who will not make trouble for anyone. I take a moment and decide, telling her I can go, but only if it does not cut into my gathering. I still need to gather once before noon and once after, because right now strengthening the island matters most, and guaranteed materials always beat unknown rewards. So if the timing clashes, I am out. The short-haired little girl who had been standing by number 7 runs over and plants herself in front of me, staring, a look of mock horror on her baby face when she hears me planning my gathering around noon. She asks if I am one of those lunatics who times everything perfectly to harvest 16 times a day, and I tell her plainly that yes, it happens to work out to 16 times a day, which I think is perfectly normal. Players debate the best intervals on the channel constantly, but the answers always come out the same because the 4 daily refresh windows are fixed. She covers her face and mutters that I am a madman, clearly stunned that the lucky kid 99 called for turns out to be a hardcore grinder, terrified, half joking that I will drop dead from exhaustion. Number 7 seizes the moment to stake out his position, saying we can start the exploration at 12:30, that I do not even need to come over. Just set the invitation ID and confirm on my end. Everyone needs to open the freshly refreshed supply crates at noon anyway, he points out, and something good in them would buy us all a little more safety. Once the timing is settled, 99 hurries to get my ID so she can open the test training ground and invite me by it, eager to get out from under all the staring onlookers, which she finds irritating. I give my island number, and a moment later a prompt invites me into the multiplayer test training ground. I click agree and teleport in, and this time the island runs a full 500 square meters, with 5 training puppets of matching height and build standing across from the 5 of us. Number 7 leads off, introducing himself as Island Master Number 7, saying I can just call him 7, though he will also accept European Emperor 7 or Big Shot 7, never short on self-regard. 99 steps up, kicks him aside first because she has wanted to for ages and finally has an excuse, then gives her own rundown. Island Master Number 9, skills the Eye of Insight and the Flame Arrow, physical damage around 30. The Eye of Insight has a chance to reveal an opponent's weak points, and the Flame Arrow deals between 800 and 1100 but cannot be spammed. Her current limit 3 uses an hour. The little girl goes next as Island Master 101, a support type whose heart-calming technique clears negative statuses and runs 8 to 10 times an hour. Her physical damage 25 to 30, jumping past 40 with a weapon, though her body is too frail to do much beyond support. She raises a hand and casts it, scattering little orbs of light over the 4 of us. Number 668 introduces himself as Little 6, and immediately shrinks his own standing, saying he has just one archery skill, Frozen Arrow, with a chance to freeze whatever the arrow strikes, usable only 4 or 5 times an hour. His physical damage 20 to 25. He is a cold-faced young man, but the moment he speaks he is honest about being the weakest here, since even the support girl who calls herself weak out damages him, and both pet owners clear 30. I follow their lead, giving my own, Island Master Number 9911 agreeing that Pink Octopus Guy is a fine enough name. My skill is just the body strengthening technique, but attacking while it is active stacks an 8 to 10 times critical multiplier, usable at most twice in 5 minutes before it starts injuring me. My physical damage 28 to 35. 101 and Little 6 both cry out, fixating on the critical and the cooldown. They had heard body strengthening technique and assumed it was some basic cultivation method, only to learn it is a combat critical damage buff, and while their own skills drain them dry, mine barely does, and suddenly they understand why 9-9 kept insisting they wait for me. Number 7 calls it a truly terrifying skill, then takes his own turn. Ice Arrow, a spell type with a chance to inflict a frozen stagger, tested at 811 damage on a 5-minute cooldown. He also has a wood element protection shield he tries not to use, since without item support it is nearly useless. His physical damage 30 to 35, climbing toward 100 with equipment and a weapon. He looks me up and down twice, glances back at 9-9, then drops it, because everyone has their worth, and the next step is for each of us to beat on the puppets across from us, to show our numbers plainly. This time I press the little octopus's head down so it will not erupt and frighten anyone, and we run through the tests one by one with no surprises. Everything roughly as described. With our IDs confirmed and our strength shown, we split up, me heading home to gather, the others to wait for the noon supply crates. The moment we are home, the little octopus hits the ground running, grabbing the grass basket by the door with 2 tentacles and bolting for the beach. The speed and the diligence of it make me feel, again, that I am being far too relaxed. It nets dozens of small fish and small shrimp, packs them into the fish basket, drops them at the pool, then sets the basket back by the house and climbs onto me, still sensing that my mood is strange. I carry it around and try to read the confusion it keeps signaling while I work through some of my own feelings, telling it I was just thinking about what the island exploration might be like. The resources are not ready yet, so I head to the planting fields first and pull the weeds from the plots that show weed growth, leaving the fruit trees alone since weeds in the fruit tree plots can wait to be collected straight into the inventory once the fruit is harvested. Leaving them would still stunt the trees and cut the yield, though, so since I see them I pull them. 13 weeds, all seedlings, no gathering experience for them, just 13 planting experience, which is exactly the thing I am short on. In a good mood, I organize the warehouse, eat a bun, and wait for the ore piles to mature. Around 11:20 the collectible icon blinks over them, and I start digging. Mostly level 2, with a little level 1, the odd level 2 mineral crystal dropping for me. 104 piles later, I am over 9,000 gathering experience richer, and rather than rush the level 1 weeds and trees, I take the time for a foundation stone upgrade first. From those 104 piles I pull 8 level 2 mineral crystals, over 1,800 units of various level 2 ore, plus more soil and stone, though crafting pickaxes burns 700 units of iron ore and leaves me 1,100 or so. I set one piece of granite aside and process the rest into 560 units of level 2 ore powder, enough for 56 reinforcements. I open the map and work through them one by one. It takes more than a dozen this time before the halo effect kicks in, and by the time the materials are spent, I have 60 new level 2 foundation stones. Only then do I gather the level 1 weeds and small trees, since they stay unchanged whether the stones beneath them are reinforced or not, and the harvest adds another 360 weeds, 350 wood, 82 branches. It is already past 11:50, so I just have to wait for the noon refresh, and my gathering experience is right on the lip of leveling. Reinforcing the island naturally raises the resources, and more resources mean faster leveling, I think to myself, sitting by the pool playing a finger-touching game with the little octopus coiled around my arm. I marvel at how easy the leveling has gotten. Scroll the lively channel where players are speculating about number 7's exploration team and arguing over the right ratio of combat power to physical damage, and wait for noon to land. The clock hits noon and the island resources refresh. I open the map and watch swaths of item labels flashing. Gatherable resources on land plus a scatter of icons for small fish, small shrimp, and small crabs across the beach. Though those are fixed refreshes, and the only thing I am really watching for is the supply crates. This time 4 refresh, 1 level 2 and 3 level 3. Players have basically confirmed that the more the island is reinforced, the higher the crate levels climb. And even if the count is small right now, a single level 3 crate beats 4 or 5 level 2 ones easily. I open the level 2 first, and besides basic materials it hands me 3 level 2 bamboo seedlings and 6 ocean crystal stones. The seedlings dropping into my inventory as tiny shoots under 2 centimeters tall, which I tuck away before opening the level 3 crates one at a time. The first level 3 crate, sitting right beside the level 2, gives me everything I currently need. There are 55 ocean crystal stones, an inventory expansion voucher worth 3 slots, a level 2 blazing staff, 10 pickaxes, 10 level 2 cotton thread, and a stack of level 2 wood. I use the expansion voucher immediately, pushing my inventory to 19 slots, stash 5 units of cotton thread in the warehouse, and carry the other 5 along with my 10 pieces of cotton cloth to the equipment processing table to start a cotton shirt, a 3-minute craft. While it works, I pick up the staff and the panel reads it out. A weapon with bludgeoning damage +2, weapon strength +5. A chance to trigger a fire burn effect. Durability 100. Genuinely a fine item. It stands 1.8 meters tall, almost level with my own height when planted upright, and as I spin it a few times I cannot help remembering a street performance I once watched. The moment the Monkey King wins his divine weapon. I drag my thoughts back and keep opening crates. The second level 3 crate gives 81 ocean crystal stones, a level 2 fish basket crafting recipe, a level 2 food ingredient seed gift pack, and more wooden planks and granite. And the third hands over 77 ocean crystal stones, a level 3 breeding gift pack, and more wood. With everything open, I sort my items, hold off on the breeding and planting gift packs, and pick the pickaxe back up to mine, since I leave at 12:30 and want to clear the whole island once in these 20-odd minutes. Hourly resource nodes, planted crops, bred animals, all of it has to be harvested, and while I mine, the little octopus works the beach clean with its grass basket. As busy as I am, I keep half an eye on the channel, watching the player IDs more than the words so I do not miss anything my temporary teammates might say. My mail tells me the 3 level 2 mineral crystals I listed earlier have sold, and the unit price has crept up again, reaching 350 ocean crystal stones. More and more wealthy players in the market. When I went to list them, I searched and saw plenty of the same crystals, so they are hardly scarce, yet the rising price means there really are players who will not wait out the gathering times, or who refuse to lift a finger and still want the experience and the ore. I have 8 more crystals in my inventory, so as soon as the crate is open, I mine the ore piles fast, crafting pickaxes as I go, since level 2 piles drop the most iron ore, but most of it gets eaten making the very tools that mine it. 164 piles, 1 swing a second, about 20 swings each, plus the trips to the processing table, average out to half a minute per pile at my fastest, so the mining alone runs about 10 minutes. The harvest is heavy, 11 level 2 mineral crystals, and over 2,000 units of level 2 ore. Those 1,600 units of iron ore vanish into pickaxes, and only the high iron drop rate keeps it covered. I dig up several hundred more soil and stone, and altogether it adds nearly 13,000 gathering experience. The panel chiming that gathering has reached level 9, combat power +1. My combat power hits 19, but I have no time to savor it. I process about 750 more ore into 378 units of powder, pull 2 more units from the warehouse to round it to 380, and start reinforcing, clicking through 38 stones one by one and watching the level 2 area swell. Barely any vacant ground is left now, the dirt under the house and under the workbench all reinforced, and this round nets 41 new level 2 stones, leaving only 44 units of level 1 land. Then I clear the weeds and small trees in the leftover plots and pull the 4 seaweed breeding nets from the marine aquaculture pond, which yield 400 units of level 2 seaweed and 2,000 gathering experience, before crafting fresh nets and dropping 8 back in. The nets take little room, and since the system files them as plants, they do not count against the pond's animal cap, a tidy loophole. After that comes the breeding pen, where the harvest gives me 4 breedable mother hen chicks, 2 breedable rooster chicks, 3 egg-laying mother hen chicks, and 23 plain chickens. I move the plain ones into the storage cabinet, set the 3 egg-laying chicks into the pen, craft some feed to toss in, and remember the drinking water the animals need. With over 5 minutes left to 12:30, I hurry to the planting fields and harvest the 8 crops, 15 corn kernels, 10 wheat flour, 10 potatoes, 5 sweet potatoes, and a little gathering experience, since planted crops give only their fixed food output and no bonus. Then I take out 8 level 2 red apple tree saplings and plant them with my shovel, earning 40 planting experience, every sapling barely 20 or 30 centimeters tall and showing a dehydrated state, so I rush to water them for another 40. With my planting level this low, even a little of it lifts me, so I click the upgrade again and my combat power rises to 20, which should nudge my damage up a touch. Everything that needed harvesting is harvested, so I go to the equipment processing table and pull out the finished cotton shirt. The panel calls it extremely high comfort, defense +5, recovery +5%, durability 100, and the moment the soft white top settles on me I feel the warmth. The loose newbie tank top I have worn for days finally refreshing away and gone. The little octopus cradled in my hands reaches out a curious tentacle to paw at the fabric, plainly wondering whether it can crawl in too if my arm disappears inside the sleeve. I lift my arm and tug the cuff up, and somehow the little one has already slipped in. Its normally round, chubby head flattened against my forearm, its tentacles wrapped a few loops, so that as long as the sleeve is not pulled tight, you cannot tell it is there. Its tentacle pokes out the cuff, pats my finger, and uses the suckers to drag the fabric back down over itself, hiding so it can stay with me always, without 1,000 eyes locking onto it the second we go out. I tell it that is fine, as long as it does not feel stuffy, touch the spot where it hides, and open the inventory one more time. I am not bringing much. The ocean crystal stones are already in the bag, along with water and steamed buns, the blazing staff I just got, and some meat to feed the fire burn, and the essentials, my fishing rod, pickaxe, and felling axe. Exactly at 12:30 the notification pops, Player Island Master number 7 inviting me to a level 2 unclaimed island for a 1-hour exploration and search. Warning that entering will strip away my player protection barrier, that resources in danger live side by side, and to choose carefully. I confirm the teleport fires, and the little octopus and I are gone from our own island, standing on a soft beach with the other temporary teammates scattered a few meters apart. 101 appears at my side and looks me over to confirm she does not see the little octopus, asking why I did not bring it. I tell her only that I brought it, and that it is resting, never saying where. Unlike my hidden pet, number 7 has his little ice dragon coiled over his arm, draped pointedly on the outside of a flashy coat worn over close-fitting leather armor, silver plates on the shoulders and chest and back, sleeves and hem so loose that when he lifts a hand the cloth nearly drops to his knees. With sleeves that wide and the ice dragon cub riding on the outside, there is no reading it as anything but showing off. He glances at his own dragon, then at my pet hiding, and curls his lip, telling me nobody is going to steal it from me yet I still hide it, though he allows that at least I knew to put on clothes. He has decided I am perpetually both weak and broke, and is relieved I look like a normal player for once. I tell him plainly that I only made the shirt at noon from materials I opened, since I have never felt there was anything shameful about being poor. Being too broke to afford equipment is normal for players, and not everyone can be like him, wanting the best of everything, skill and equipment and pet all at once. 99 cuts in to get us moving, raising a hand and slapping number 7 hard on the back, sending him stumbling forward a few steps, then turns to the 3 of us with smiling eyes and gets down to business, warning that the island is large and the dangers unknown, so everyone should watch their surroundings and stay protected. 101 offers her terms, that if we act together the items split evenly, and if we separate, finders keepers. Little 6 speaks up softly that he is weak and would rather we stay together, honest again about the gap between himself and the rest, knowing that on his own he would not get far. I ask the obvious problem, since good items cannot be cut into pieces, whether we auction them and split the ocean crystal stones, and number 7 and 99 both find that fine, the highest bidder taking the item and the stones divided into 5 shares. 99, confident in her own pile of ocean crystal stones, feels a little awkward hearing the poorest of us talk about splitting them, and asks whether the octopus guy is really only here to earn ocean crystal stones. I admit I have 2,000 total and that going together, I am almost certainly the one who walks away with the crystals rather than the items, which is fine by me, since the stones buy supplies and supplies strengthen the island. My land foundations are nearly all reinforced, but my beach is still entirely level 1, and level 3 reinforcement is a long way off. Number 7, as the voucher holder decides we will walk together a while and split off later if there is not much danger, and there's nothing to see on the beach, not so much as a crab in this small stretch. So we head inland. The first thing we find is a meter-high shrub, heavy with little red fruits, and the panel names them berries. Fruit from small shrubs, juicy and sweet and sour, good for juicing or jam. The same berries that sometimes drop from level 1 or level 2 crates, now growing wild. 101 reaches in to pick some, and pricks her finger after only a few. Her health unchanged, but the little wounds still stinging. I tell her to hold the branch down with one hand and pick with the other, spotting the bush of my own, coordinating both hands to clear 31 berries and 2 berry seeds quickly, since wild gathering gives the same experience as on the island. She watches and asks, hesitating for a word, whether I am always this meticulous when I gather at home, since coordinating both hands to hold and pluck again, 30 in a dozen seconds, is an enviable speed. I tell her my island's level 1 plots only grow weeds and small trees, that only the 4 daily refreshes might give a level 1 ore pile, and I have never had a shrub refresh then move to another bush and keep working, since seeds are worth gathering while the others dawdle. 101 keeps talking, telling me gathering is exhausting and that with luck like mine I could convert everything to planting fields and practice fishing and hunting instead. She personally hates gathering and feels it wastes time and stamina. She rattles off her whole philosophy that planting is simple and gives planting experience, that one-click harvesting still yields gathering experience and resources, that fishing raises combat power as it levels, that creatures killed on the beach raise hunting, that reselling sales area deals earns ocean crystal stones, and that even skill practice eats time. She wonders aloud how anyone gathering 16 times a day while juggling everything else could ever fit skill practice in, even without sleeping, and whether there might be some way to practice skills while gathering at the same time. Number 7 gathers a plant nearby, comes over and waves her off, telling her that if she will not gather, she should step back and stop hogging the space. And what kind of advice was that anyway? It is precisely because I have no ocean crystal stones that I have to keep gathering and level up slowly on raw materials, he points out, that she herself called me poor and then handed me advice that requires spending resources first, as if I could crack open a sack of ocean crystal stones whenever I felt like it. 101 protests that her advice was fine, that they had all switched to planting fields to grind too, feeling unfairly singled out, deciding number 7 really is just the troublemaker 99 warned her about. He keeps climbing toward higher ground and keeps roasting her, saying she opened 2,000 stone gift packs in a single day, and should ask how long it took me to save 100 before she opens her mouth again. For all the things he says on the channel that make him sound out of touch with ordinary players, he is not actually blind, and he knows plenty of people complain that 4 crates a day is not enough food, that many cannot even cover the 10 stone teleport fee. 101 mutters that my luck is good and that even if I cannot open ocean crystal stones, I could sell materials for money, then bites it off mid-sentence, her face heating. She runs 2 laps around the group, casting heart-calming technique on each of us, refusing to admit she is doing it because her words might have stung someone, insisting she is only doing her job as support. 99, not much interested in the berries, gathers 1 portion to look and then quits touching them. After catching the little girl's pleading look, she comes over to ease the awkward air, telling me the girl has good luck but a slow brain, that she is only 20, fresh out of school and pampered her whole life, and then asks my age. I am busy picking, having just lucked into 3 level 2 seeds off the bushes, and catch only the main point, so I tell her 19. She says back where they are from, someone my age would still be a rebellious teenager, throwing 101 a helpless look, noting that I am even younger than the girl. I tell her that back where I am from I have already been working 3 years, my pace quickening as I move forward, since I feel I should defend myself against the rebellious teenager label. Where I come from, regardless of gender, you can only hold a coming-of-age ceremony at 20, I add, though 99 only grows more certain my insistence on the 3 years of work is itself some kind of youthful rebellion, and lets it drop. After a few more bushes, we push forward toward the center of the island, following the barren reefs along the beach. The island is an irregular oval, ringed by beach with a small hill, 20 or 30 meters high at its heart, and as we follow the ridge, gathering the odd level 1 or level 2 bush and tree and weed along the way, we finally see the whole of it from the top. It runs roughly 50 or 60,000 square meters, not big at all, or we would not have reached the summit after gathering so little. 99 turns to the dark-faced number 7 and tells him his luck is no good, that even felling every tree here would not amount to much, and she does not feel like laughing now either. The 1,000 ocean crystal stones for the voucher came from number 668, and since it is a joint exploration, the cost was essentially the price of the exit, but it now looks like an overpayment, because what is there to explore on an island this tiny but resources and seeds? Number 7 decides we should split up. Each pick a direction, finders keepers, call for help if there is danger, and hand over your find to whoever bails you out, and the others agree. Only 7 minutes have passed, and since we made the trip, we should not waste it, so maybe something is tucked in the trees or under them or in a rocky pit. I look around from the summit too, and choose a direction with few trees but plenty of bushes and bright flowers, and 99 takes the area to my right, telling everyone to gather seeds so the trip is not a total loss, and to shout if anything happens. 101 picks the ground to 99's right, little 6 the ground to 101's right, and number 7, left last, takes the middle stretch between my left and little 6's right. I head down the hill gathering as I go, tapping my sleeve now and then to tell the little octopus not to worry, working a dozen plus bushes for more than 20 berry seeds, mostly level 1 with the occasional level 2. I am almost halfway down when the little octopus suddenly crawls out, slides onto the back of my hand, and points a tentacle toward the front left. I tell it okay and head that way, since even though I can hold long one-sided chats with it on my own island, out here I keep it to a short reply. I pass several small trees without paying them any mind until the little octopus pats the back of my hand again, at which point I stop, and it wraps a tentacle around my finger and leads me forward like that. At the roots of a withered tree, it stops and starts scratching at the ground with its tentacles, clearly certain there is something good buried right under this tree. Under its guidance, I take out the pickaxe and dig, and after a few swings, I open a hollow beneath the rotting roots with several eggs inside. The panel labels them unhatched level 2 sea snake eggs, a nourishing delicacy highly suited to domestic devouring type creatures, with a warning that sea snakes may be active in the nearby waters. A nest of snake eggs marked as nourishing, 3 of them, round and patterned in red and white, each as big as an adult's head. The little octopus points its tentacles at them, hungry, plainly figuring that eating these would grow its tentacles at least another 10th in length. I tell it to eat up, that once it is done we have to brace for the level 2 sea snakes, and I poke its tentacles, since it is obviously eager but waiting for me to act first. I squat, take out all 3 eggs and set them on the ground, and the moment they leave my hands the little octopus pounces, cracking the shells open and burrowing inside to consume everything in seconds. To swallow food many times its own body size like this has to be a devouring type talent. And as for the sea snakes coming back at us, that became unavoidable the instant I dug up their hidden nest, because exploration is plunder, and there is no reason to leave good things behind once you find them. In under a minute, the little octopus has even gnawed the eggshells clean, then crawls back to the hole to search for more, and finding none, hugs my hand and burrows into my sleeve. The panel updates its profile: spiritual grade sea patrolling octopus, a level 2 island free-roaming pet, health now 3,556, with tentacle ambush, entangle, and devour. Its level able to grow and promotable to level 3 at 10,000 health, and its emotional tag musing that the sea snake eggs tasted good, and wondering whether sea snake meat is delicious. I pinch my cuff and stare at the little one coiled just above my wrist, its tag flipping from full and happy to that in the blink of an eye, and wonder whether it is still not full. Its health jumped from 2,868 to 3,556. On 3 eggs alone though, and for supplements that boost stats directly like that, I figure the more the better as long as I stay on guard no matter where the snakes are or how large. With the little octopus happy and fed, I keep walking down the slope and gathering as many berry seeds as I can. The area is small but worked carefully, and by the time I reach the bottom, 48 minutes have passed since I entered the island. I draw near the beach planning to try the fishing, but as I approach the waves churn, and 2 sea snakes as thick as water buckets rear up in front of me. The panel calls them level 2 water-scaled snakes, health 8,000, skilled at water-type attacks, forced into the ocean to hunt during the egg-laying period, and it confirms they have caught the scent of their eggs on me. Wild marine creatures carry brutal health. From the beach to my left, where number 7 is fishing, he spots the 2 snakes surfacing in the distance, and shouts to ask whether I need help. He will not step in on his own since we agreed at the start that any help means handing over the benefits, and barging in uninvited now would amount to snatching what I had already earned. I tell him no, and that there is something in the sea on his side, since one glance shows he has not noticed. So I warn him to mind his own business, because the benefit on my side is already inside my little octopus and could not be handed over even if I wanted to. He turns to stare at the water, and when he catches the wrongness in its color, he bolts toward the hillside, shouting over his shoulder for me to take care of myself and run toward 99 if it gets dangerous, because he cannot watch me from where he is. As number 7 runs, the 2 bucket-thick grayish-white snakes have already slid clear of the seawater in front of me. The little octopus crawls out of my sleeve onto my shoulder, points a tentacle at the larger snake, and signals several times, and I ask whether it sees a weakness, gripping my staff and forcing myself calm once I am sure I understand. It wiggles one tentacle with the tip standing for the snake's head, showing me that below the snake's mouth there is an extremely fragile spot, that attacking there will make this one easier to handle. As for the other, I have to take them one at a time, and what I need to do right now is dodge their attacks first, then find the opening to strike. A snake tail whips out, the first blow aimed straight at my head, and both giants run over 10 meters long, so I swing the long staff into the lead snake, and ride the force of the collision to leap aside, the staff against the scales raising a token notification of 1 point of damage. Using the momentum to jump, my body stays nimble as I weave through the pincer attacks of the 2 snakes. While I duck and jump for an opening, 99 hears the noise and runs to the beach to look. 101 trails her, asking in a low voice whether the octopus guy trained specifically, because the way he flips to the far side mid-turn fits neither inertia nor common sense, wondering if it is that skill of his. The girl had not been much good at gathering, but she found a level 2 crate over there and pulled a piece of equipment from it. And having gotten something, she abandoned the woods and ran straight for 99. And now, watching my fighting, she finds it a bit outrageous. 99 refuses to comment on the octopus guy's business, telling her instead that everyone has their secrets, that if it is not important she should not ask and should stop handing out life advice, and that if she does not change her ways there will be no next time. 101 covers her mouth and mutters that fine, she will not ask, that she only thought it could be discussed since I had not been hiding it before. She can tell 99 and number 7 are just as curious and wonders how they endure it, and she still half wants to go cast a heart-calming technique on me. After dodging 5 times in a row, I finally find my opening. My limbs twist slightly, and I drive the stick hard into the sea snake's lower jaw, and the panel rewards it as a weakness attack and a critical hit. Blunt force vital damage of 953, plus a 30-second burn taking off 50 health a second. The little octopus seizes the chance, and as I use the stick's force to reposition, it charges straight into the snake's mouth, gaping wide in pain. I had been riding the collision of stick on scale to backflip away, smooth every time before, but with the little octopus shoving off my shoulder so hard, by the time I react I am already 10 meters from where I meant to land. I know it will not get itself killed, yet watching it dive headlong into the thing's mouth still breaks me out in a cold sweat. This little guy is genuinely insane. A flash of fear crosses my face before I recover, bracing the stick on the ground and dodging the incoming tail. Only one snake left for me now, the other already rearing up half its body and slamming backward into the seawater. No matter how it thrashes and slaps its tail, the little octopus inside its mouth has already pierced through the upper jaw and bored toward the brain, churning it up. Its whole fighting style is simple: small things wrapped up and torn apart by suckers, large things pierced at the weak point and then shredded by tentacles. And I mutter that it is all so troublesome while I keep dodging on the beach, striking the remaining snake whenever it tries for the sea to drag its attention back. The snake has a deep health pool and its scales hold real defense, though, so even as my stamina drains from the constant dodging, its bar has only dropped a little over 500. After more than a minute, the snake in the water finally goes still. The panel tells me my pet and I jointly killed a level 2 sea snake for 5 hunting experience, plus 100+ pieces of level 2 sea snake meat decomposed straight into my inventory, along with snake bones, snake fangs, and 10 snake scales, but no snake gall because the little octopus already ate it. Having finished one, the little octopus swims back fast, clinging to the dead snake's swaying tail, then scurrying up its scales to the head. The second snake's attention is fixed entirely on me, and because I keep dodging, it has worked itself into a rage, simply whipping its tail again and again at my position. Once the little octopus reaches the snake's head, it tries several times to lock onto a spot, then raises a tentacle and waves it at me, because fighting requires its owner to cooperate and feel part of it, which makes the owner happy. I confirm it wants me to strike the snake's eye, nod, and adjust my direction, vaulting to the other side by bracing on the stick. And as the tail rolls halfway and the mouth gapes to swallow me, I spin, grip the stick two-handed, and bring a diagonal blow down on the eye socket. The strike cracks the scales above the eye open. The panel logs a heavy strike and a critical hit for blunt damage of 613. Then a successful pen attack for penetrating, tearing, destructive damage of 6,853. And the kill: 5 more hunting experience, a snake bone, a snake gall, 2 snake fangs, 10 snake scales, and over 100 more pieces of sea snake meat. The notifications chime through, and I sit down on the messy beach, worn out, reaching a hand toward the little octopus. My own blow earlier was only ever bait, because when it waved its tentacles to mark the spot, 6 of its 8 were already arranged around the central scale on the snake's head. So the instant I pulled the snake's focus and it felt the pain, that scale pried open at the same moment. 8 tentacles passed one after another through the skull beneath it, churning the brain and tearing the skull wide. And that skull, which should have been hard, was barely tougher than the training ground puppets under those tentacles. The little octopus pushes off the ground, jumps, and lands in my palm. Delighted that its owner reacted quickly, understood it, and cooperated so well, though it does seem to think the snake gall really ought to be dug out for it to eat, since that taste is still very good. I tell it to eat first while I rest, take out the snake gall and set it in my palm, then pull out a sea cucumber bun and eat slowly on the sand, recovering stamina while I watch the little one happily working through the gall. As we eat and rest, an emerald light settles over me, the heart calming technique. 101 waves a hand quickly to explain that she does not mean anything by it, that she just saw I was probably tired, so it is a free gift, that I do not need to share anything with her. She had been watching the whole time with her heart pounding, finding this fighting style that walks the edge of danger both terrifying and incredibly cool. I look back once, thank her, and say nothing more. A few minutes into my rest, number 7 comes running over from the far side with his ice dragon cub, little 6 trailing him, and the 5 of us gather again with 6 minutes left before the hour ends. Number 7 looks nervous and asks whether any of us have anything left to do, and the moment he confirms we are all fine, he sets the exploration to end early. As the teleport takes hold, giant waves surge skyward, and an angry roar shakes the island. None of us can see what it is, because at that same instant we are already back on our separate islands. The people did not get a clear look, but the little octopus did, and it saw exactly what burst up from the bottom of the sea. Scared? I am back on the island, and I go straight inside and lie on the bed with the little octopus held against my chest. That last fight was mostly stalling for time, but it wore me down all the same. Every nerve stretched tight for far too long, and lying flat now will let me recover a little faster. Something is wrong with the little one though, because it has curled itself into a trembling ball in my hand. The creature that surfaced just as we left must have been terrifying enough to leave it shaking like this, and that thing almost certainly did not rise out of the water for 2 snakes alone. Someone destroyed something out there, or carried off something that was not theirs. I run a finger along its tentacles and wonder aloud what it could have been. An undersea demon beast, a dragon, some monstrous fish, or a thing with no name at all. After a few seconds back in a familiar place, the little octopus relaxes all at once, its tentacles sprawling limp across my palm like it does not want to move a single muscle. Going by number 7's ridiculous luck, if a man like that was in a hurry to flee, he must have stumbled onto absolute danger, or maybe it was that swarm of small insects from the sea earlier, first chasing him and then driving him to some special spot where he scooped up good loot. The little octopus lifts one tentacle and lets it fall again, lazy. Then after a long quiet stretch, its tentacles reach out half a meter and begin twisting together, thin coils joining and adjusting and rejoining until they sketch out a rough shape. I ask it whether that is a dragon or a snake. I cannot tell either, but since the snakish thing it has drawn has claws, a dragon is the only direction worth guessing for now. The little one does not understand the word, yet it can feel that its owner understood the shape, and its tentacles go slack again as it rolls into a ball, then climbs up to hang off my shoulder. I tell it the thing probably was not after us. We need to keep gathering and reinforcing the island instead. I poke a tentacle and pull up the island map where a few resources already glow as gatherable, so I roll out of bed and craft a 10-slot storage cabinet first, dumping every loose item from my inventory slots into it before grabbing the pickaxe. The haul from that trip was generous. The newly stored materials read 3 level 2 snake bones, 4 level 2 snake fangs, 20 level 2 snake scales, 236 portions of level 2 snake meat, 52 level 2 berry seeds, 133 level 1 berry seeds, and 312 level 1 berries. With everything organized, I start swinging the pickaxe at the ore piles. The iron ore feeds my endless pickaxe habit, while the granite and flint I keep only to grind into ore powder for reinforcing the foundation stones. By 5 to 2 in the afternoon, I finish this batch and pocket 18,514 gathering experience, 15 level 2 ore crystals, and 3,512 units of level 2 ore. Though crafting pickaxes eats 2,160 of the iron, there are 368 portions of soil and 511 stones on top of that. Gathering done, it is time to reinforce again. 1,352 units of level 2 ore are left, and I plan to craft only a small batch first. 44 square meters of unreinforced land foundation stones remain, so I prepare enough for 35 and trust my luck to stretch it. 700 units of level 2 ore become 350 portions of level 2 ore powder, and the leftover 652 granite I set aside. My luck holds beautifully, because by the time the powder runs out, only a single level 1 reinforced foundation stone is left. I take out 20 portions of granite to grind, and just as I am about to reinforce it, I stop. At a time like this, I should keep making more preparations. I look at that last level 1 stone, switch modes to run one level 1 reinforcement on it, then start the level 2 pass. Neither the level 1 nor the level 2 reinforcement gives a blessing aura this time, but I feel I should hold to the habit anyway, every level fully done before the next. Our land area is enough for now, so what we really need next is more renovating, because planting experience is the thing crying out to be leveled. I poke the little octopus, which has crawled back into my palm, and I am glad to see it playing again. It was frightened before, and now it has its spark back. When it comes to settling its own nerves, the little one is genuinely strong. It lifts a tentacle and pokes my finger, and I can tell it is no longer worried at all. That it has decided even if the dragon wants someone, it will go hunting at the dragon cub's home. Nothing to do with us. And besides, it only ate snake eggs, so it would never catch the dragon's eye. I tell it to go play while I calculate materials. The land is all covered in thick soil now, and though the area is not large, the sight of it puts me in a fine mood. The full level 2 land reinforcement is finished, so the second item is the beach, which needs different materials. The panel lists the beach level 2 reinforcement as 10 level 2 marine plant powder, 2 level 2 granite granules, and 1 level 2 seaweed per block. The granite granules made 2 for 1 from granite. For 251 beach units, even with a blessing aura trimming the cost, I will need materials for at least 200 reinforcements, so those level 2 ore piles that have not refreshed yet will have to wait until after the next gathering. Seaweed is the sticking point. Marine plant powder runs 5 marine plants to 1 portion, so reinforcing a single level 2 beach block with seaweed alone would burn 51 pieces of it. Working that math, I decide I have to make a trip to Trade City. Seaweed is a designated necessity for beach upgrades, which means the price will be steep, so processing other marine plants into the powder is the cheaper route. The little octopus, busy catching level 1 small seafood, is a bit dazed when I scoop it up and does not react right away. We will go buy materials and sell these ore crystals while we are at it, I tell it, since players still pay high prices for gathering experience, and I want that money early. I raise my hand for it to wrap around, and even though it does not follow the words, I explain anyway. Then open the teleport to Trade City for the 3rd time today. The moment I arrive and see 99 and number 7 again, I get the strange feeling that the two of them have been lying in wait for me on purpose. 99 waves and calls me Octopus Little Brother, saying I got here fast. She had only just posted a message asking everyone from the exploration to come chat if they were free, and right as it's sent, I appeared. I tell her I came to buy materials, that I was gathering at home and never saw the message, and ask whether something is the matter. I open the channel and scroll up to find the line those two sent. I really did not know because while reinforcing the island I had the map interface open instead of the chat. Pure coincidence. Number 7 looks like he has already made his peace with how I am. He tells me to go sell my things first, list them on the auction, and come back, since there is something to discuss once everyone is gathered. We have to wait for the other two anyway, so there is no reason to make me stand around, and the real reason underneath it is that telling me to wait with them would only get a flat refusal. After a few brief run-ins, the people who have met me have a rough picture of how I think. The pink octopus little brother ignores people, they have decided, doing his own thing single-mindedly no matter what anyone says, and yes, that can be annoying, but it is simply how he is. When a man is built that way, why hold high hopes that he will bend around other people's feelings? You can ignore him right back, but if you set out to change him, the problem is with your own head. I tell number 7 fine, I will come out after listing them, and walk into the auction area. Inside, I list my 34 level 2 mineral crystals first, then start hunting level 2 marine plants. Level 2 seaweed runs 100 units at a starting price of 40 ocean crystal stones, level 2 seagrass 50 units at 20, level 2 kelp 20 units at 8, every starting price the same. Because the unit price is low, the minimum lot is 10 units or multiples of 10. And once I click into the live auctions, the real spread shows itself, with level 2 seaweed selling between 1.5 and 1.7 per piece. Checking one after another, the level 2 seagrass runs cheaper, around 0.9 to 1 per piece, and seeing it confirms why. A beach that hits level 2 has a high chance of growing seagrass naturally, the same way weeds and trees sprout once a land cornerstone is strengthened. I bid 1 ocean crystal stone per piece on several seagrass lots about to close. Then wait, and 2 or 3 minutes later 1,200 units of level 2 seagrass drop into my inventory. With 896 ocean crystal stones left, I search for anything else worth buying. There it is, a level 2 fruitcake recipe, starting at 100 ocean crystal stones. The recipe makes a level 2 fruitcake from 6 units of level 2 fruit, 1 unit of flour, and 3 eggs, 3 minutes to craft, with base effects of recovery plus 10% agility plus 2, lasting 1 hour. I have all the ingredients already. Recipes that raise agility are clearly popular because I have to lift my bid twice during the few minutes the auction runs, before I finally win the cake recipe for 146 ocean crystal stones. With nothing else catching my eye, I leave the auction area. Octopus little brother, you were really super cool back there. The little girl 101 has arrived and is standing with 99, and she waves happily the moment she sees me to make sure I notice her. I nod and thank her. That is the whole of my reaction to praise. A nod and 2 words, and number 7, who had been preparing to say something, suddenly decides he does not want to anymore. He has been quietly building a label collection for me. Extreme self-interest, slow to react in word and feeling, no social awareness, and now a fresh one, self-appreciation. 99 takes the lull to raise the main business, noting that number 668 has not shown yet, and that we should wait another 10 minutes in case he missed the message or got held up. I walk to the wall, check the time, and decide I do not mind waiting. After 4 or 5 minutes of silence, 101 cannot stand it and leans in to whisper, wanting to chat. We already know each other, she figures. We have tested our strength together and gone to an unprotected island together. So surely we can talk a little, and she is not even asking anything she should not. Only that waiting in dead silence makes the air strange. I tell her I can read the channel, out of bare politeness. I do not enjoy chatting with people, least of all people who cannot sit quietly. She presses on, asking how I resist joining in when I see other people's messages, but she only gets a few words out before number 7 walks over and plants himself squarely between her and me. Player protection means we cannot touch, so by squeezing in he forces 101 a step outward. And on her other side is a wall, and walls do not move. If she wants to chat, he tells her, she can find 99 or talk to him, so I insist on cornering the one person who does not want to speak. Does it make her feel superior? Number 7 likes chatting plenty himself, but he has decided that her habit of hunting down the quiet one for no purpose is grating even to overhear. 101 says no, she only wanted to talk to me, and asks whether he is sour about being ignored. She is annoyed now, her spot stolen and number 7's contempt plain on his face. She only wanted to chat, and I had even answered, so even if I do not say much, you cannot just shove me aside as background scenery, can you? Leaving the 3 of them talking while the octopus little brother sits there like a prop. That would be too much of a snub. Number 7 turns away from her and tells me to speak for myself, that if the small talk bothers me I should say so outright instead of stewing in silence, because watching me sit there pretending to ignore people while clearly irritated is uncomfortable for the rest of them. I look at him, not following. She would only ask why, I tell him, And besides, I only have 4 more minutes to wait. Not wanting to talk does not mean I will tell someone to shut up just because they are speaking. If these two had not said they were holding the spot 10 minutes for the main business, I would have walked off the moment she started talking too much. And 4 or 5 minutes passed quickly enough. 101 stammers that she just wanted to show some concern, feeling wrong that everyone treats her like she's done something wrong, until 99 shakes her head and finally speaks up to comfort her, telling her not to feel bad, that it is not just her he finds annoying. He is perfectly fair. He finds everyone who tries to talk to him annoying. I nod in agreement. This sharp-eyed big sister has it exactly right. 101 stops feeling wronged at that, understanding now that both of them have been brushed off before, which is why they read it so well. Then number 668 finally arrives, teleporting in and getting pointed toward the auction area by someone he knows. He tells us he is late because his home was attacked by sea snakes and he just finished cleaning them up. Seeing his torn clothes and the cuts on his face, 101 immediately casts a heart-calming technique on him, though the skill dissolves the instant it leaves her side, because the safety protection blocks every player's skill the same way it blocks touch. Number 668 thanks her and shakes his head at the wasted gesture, half amused, half baffled, that she would think to use a skill in a place where skills do nothing. He says he is fine and asks why we were all so anxious to gather, what the situation is. Trouble, clearly, and trouble tied to that unidentified creature that rose up as we left the island. Number 7 starts laying out the benefits he scored over there, that he picked up a chest and opened a growth pill for the dragon race, that the thing which appeared as we left is the problem, because feeding the pill to his ice dragon cub has dragged everyone in. Every player who went exploring may already be marked by that enraged dragon. I asked whether his end gave him any prompt on the dragon's level or details. I had already half guessed it was a dragon from the little octopus's drawing, wondering at the time if number 7 had smashed a dragon egg or stolen dragon treasure. He tells me it is an adult spiritual grade water dragon, that he has no read on its health, only an extreme danger flag on the event notification. 99 looks at the ice dragon cub on his arm and groans that a spiritual grade dragon has to be at least hundreds of times stronger than his cub, and this kid got all the benefits while the rest of them have to bleed alongside him. Hard to say, number 7 answers, 1,000 times stronger is possible, but whether it is 100 or 1,000, none of us can beat it. He only wanted us to know that if trouble comes, we run, straight to Trade City to take refuge, where at least we survive. He sighs that he has no idea how to handle an adult spiritual grade dragon either, that the thing came out of a treasure chest, but a special event like this is not the sort you can reason your way out of. And in that dragon's perception, the theft is simply fact. 99 leans against the wall, cold sweat rising on her back, working out that if the growth pill is for quality growth, then the dragon's pursuit will never end, and spiritual grade is one step below immortal grade. She regrets, quietly, ever making luck the first thing she screened teammates for. Lucky people pull great items, but a companion whose own luck falls short does not necessarily share the rewards, only the danger. By that measure, the octopus little brother is better, she decides. His luck a bit crooked, but when he gets the benefit he carries the danger himself. Number 7 admits there is a chance of quality growth, that his little ice has not reached adulthood so its grade is not yet apparent, and he nearly smiles before catching himself, since these few people are in a bad spot, and may stay there a long while. Number 668, stewing over his recent losses, decides to press number 7 for compensation, arguing that since number 7 took the benefit while the rest of them blocked the disaster with him, he ought to hand out something to make it even, though he privately knows the attack on his own home had nothing to do with this event. Number 7 is stunned a moment, then looks at him with open disdain, refuses flatly, and says he is only telling us about the danger so we can prepare in advance. I have heard everything I needed to. I say my goodbyes, telling them my island is under attack and I am heading back, take out my pass, and leave. Number 668 stares at the spot where I stood, unable to work out whether my island really happened to be attacked at that exact moment, or whether I simply realized there was no benefit to be had, and could not be bothered to stay. 99 sighs that if I say I am being attacked, then I am being attacked, and number 668, sour and finding everything irritating in his bad mood, asks whether my word is truly that credible. Extremely credible, 101 snaps, her temper now worse than his, because being told to her face by a powerful, handsome guy that her concern was annoying has left her raw. We are not so important that I would bother lying to them, she tells him, and if he thinks I would, he is overthinking it. The real misery is the uncertainty, the danger that could fall at any second, the knowledge that they cannot win and might not even escape, and the cause of all of it is the exploration voucher number 668 brought out. Your beach is currently under attack by marine life, the panel tells me. Level 1 lobster, 500 health, a common ocean creature, very interested in my island beach. That was the notification that sent me teleporting home. And these lobsters, well, I will make some garlic shrimp in a bit, I think. Only sorry I have no recipe for spicy crayfish. I put the little octopus down, grind the marine plant powder while the little one hauls the dozen-odd invading lobsters back in its basket. And when I see it carrying the small lobsters up the beach, I get hungry. Small lobsters are still shrimp, and with nothing stopping me, I start cooking. The little octopus watches the lobsters get caught, then watches me crush their heads one by one, without leaving a single one for it to taste, and wiggles its tentacles, conflicted. Still, its owner needs to eat, and perhaps the owner just likes this kind of shrimp, though the quantity is awfully small and there is no telling whether more will come next time. I squat, poke its tentacles, and tell it to go play while I do some practicing, that whatever danger is coming, we will handle when it arrives. The business of number 7 scooping up benefits and leaving the 5 of us facing disaster, I honestly do not have many feelings about. It is not that I am broad-minded. In this world, unpredictable danger is always one moment away. I never saw the dragon, so I cannot say how dangerous it truly is, but that fish that circled my island once could end my life without effort. And after watching the mermaid princess's health sit in the hundreds of billions, I can stay very calm about most things. The seaweed is not mature and the beach reinforcement cannot be rushed, so the better use of the hour is to practice and run the afternoon gathering. The little octopus flicks its tentacles, sees me start practicing again, patrols the island once at a slow drift, then settles onto the head of the mermaid statue. The sun is brutal, but the statue's head is not hot at all, instead carrying a cool, refreshing moisture it can soak up bit by bit. After eating a portion of garlic shrimp, I begin. The shrimp adds 1 point of agility for only 10 minutes, but that single point during practice is something else entirely. I loosen my limbs, strike an opening pose, and slowly accelerate, shaving the interval between movements down second by second, until my body feels the faint strain, then easing back a hair. In half an afternoon, without slowing my gathering, I run the body strengthening technique through twice, dropping my old interval from 1 minute and 20 seconds to a clean 40 by eating a shrimp every 10 minutes. A pity there were only a dozen of them. Once the buff wears off, even chewing sea cucumber buns I can barely hold 1 minute and 5 seconds. What a difference, and this agility attribute used during practice is simply too strong. After 6 in the evening I will have eggs at home and can eat fruitcake for the buff. By 10 to 6, I finish the afternoon's last gathering wave, standing in my doorway as I switch all resource production over to food. The morning grind covered my ore needs for now, and the afternoon brought in 40,734 points of gathering experience. I gathered 21 level 2 mineral crystals, 1,158 granite, 5,163 iron ore, 1,133 flint, 1,528 portions of soil, and 1,966 stones, though 4,000 of the iron ore vanished into pickaxes. The wood is the other quiet drain, never large in volume but always indispensable, and what I had saved before is basically gone. Beyond gathering, the little octopus netted 700 or 800 small fish and small shrimp through the afternoon, and once I had enough for an upgrade I coordinated with it during a break and pushed hunting up a level. The panel reads me out as Island Master number 9911, Combat Power 22, my skill the reinforcement type body strengthening technique. My levels now hunting at level 4 with no progress towards 1600. Fishing at level 1 climbing toward 200. Gathering at level 10 reaching for 102,400. Planting at level 2. My island sits at 502 viewable square meters. A level 1 wooden hut. My spiritual braid level 2 sea patrolling octopus. A 25 square meter marine aquaculture pond. A small level 1 breeding pen. And a level 2 planting field. When 6 o'clock lands, I craft a bonfire and set it on the high platform. And as the sun sinks and night creeps in, the island's resources refresh. The little octopus, perched on my arm after its fishing, suddenly stiffens its tentacles, pushes off, and rockets 10 meters out to land square on the beach. No need to be in such a hurry, I tell it, smiling at the sight of it already snatching small fish and small shrimp. Then I start gathering. This time the soil is carpeted in every kind of food crop. Wheat, corn, potatoes, sweet potato, paddy rice, dry rice, sorghum, red beans, mung beans, soybeans, peanut, sesame, the variety swelling as the plots multiply. I move down the rows, pulling them one by one, a single plant in most plots, and as each comes free it drops level 2 and level 1 seeds along with the seedlings and stalks, every food going straight into my inventory. There are 178 plots ready, and with my waist, arms, and legs in fine shape I clear them all in under 5 minutes. This method of harvesting really is faster and easier on the body. I straighten up and glance at the beach, where the little octopus is still working its basket through the level 1 small fish and small shrimp, and for the first time since it became an adult and started working, I have outpaced it on a post-refresh gathering. It feels my eyes on it, turns to look, and instantly tenses, plainly stunned that the owner cleared his side so fast, and just as plainly resolving that since it lost this once it will let me enjoy it. but it absolutely will not lose next time. Working that hard, are you? I murmur, watching it pause a beat and then move at many times its earlier speed, blurring through the captures like it lost a bet and is throwing a tantrum to show off. Eggs really are good things. I finish the grain, then collect the chickens and eggs from the breeding pen, where 3 laying hens have produced 18 eggs in one go, a genuinely high rate. Alongside the eggs, there are 3 breedable hen cubs, 3 laying hen cubs, and 24 meat chickens. And with materials abundant, I craft 2 more breeding pens and split the laying cubs and the breedable rooster and hen cubs between them. The chicken count is still limited, so even with the new pens I am only raising 3 roosters, 6 laying hens, and 16 hens. Seeing free space and no shortage of feed, I take out the nest of 4 rabbits to raise 2. I had held them back before for lack of feed, but with grain on hand there is no shortage of raw materials now. The breeding pens are quickly sorted, and I pull the 8 seaweed breeding nets that have been hanging in the water, keep 100 seaweed for the beach upgrade, and process the other 700 into 14 fresh nets that go back into the marine aquaculture pond. With all that adjusted, I finally open the supply crates. 5 are fresh this time, 3 level 2 and 2 level 3, and I open the 3 level 2 first, pulling 17 ocean crystal stones along with assorted level 2 and level 1 materials. Hope my luck is good, I think, rubbing my hands and squatting to open the level 3 crates right at the house door. The first level 3 crate hands me 81 ocean crystal stones, a 1-slot inventory slot expansion voucher, a level 2 house basement expansion blueprint, 10 level 2 bamboo seedlings, and level 2 granite. The expansion voucher is the familiar treasure, but the basement blueprint is the real surprise. I use the voucher at once and check the blueprint in my hand. The panel calls it a level 2 basement construction project requiring the blueprint itself, 500 iron ore against my 1364, and 100 level 2 wooden planks against my 13, and says that once built it sets a staircase down from the house floor into a 5x5 by 2.5 meter basement. Unlike a recipe, a blueprint is a one-time consumable. 1 level 3 crate still waits, so I open it before expanding the house. That last crate gives no recipe or blueprint, but produces an island building, a level 3 fire tower 9 meters tall with an adjustable flame position, offering light, guidance, wind protection, and rain protection, burning resources for up to 100 hours, a 2x2 footprint durability 1000. Set down, the fire tower is a 4 square meter footprint, 4 stone pillars fused together shooting straight up, a flame hole carved out at every 1 meter interval. The burning position is a hollow sphere with only the 4 corners still connected, so it looks fragile, but the thing sets how many levels of flame to burn, and once lit it shrugs off wind and rain. Better still, it stores burning resources, so I can top it up every few days, and once full it holds for 100 hours. As for that durability number, living things show a health bar while buildings and equipment show durability, the same way the pickaxe and felling axe I burn through fastest lose durability as wear and tear. I place the tower on the open ground to the side and hurry the materials out before full dark. A level 2 wooden plank takes 2 units of level 2 wood, and the level 2 house needs 200 planks plus the 100 for the basement. 600 level 2 wood total, which I luckily saved enough of, so I process it all at once, and start the upgrade. The panel lists the level 2 wooden house as the existing level 1 house, 300 planks against my requirement of 200, 1364 level 2 iron ore against 200, 1920 level 2 granite against 100, a 5x5 build. With materials covered, I run the expansion in place, and both constructions complete in turn. The wooden house, and then the basement beneath it. The house is much larger now, still a 25 square meter footprint with a peaked roof. The walls 3.5 meters high and the ridge at 5, but the planks are finer and sturdier, and there are 2 windows on every side. The door wall keeps 1 window, upgraded from a half-meter slot to a 1-meter double-opening wooden window. Inside, the floor is solid granite underfoot, the single bed moved to a corner, the 4 workbenches pulled into my inventory and then lined back up along the room. Under the east window, a granite staircase drops into the basement, the same area as the floor above, connected to the house but a separate project, the way future upgrades will go unless I find another blueprint. Outside, I set up the fire tower next to the house, raise it to the full 9 meters, and turn the flame on. It eats more than a plain bonfire, 1 flint and 10 units of level 1 wood an hour, so I feed it 100 flint and 1,000 units of level 1 wood straight off, and watch the 100-hour countdown begin. Our island can stay bright for a long time, I think, satisfaction welling up. Holding the little octopus, watching the gentle firelight spill over the whole island and the sea around it, I am happy with where we are. The only thing nagging at me is the guidance label, which shows nothing specific yet, so I cannot tell whether it will draw more beach creatures or pull in marine attackers, and from experience an unlabeled range like that is almost certainly random. Anything possible. The little octopus stretches a tentacle to touch the fire tower, cannot place what it is, and climbs straight up. At the top it feels the flame's heat, retracts its tentacles, and slides quickly back down. Understood, it is for lighting. The firelight sits higher now, and the protective ring that makes some marine life afraid has grown wider with it. The panel tells me the beach level 2 reinforcement still wants 10 marine plant powder, 2 granite particles, and 1 seaweed per block, and I have only enough powder for 60. Starting from the eastern beach, I reinforce block by block. Each reinforced level 2 stone shows defense 50, durability 1000, fertility 2, and a selectable resource output type, with the level 2 beach able to produce plant, animal, mineral, or random. Like the land, the beach lets me choose at level 2, and since I need to lift the beach's plant output, I set every reinforced block to plants. Block after block, the 60 portions and a few blessing auras give me 66 finished level 2 beach blocks, and now I wait half an hour to see how much seaweed grows. Everything that needed handling is done, so I go inside to make fruit cake. The recipe wants 6 portions of level 2 fruit, 1 of flour, 3 eggs, 3 minutes to craft. For recovery plus 10%, agility plus 2, lasting an hour. I have flour and eggs and fruit to spare, so I drop in 6 peaches to see how it turns out, and while it crafts I lie on the bed holding the little octopus, which has crawled in through the open window, poking its tentacles to rest a while. Nothing demands much effort right now, just slow waiting for the beach seaweed to grow before the next reinforcement. The peach cake is not bad at all when I taste it, soft and sweet, only a little small, shaped like a pink peach and no bigger than my palm. When I hold the cake out to the little octopus though, the little guy pushes my hand away with its tentacles, openly disdainful, no appetite for it even by smell. Fine, I tell it. Keep eating meat then, and I ask whether it eats fruit, taking out a piece of fish meat in my empty palm. Watching it eat, I realize I never offered it fruit before, so once I have finished the cake in a few bites, I set a peach down in front of it. This time there is no disdain, and it wraps a tentacle around the peach and holds it close while still chewing the fish. The new windowsill is much wider, I tell it, so it can stay there and eat slowly while I keep practicing, and I set it on the upgraded sill, 10 centimeters deep inside and out. Out in the orange-red firelight, I feel my body in the agility plus 2 state, relax and begin stretching through the forms, opening the chat channel as I move to see what players are saying after dark. I have barely glanced at it for a few seconds, a dozen messy lines scrolling past, when one message lands that I half understand and half do not, so I scroll up dozens of lines to piece the rest together. Player number 668 is dead. I cannot see anything older than 100 messages, but I can reconstruct enough. During the 6 o'clock refresh, number 668 shouted in the channel that he could not escape, that he was controlled and locked on his island, able only to watch a swarm of sea snakes tear it apart piece by piece. Through those few minutes of destruction, he kept cursing number 7 for getting him killed, and he dumped everything he knew about number 7 into the channel, dragging in the rest of us too, until he said only the house was left, and then nothing more. Everyone assumed he went down with it, so players began demanding number 7 come out and explain. But number 7 stayed silent, and so did 99 and 101. Even believing number 668 dead, the channel did not think number 7 was in real trouble, his luck always too strong, and plenty of players piled on for the fun of it, shouting about how badly number 7 screwed people over. I keep my practice speed steady while I read. Agility plus 2 has already let me shorten the interval between movements to 30 seconds. 2 a minute, a full set of exercises inside an hour. Time for another round of gathering, I think, eyeing the grain crops covering the ground. Resting 2 minutes before I start. This gathering is the fast kind, grab the root and pull, and it counts as done. Unlike the ore where half the haul goes to pickaxes and I dig bit by bit. Without the comparison you would not feel it, but finishing in a few minutes against the near half hour the ore takes is a huge difference. I have just been to pull a red bean plant when a fresh line catches my eye. Number 7 finally explaining himself, saying number 668's disaster has nothing to do with him, that he was trapped on his own island by the dragon for over 3 hours, unable to open the map or chat, that he does not know whether number 668 is alive or dead, only that his own life has bounced between living and dying several times over. Then someone reports seeing number 7 in Trade City, his health bar nearly empty the instant he teleported in, genuinely savaged. To be hunted by that dragon and still live, his luck really is very good. I harvest the mature grains one by one, pulling over 300 portions of various level 2 grains, plus about 100 portions of seeds, the experience naturally rising along with it. Gathering shows level 10 reaching toward 100, 2,400, only just past 35,000. 2 gathering waves this afternoon and 1 this evening have added only a little over 10,000 experience, and though gathering is fast and seed rich, the experience cannot compare to minerals, gains and losses both. I walk to the reinforced beach to check the seaweed, and the panel says the level 2 seaweed is in its growth stage, harvestable in 4 hours and 12 minutes, which puts the full growth time at exactly 5 hours, with only one stalk per island foundation stone. The seaweed clings to the beach floor and sways in the wash of seawater, and as it drifts, a small fish slips out from under it. The panel names it a level 2 pearlfish, 2000 health speed type, a common marine creature very interested in the seaweed, and meaning to make this its home. It is an irregular round shape, pinkish-white skin, no more than 3 centimeters across at its widest. Its health, modest, but its speed the real threat. I do not reach for it. I turn instead to watch the little octopus which has jumped down from the windowsill and rushed over, curious how the little one will take a speed-type fish. It arrives, but does not go straight into the water, raising a tentacle to poke my leg first, checking whether its owner intends to act himself, because my moods are sometimes hard to read and I do like adventurous things. So perhaps I want to test myself against the pearlfish's speed. It is yours, I tell it. Go catch it, pinching the poking tentacle and pointing toward the fish. I cannot reliably catch even a fish without the speed tag, so against a level 2 speed type I will only ever watch the little octopus perform. The little one is looking out for me, the same way it always asks first when eating, refusing food until I set it in my palm and offer it. Confirming I have no intention of wading into play, the little octopus stretches its tentacles, reaches the beach, and relaxes onto the shallow surface, floating, its tentacles drifting in the water so exactly like the seaweed on the surrounding level 2 beach blocks, that they vanish into it. Pink octopus little brother, can you see this? 99 writes in the channel. I have something to discuss. Come to Trade City to chat if you have time. Her code name floats by, a key point of attention for me, and she is calling me to Trade City now. Maybe the destruction of number 668's island and his suspected death really were the dragon's revenge. I think sitting on the beach watching the little octopus disguised as seaweed coil its tentacles around the pearl fish, smiling as I turn over why 99 wants me there. When number 668 had his accident, I was buried in cultivation and gathering, and never saw the channel, but the strange thing is that none of the three who went together spoke up at the time. Now something has happened to number 7, it is already over, and 99 has surfaced in Trade City calling me over. So I can assume the dragon's revenge was not aimed at number 7 alone, that all 5 of us were attacked at once, which raises the question of why nothing happened at my place. It is not just this time either. I have never seen anything serious at mine, only token gestures. A few small shrimp, small crabs, small fish, the most brutal being the mutant seaweed that froze in fear of the fire and roasted to death over the bonfire. Compared to other players in the channel who have built hundreds of level 2 reinforcements, there is clearly some disparity. Some say that once level 2 reinforcement unlocks, the invaders are all level 2 with the occasional level 3, and their method is to use the foundation stones and built fences as consumables, destroying them with durability while players attack from range inside the island, sometimes even building fresh foundation stone to relocate mid-fight. The little octopus catches the pearlfish and brings it back to show me, then finds the owner's mood gone strange again, unsure whether I am unhappy or have hit on something troubling. I am fine, I tell it. This pearlfish is small. I will squeeze it for the experience and you can eat it. I take the fish down to a little over 700 health, set it in my palm, squeeze it dead, and place it before the little octopus. 5 experience credited, though the fish drops no pearl. Just a fish to the end. After eating it, the little one is in a fine mood, climbing onto the back of my hand, burrowing into my sleeve, pressing against my arm and patting it gently, plainly deciding that since the owner cared for it when it was weak, now that it is a touch stronger than me, it is only right to protect me. Let us make another trip to Trade City, I tell it, patting the spot where it hides. We need to sell the ore crystals and the chickens and see what is worth buying back. And I activate the teleport for the 4th time today. Trade City is even livelier at night. Walking out of the plaza to the entrance of the trade market auction area, I find the 2 of them leaning against the wall in the same spots as this afternoon. You are here, number 7 says, surprised first and then laughing, that he can tell my condition is not bad, that clearly nothing happened to me. Nothing happened on my end, I agree, you all look pretty miserable. He is genuinely wrecked, face pale, both arms broken with the bone pushing through the flesh, the ice dragon cub draped around his neck with nearly all its scales torn off. 99 is no better. Her once beautiful face more than half corroded, the hands showing from her sleeves marked with corrosion, her long hair destroyed. No wonder the channel is saying this cannot be pinned on number 7, that the voucher number 668 pulled was meant to lure every participant to their death. 2 players with absurd luck reduced to this by a single exploration. Even where healers exist and money in the training ground can mend such wounds, the suffering cannot simply be erased once the body is healed. 101 was hurt too badly, 99 tells me, listless against the wall. So they sent her to the arena area of the training ground to find a healer. The 2 of them are not in mortal danger. And number 7 had wanted treatment first, but 99 made him wait in case there was another badly hurt person, never expecting the one who came would be in better shape than before. Looks like nothing happened to your island, number 7 says, eyeing me listlessly, unable to figure out why I am so special. No resentment in it since he took the benefit and the rest were caught in the spillover, just bafflement that someone came out clean. Maybe there is a more ferocious creature near my island, I offer, so even if a destroyer was sent, it got intercepted in Eden before it reached my house. Thinking of that fish in the water I never saw clearly. I cannot help leaning that way, because the alternative that the dragon simply ignored me and let me go, that kind of special treatment, is flatly impossible. If there really were such a creature, 99 sighs, could your island even survive it? Deciding my luck has suddenly exploded, and that is why the dragon passed me by after tormenting them. What he said is true. Near your house, number 7 coughs out, your luck is indeed ridiculously skewed. He has spent 1,000 ocean crystal stones to appraise the truth of what I said, and the result comes back true. His skill of buying the truth of a statement just that ridiculous. My original meaning was only a guess, a possibility, but that does not matter, because his skill judges whether the facts match the words against the key points of a sentence, nothing more. 99 and I both look at him speechless. The man has no self-awareness as a critically injured patient, wanting to laugh at a time like this when he can barely catch his breath. The skill strong, but the body about to fall apart. Is this skill of mine not particularly useful, he says? Just spend 1,000 ocean crystal stones and I can tell if a word you say is fact. Used well, it is a divine skill. He is not laughing because I am being targeted by something stronger, but because he has just discovered the power of his skill runs past the range he always imagined. Player number 668 is dead, 99 says, frozen for a beat before snapping out of it. He is not dead, number 7 answers. After spending another 1,000, his gaze turning cold the instant the result lands. Not dead means faking death. Did he betray us? 99 asks, dumbfounded by how good the skill is. What you said is a fact, number 7 says. Another 1,000 gone, already so angry his emotions are slipping, and being a man of large swings to begin with, the wound on his arm that had stopped bleeding starts to seep again. All of them had thought number 668 died because of number 7. None of them imagined it was number 668 who betrayed them, leading everyone into disaster. That dragon will not hunt us down anymore, 99 says, certain now they can spend ocean crystal stones to confirm things, the most important being whether their safety is still threatened. Wasted 1,000. Number 7 shakes his head. It can only confirm facts that already exist. The future is full of variables and cannot be determined. The first undetectable result he has ever seen. He got the exploration voucher and called you over on purpose because he knew you collect good things and wanted you to be unlucky, 99 says, switching to things already settled. I do not have many ocean crystal stones left. Number 7 cuts in, tell me to use my brain and find words that save me some. Since he had paid for 101's treatment when the girl ran short and most of what remains is for his and 99's own healing. Octopus little brother, do you want to say something? 99 asks, struggling to phrase her questions and turning to me, the one who explained a single sentence and then went quiet. Jealousy, I tell them, organizing the channel fragments about number 668 in my head and assembling what is likely fact. He resents everyone with good luck. His high-profile recruitment was choosing targets to send to their deaths, and he has something to escape with in his hands. It is true, number 7 says, after testing it, and suddenly he does not want to talk anymore, glancing at me once before he gives up trying to lift his arms and just nods, walking toward the training ground. He does not care to dwell on how another man's jealousy works, and he has to save ocean crystal stones for materials after his wounds heal, to keep building his island. He was screwed badly this time, but good luck carried them, and they all still live. I am going for treatment too, 99 says. Let us talk next time, hurrying after number 7, since she still has to wait for him to pay the medical fees and cannot let him slip off ahead of her. Okay, I answer, and walk into the auction area. After they leave, the nearby players who had been pretending to drift past while quietly scouting for information scatter too. I glance at the channel, where some have already broadcast the gist of our conversation in real time, some doubting whether number 7's ability is too heaven-defying. Some curious what special ferocious creature lurks at the pink octopus little brother's island. The hottest topic, of course, is whether number 668 is truly alive. His old remarks dug up and posted again. Some argue that resenting lucky players is pointless, since targeting them is a clash of luck, and the one with worse luck always ends up worse off. Others say luck can be plundered, that killing someone might let their good luck fall onto the killer. The topics refresh fast for a while, many no longer minding the few ocean crystal stones a message costs to share an opinion. After a few glances, I close the channel and list the chickens, level 1 food seeds, and level 2 mineral crystals I brought along. The level 2 mineral crystals I listed this afternoon have already sold. 11,083 ocean crystal stones sitting in my inventory now. I rummage the auctions, glance at past transaction prices whenever something catches my eye, list a matching price, and move on. And 10 minutes later, I take my purchases, pull out the pass, and return to the island. Little has changed there. Visibility is poor at night, but the orange-red firelight lights the small island in about 100 meters of water around it. And standing on it, I can see the dark, gloomy surface stirring with the occasional wind ripple. Tonight is exceptionally quiet, not even the sound of waves. The little octopus drops from my hand, crawls around me twice, and taps my palm with its tentacles, asking whether there is still food since it never ate its fill earlier. Hungry, are you? Eat a piece of meat first, I tell it. I will go check and make you something delicious. I set the little one and a piece of fish meat on the windowsill and head inside to craft, because I bought several useful things in the auction area. The first is a level 3 island special creature recipe, which the panel says will automatically generate a food production formula once I have enough ingredients, limited to the edible range of special creatures belonging to the current island. I spent 6,880 ocean crystal stones to win it. The recipe is level 3, but I have few level 3 ingredients now, only a few sea cucumbers I had meant for buns. Back home I open it, and items in the storage cabinet show up on it without my taking them out. It offers a level 2 octopus sashimi from 10 level 2 octopus meat against my 189, granting island special creatures growth speed plus 10% for an hour, and a level 2 snake bone soup from 2 snake bones and ample drinking water, granting movement speed plus 10% for 40 minutes. Many foods are craftable, but for now these two are the best, and the octopus meat craft also wants 3 minutes. While it works, I go to the furniture crafting table and prepare a large well-padded bed for myself. The panel lists a level 3 comfortable large bed 5-piece set wanting 10 level 3 wooden planks, 100 level 3 cotton, 10 level 3 copper ingots, and 20 level 3 fabric. The set including bed, mattress, pillow, bedsheet, and quilt, granting stamina, health, and spirit recovery each plus 15% while resting. A warmth value from 5 to 30 degrees. Durability 100. The crafting recipe alone costs 1,220 ocean crystal stones, and the materials another 1,830. With my current wealth, it is a touch extravagant, but the recovery rate is too tempting, and the warmth means that if sudden extreme cold comes, I can still sleep comfortably under the covers. How much the temperature climbs depending entirely on how I wrap myself. The craft runs 10 minutes. I turn back to wait for the octopus sashimi, and in 2 or 3 minutes I take the large plate of octopus meat floating in an air bubble above the food processing table. The portion difference is enormous. My own buns and cakes are small palm-sized pieces, but this sashimi for the little octopus fills a disc 30 centimeters across, heaped high with thin slices. No surprise really, since 10 caddies of meat went into it. The little one has not finished its earlier meat when it sees me set the big plate down, and it raises 2 tentacles to pat the back of my hand, asking what I mean. I made this just for you, I tell it. My palm cannot hold it, so I will set the plate in my hand and you go into the plate to eat. When I lower it into the plate, 6 of its 8 tentacles stand on end while the other 2 stay wrapped around my hand. The little one deciding that whatever a plate is, it is better not to sit on top of one. Let us just put it on the ground then, I say, squatting to set the plate down and the little octopus beside it, picking up a slice to feed it. Once it understands it does not have to climb fully into the plate, it stays happily to the side eating the slices I offer. It looks like plain thin sliced meat, but to the little octopus it tastes far better than a 1 caddy chunk. After a few slices it no longer needs me to hold and feed each one, and not only that, it picks up a slice on a tentacle tip and brings it to my lips. I will eat this. That is yours, I tell it, taking out a bun, pointing at the bun and then myself, pushing the slice back to its mouth. It understands. The meat was made just for it, the way it dislikes the sugary things I eat and I dislike the flavors it enjoys. Eat slowly, no rush. Our family is not short on crystals now. Once we work through the stored meat we will buy more, I tell it, sitting nearby to eat my bun slowly by the window's light while it works through its food. 1 portion is gone in 5 or 6 minutes, and I take out the second portion I had set to craft and place it where the plate already vanished. More delicious food. The little one rubs the back of my hand and keeps eating, sure that the more it eats the faster it grows, that only by getting strong can it protect its owner. Earlier in that other place, it heard the miserable little ice dragon cub complaining for a long while, but it refuses to feel any sympathy. That fellow ate a potential growth elixir even the dragon clan craves, and taking a beating for it was no threat to its life, just a bit of pain, all things weighed still again. The dragon clan has a rule against killing its own, so the dragon probably only tormented the cub and the man a while to vent, before reporting the cub's existence. And as for the cub saying the dragon roared on leaving that a human had tricked it, That does not matter, because it was not its owner who did the tricking. More comfortable than I imagined, I think, once the bed is done. I bring the finished bed out to replace the old small one, jump on, and lie back, warmth spreading through me. It is a 2.2 by 2.5 meter solid wood bed, over 30 centimeters tall, a 20 centimeter mattress, warm silky sheets, a long pillow, and a thick cotton quilt. The little octopus finishes its raw slices and comes over curious, tapping the new bed, knowing the owner is happy but not why, until it crawls onto the headboard, curls its tentacles a while, and works it out. It does not particularly love the warm feeling, but lying on the bed brings an involuntary ease and comfort. You can benefit from this effect too, I ask, tilting my head to watch it play with its tentacles, leaning over to pat its head. Buying the materials for this bed was a wise decision after all. Beyond the physical comfort, what I like more is the buff. I sleep very little each night, and gathering breaks what little sleep I get into tiny fragments. So more buffs mean better, more effective rest in those brief windows. Tonight's cultivation continues, I decide, jumping off after 10 odd minutes of rest, heading out to feel the breeze, eating fruitcake, and starting to practice. I barely need to watch the skill prompts for the movements in sequence anymore, but the intervals are always there, so I keep training, already accelerated many times over, while watching the channel. It is very lively. The total count in the channel has reached 19,588,532,919. Players do die, often running into dangerous events, but the mortality rate just sits where it sits. As many have said, whoever meets disaster is fighting between life and death, while those who have not just keep waiting, no one knowing when danger will strike or which unlucky or perhaps lucky players it will choose. In disaster events, players may die, but those who survive receive benefits. All sorts of rewards reported afterward. Equipment, buildings, skills, pets, and more. Someone notices number 668 has reappeared, his equipment covering his face but otherwise perfectly fine, apparently testing his damage values in the training ground, and number 7 posts that he is heading over. One player vents that he joined in cursing number 7 earlier out of pity, only to learn this number 668 is the real scumbag. A little later, many start a one sentence per person live broadcast. Number 7 goes first, then 101 appears shortly after, and about half an hour on 99 goes too. Of the 5 who explored that island, everyone but me, who hit no follow-up trouble, is there waiting, the 3 who were beaten down all standing by. After about 2 hours, number 668 emerges from a private training room, and the instant he is spotted, he uses a pass and teleports away. The players who switched regions just to watch the drama are furious at his silent escape, the idle crowd shouting in the channel, but no matter what they say, number 668 gives no response. I keep practicing through the first half of the night, finishing a session every hour on average, eating fruitcakes of various flavors one after another, and it is near midnight before I finally stop my continuous cultivation for the day. Rest a bit, eat something first, and I can sleep after cleaning up, I think, sitting on the house floor eating buns, and making a few portions of sashimi for the little octopus, so we eat together. I glance now and then at the always open chat interface, watching the players bicker. Number 7, 99, and 101 have all recovered their health after paying for treatment, and number 668 is confirmed alive. His earlier words about how miserable he was having fooled most who saw them into thinking him dead. Some curse him, some tease him. Some say the feeling of playing everyone must be wonderful. The channel lively because most of these people will never meet, and so say whatever they please. The little octopus eats happily, 2 tentacles draped over my arm, swaying now and then to show its good mood. Just as the man and the octopus have eaten and drunk our fill, waiting for the refresh to start the work, a red notification suddenly pops up in front of me. A special ocean event. The Mermaid's Song. An injured mermaid fleeing through the ocean, finding a glimmer of light in despair and following it to seek help near my island. A special event refreshed, and once again it is a mermaid. The little octopus instantly perks several tentacles, turns and crawls onto the windowsill to study the visitor outside. A mermaid coming for help. We should give our neighbors something, I think, since I still hold the mermaid princess's blessing that has saved me so much material. Of course I would not refuse a mermaid. But where is the mermaid? The little one finds its location too, crawls back onto my shoulder, points a tentacle in a certain direction, and shakes it hard. It is in the sea, still far away, no going to it. The panel reads the visitor out for me. An injured mermaid with 11,366,552 health, marked as extremely weak and waiting for rescue. Standing outside the house, I look at this thing with tens of millions of health that the system still calls weak. And yes, it is weak. Very weak, because next to how depleted Mermaid Princess Riri had been, this one is still missing a whole digit. The little octopus, lying along my shoulder, lifts a tentacle and points out across the water at where the mermaid has stopped, far too far away to reach. The gentle one last time could come straight into our pool, So why does this one hang back at the edge of the sea, as if it were punishing me for not being able to wade in after it? I press the little octopus's tentacle down and open the island construction interface instead, building initial island foundation stones one click at a time out toward the mermaid. 2 portions of soil and 5 stones make a single foundation stone, and click after click I lay down a walkable path, 2 meters wide and 30 meters long. Either my luck is genuinely terrible this round, or the dice simply refuse me, because after 60 constructions not one halo effect appears. With the path cleared, I go down to the basement and bring up plenty of meat and fruit, then carry the little octopus out along the fresh road until I am crouched in front of the mermaid. I ask whether it needs meat or fruit. It had surfaced half submerged when it arrived, but now lies sprawled directly on the foundation stone, and when it raises its head and looks at me, then sinks back down to the shore, I notice the scales catching the firelight. If I were not sure the little octopus would object, I would honestly like to reach out and pat this mermaid's head a couple of times just to feel what it is like. Because injured or not, those shimmering scales are oddly lovely. It tells me, calling me friend, that it needs food, that fruit or flesh will do. The sliver of light it had found before its strength ran out left it no choice but to come and gamble, because this is a rule the gods set down. The fragile human race made into the hope of so many ocean clans. Many of its kin had died in front of indifferent humans, but there is no other path now, since they can recover only when a human treats them with sincerity, and they are forbidden to be the ones to say so. It had approached braced for judgment, and the moment it felt the blessing aura wrapped around me, it eased, because that aura meant the princess, Her Royal Highness of the Merfolk clan, had already returned home. Whether or not this human helps it again, I am a benefactor of the clan and its most honored friend. I take out a piece of meat and put it in the mermaid's hand, and only up close do I see that when a mermaid keeps its true shape, its hands are scaled, finned claws. It takes the meat, tears it into small pieces, and feeds them into its mouth, and when one piece is gone, I hand it another, in no hurry to go gather the refreshed resources, just keeping quiet company beside it. Piece after piece of level 2 fish meat goes down, its health climbing faster and faster, until an hour has passed and it has eaten 333 portions before it finally withdraws its outstretched hand. It thanks me, calling me a gentle and patient human friend, and says it will give me a song of blessing in return. It takes the apple I hold out, eats it quickly, then slides back into the seawater. Crossing its hands over its shoulders, it bows to me, looks away, and begins a ballad of the Merfolk clan, because the songs of that clan are weapons and protection and blessings, and when they choose, gifts. I stay sitting on the ground in the gentle drifting voice, one hand on my leg, the other open across my bent knee, the little octopus lying obedient in my palm, with its tentacles swaying along to the song. The panel announces I have obtained the mermaid's thank you gift, a song of blessing called Heart of Gratitude, which doubles the output from my island planting and breeding categories for 30 days. This mermaid is not as strong as Mermaid Princess Riri, so the blessing it can give carries a time limit, but that is already very good, because more resources mean more development, exactly the thing I need most. The mermaid thanks me for my generosity and says it has to go home now. I had meant to ask after the mermaid princess, but the words reach the tip of my tongue and I hold them back, and instead, looking at its curious eyes, I take out some fruit and ask whether it wants any for the road. It tells me thank you, that I am a good person, comes back, and gathers up the dozens of fruits I have set on the ground. By the time it turns to leave, it has already walked clear of the firelight, yet it stops, turns back, shouts that one line at me again, then dives into the water and is gone. And I am left standing there baffled, because it has handed me a good person card. It is real, hanging in my personal information. One good person card received from a mermaid. The system explains that after giving freely or rescuing without charge, there is a chance a creature will issue this kind of card, and that accumulating enough of them grants special effect bonuses. My count sits at 1, the junior good person effect adding 1% to marine intelligent life friendliness, and the friendliness line explains itself that the higher it climbs, the lower the chance of being attacked by marine creatures, and the higher the chance of triggering communication with high-level ones. Looking at that indicator, I get the feeling the good person card may be worth a great deal. To hand things to the ocean's intelligent races for no return at all, and to need the other side to genuinely believe me a good person before the card even drops. I do not entirely understand it, but it feels excellent. I tell the little octopus we are going back to work, jump up from the ground holding it, and run back in high spirits, setting it next to the fish basket before I start gathering. Only then does the little one react with a jolt, because it had been so absorbed in watching the mermaid eat that it forgot there were still fish and shrimp and crabs at home waiting to be caught. The mermaid's song was a fine distraction for both of us. I have just finished gathering all the grain on the ground and am about to collect the seaweed and chickens when a huge black shadow flashes past. A fish tail, the fish in the water. Only half of the tail breaks the surface, and with one slap it smashes down on the 30-meter foundation stone path I built earlier. And before I can react, the newly laid stones shatter and vanish, that whole stretch dropping back into the deep dark sea. The fish I have never seen clearly sinks under the waves again. When I think back to the read number 7 once gave me, I feel like I finally understand what the fish's burst of destruction means. If a capable creature finally arrives but never receives my food aid, it is very likely that creature ends up as the fish's food later. I still do not dare go into the water, yet I had laid out a whole path of foundation stones toward the mermaid. Of course it might not have wanted to eat the mermaid at all. With the good person card affecting how marine creatures treat me and fewer of them attacking, the fish's own food supply thins, so maybe it surfaced just to make its presence known because it was in a sour mood. A tsundere fish, then. The little octopus does not carry my line of thought. Once the fish wreaks its havoc, it scrambles back to me, climbs my leg, hangs off my shoulder, and pats my chest carefully with 2 tentacles, having confirmed once again that its owner got scared by that fish. Just when the owner had finally stopped being so strange, the fish came out to frighten people again, which is too much, and it decides it has to grow up fast and beat that fish someday. I tell it that it is nothing, that I just feel we should clean up and then it is time to sleep, and I raise my hand to let its tentacles wrap around and hold it down. I was not scared. I simply found the fish's emotional swings a little strong and rather interesting. I still have my important work to do, with a being nearby that, for the moment, has no intentions toward me and can intercept the invading creatures that spawn around the island. I have to push myself as hard as I can in this special protected mode. The little octopus, feeling that I am actually in a good mood, shakes its tentacles in confusion and then goes right back to catching the level 1 and level 2 marine creatures washed up on the beach. So diligent, I tell it, watching it run off with its fish basket. I first pull in 14 seaweed breeding nets, then process 20 more and put them back, only because there is no room for any more, not because I do not want them. 400 portions of seaweed still sit in my inventory, more than I can use right now, so tomorrow I will list some at auction and sell a portion for ocean crystal stones. After the seaweed comes the harvest from all 3 breeding pens: 72 eggs, 18 breedable chickens, 12 egg-laying chickens, 58 plain unlabeled ones, plus 4 rabbits with no fur, since the rabbits are filed purely as ingredients. I confirm again that the game only ever hands me rabbit meat on the bone, and never any rabbit skin, which I find unhelpful, but I let it go and put 4 more egg-laying chickens into the pens. With everything here handled, I can finally open the supply crate that appeared in the early hours. The level 3 crate gives 99 ocean crystal stones, a 3-slot inventory slot expansion voucher, a level 3 fishing rod stand crafting recipe, 10 level 2 cotton seeds, and some level 2 granite, while tonight's haul is only that 1 level 3 and 4 level 2 crates. The 4 level 2 ones hold no surprises, just basic supplies, but the level 3 crate makes me grin. The 99 stones are normal, the 3-slot voucher a fine surprise, and the fishing rod stand recipe the best thing in the box by far. The recipe lists a level 3 fishing rod stand wanting 10 level 3 hardwood planks, 10 level 3 iron nails, and 10 level 3 cotton yarn. A stand you place in a line on the ground that holds 3 fishing rods anywhere from level 1 to level 3, granting fish luring ability plus 15% at a durability of 1000. A fishing rod stand frees a person to do nothing but cast and reel while everything else happens hands-free in the waiting, which means I could level fishing in the gaps between practicing my forms. The reason my fishing barely moved before is that fishing eats time and forces me to wait quietly through it, so this is exactly the fix I needed. Though I will not rush, just look for the materials at the trade market tomorrow and bid on them. For now I pack everything away, stack what stacks into the basement storage cabinet, and decide it is time to sleep. The little octopus strolls the beach, catches a few more marine creatures and parks them, patrols 2 extra rounds to be sure the fish does not come back, then climbs in through the window. It stops at the head of the bed and watches me already asleep, satisfied that its owner is in good spirits and showed no fear or sadness from the scare, deciding I have grown a little tougher in the head, which is great. A bit over an hour later, I get up to harvest a batch of grain and pull a few gatherable seaweeds off the beach while I'm at it. Level 2 seaweeds give 5 experience each, but their output is genuinely tiny, growing on no schedule at all, some early and some hours late, nothing like the near stable pattern on land. I do not bother studying it now, just finish gathering and collapse back onto the bed. Because the first gathering ran late, I have the timing locked tight, harvesting at 1 in the morning, then 2:40, 4:20, and 5:55, clearing each round the moment it matures. Comfortable as it is to do this lying down, I murmur to the little octopus that timing the gathering this way is honestly a bit tiring, holding it in my hand and watching its tentacles wrap my wrist as I complain that maybe I am too diligent. Doing it through the day is fine, but keeping it up all night, while not fatal, is exhausting in the end. I wonder what the enhancements after level 3 will be like, whether some resources with longer growth times will start showing up. At 6 in the morning, the island resources refresh, the sun rising slowly off the line where the eastern sea meets the sky. This time something more than resources refreshes too, a white snake landing on my island. The panel flags it as a marine creature invading, a level 3 silver-scaled snake with 12,000 health, a carnivore, and it notes the snake is very interested in my breeding pen. I come out of the house holding a long staff, see the snake coiled there with its mouth gaping toward the pen, and run out to crack the staff against its tail. The hit lands for 98 blunt damage. 98 out of 12,000 is nothing, but it does pull the silver-scaled snake's attention, turning it to stare at me and abandon the chickens flapping in the pen. The little octopus stays on the windowsill with its tentacles drawn in, carefully hunting the snake for any weakness. While I have already opened island construction and laid down a wide patch of initial foundation stones to the east, building as I go, I prop the staff against the ground, and just as the snake lunges to bite, I push off hard and leap east. All this stretch of diligent practice has made my reactions and speed sharper, so I land on the new stones and keep moving, never lingering in the fight, only dodging inside the 30 or 40 square meters I just built, while I add fresh stones underfoot to keep my footing. The silver-scaled snake locks on through my evasions and gives chase, in no hurry given the gap between us, toying with its prey, leisurely herding the human toward the sea. Through the chase, both the snake and I leave the reinforced beach behind, and by now I have built over 100 meters of a curving foundation stone path looping out over the water around the island. The little octopus follows quietly, works out my plan, and turns to bolt back, because the owner means to trap the snake to death, and it must not slow me down. Next time it decides, as long as the owner builds the path, it will know how to do the running itself. Big fish, dinner time. I tap the surface of the water with my staff, and then strip away over 80 of the 100-odd foundation stones I just laid through the middle, opening more than 80 meters of empty space in an instant, so the silver-scaled snake drops straight into the seawater. It is a sea snake, so the water itself is no danger to it, but while the water is safe, the things living in it are lethal to everyone. A black fishtail erupts from below, slaps the snake clear off the surface and into the air, and by the time it comes down, it is hundreds of meters out in the open ocean. A whirlpool 4 or 5 meters across opens where it lands. The snake vanishes into its center, the whirlpool disperses, and the sea goes calm again. The little octopus comes around the island and perches on my shoulder, patting my arm over and over, telling me it was too dangerous. If I want the snake in the water next time, it insists, I should let it do the work, because as long as I build the island path, it will know how to run, and if it falls in, it can come right back. But if the owner goes down, something would definitely happen. I grasp the entwining tentacles and soothe it, thinking it's scared, telling it that it is okay, that this snake just dropped in off the normal route and all we had to do was send it into the water. Feeling the comfort, its tentacles relax. It touches my hand and leans listlessly against my shoulder, sure now that the owner understood its meaning and that next time it will do the job well. The man and the octopus settle down with a very tacit understanding. After a short rest, I give the little octopus a portion of meat, eat a bun myself, and start working again. A lot was destroyed, I note, pulling up a stalk of wheat and finding only one portion of seeds in the yield, shaking my head and gathering the next one, because the silver-scaled snake crushed a wide patch of the grain that had refreshed. Lucky the fish was willing to come out for a bite, or I might have had to learn what the other players talk about, spending resources to grind down invasive creatures in a slow war of attrition. Still, the cost this time ran high, my stone nearly gone, and though I have plenty of soil left, without stone the next foundation stone builds stalls for lack of materials. Not short on fodder right now, I decide to mine more ore, and I switch the output of 100 plots over to ores. I had not felt it before, but I am certain now that my home is going to need a very, very large amount of stone. The basement runs 2 meters high, but since the storage cabinets cannot be stacked, I have only set 20 of them, with aisles left between so I can get in and reach things. Grain seeds go to planting, so all of those stay, while level 2 ingredients like corn kernels get processed into fodder, and straw and sweet potato vines can be turned to fodder too. After adjusting everything I can, I walk out of the now emptier basement to open the crates that refreshed at 6. The first level 2 crate gives 13 ocean crystal stones, a level 2 cotton shoes crafting recipe, and some level 2 iron ore, and there are 5 crates this morning. Recipes are good things, so I learn it on the spot, glancing at the materials it wants, cotton, cloth, and leather, and noting I will still have to buy the leather, which I can pick up in one trip since I am going to Trade City soon anyway. After that, the crates run basic until the final level 3 one, which hands me something I have often heard people talk about but I'm only now seeing for the first time. an ocean crystal stone gift pack of 1000, a level 2 marine aquaculture pond reinforcement recipe, a level 2 bait small gift pack, and 10 level 3 abalone. The reinforcement recipe is the prize. The marine aquaculture pond reinforcement upgrades a pond from level 1 to level 2, and at level 2 it can expand to hold 5,000 units of marine life. They are called units because a level 1 creature takes 1 unit while a level 2 creature takes 5, which means once reinforced and filled, this pond could store 5,000 points of hunting experience. That is a great deal of grinding banked away in one pond. A red-haired girl with her hair in twin-high ponytails spots me in the square of Trade City and runs over. She asks why, since everyone is saying player number 668 meant from the start to trap and kill lucky players like me. I have not gone to curse him out. Since last night, the topic has been chewed over constantly in the chat channel, surfacing again no matter how many other things cover it, and the players caught in it, player number 7 and player number 99 and player 101, have all come out to say a few words, while I alone have stayed silent. My island master number was already released by player number 668, and everyone notes that nobody has ever seen me in the channel, not in the past and not now. I look at her, certain I have no impression of her at all, and tell her he is not important. Then step around her and keep walking toward the trade market. It is a fact confirmed by number 7 that player number 668 set us up. There is no 100% certainty, but it is likely true, and even so I see no point in going to the channel to curse the man. Players curse each other in Trade City all the time, let alone in the chat channel, and what good does it do? So what if you curse? As long as the other side does not care, you have only made yourself angry, and better to spend that time on something else, or even on nothing at all, since any time I can use to rest is precious to me. The twin-tailed girl blinks at my back and turns to ask the people nearby what I meant, because the man planned to set traps and kill them and actually went through with it, and they only survived on luck, so how could he not be important? The crowd offers all kinds of guesses. Maybe I think caring is useless since I cannot reach player number 668. Maybe it does not matter to me because I was not injured. Maybe I simply do not take him seriously at all. One of them tells her to stop watching me and think instead about whether spending 10 ocean crystal stones per teleport is worth it, the way the big shots casually come and go several times a day. The girl shakes her head, leaves the crowd, and hurries toward the auction area, hoping a morning trip there turns up something. Less than 3 minutes after I leave the square, number 7 and 99 both teleport in. The moment they arrive, someone greets them and mentions that Octopus Boy has come into Trade City, while others jeer that Octopus Boy ignored the two of them completely and would not even curse player number 668 in the channel. I have no time for any of that or for the live broadcast running in the channel. I am already in the auction area listing the chickens I harvested before coming, my level 2 seaweed, and some level 1 food seeds, and once the selling is set, it is time to buy. Materials for fishing rod stands, materials to reinforce the level 2 marine aquaculture pond, and the level 3 materials I have to buy no matter how dear they run. The level 3 materials are not numerous and cost over 20 ocean crystal stones a unit, occasionally up to 30 for the rare ones, but I raise my bids anyway. Lucky for me, the ore crystals I sold earlier were valuable, and there are the ocean crystal stone gift packs I opened. So for once I can indulge in a round of luxury spending. After about half an hour of bidding and waiting and buying, I walk out of the auction area at 7:30, with only 63 ocean crystal stones left, having bought 3 sets of materials for level 3 fishing rod stands, and 2 sets for the level 2 marine aquaculture pond reinforcement. 99 walks out of the appraisal area and catches me right at the auction area, waving and greeting me as Octopus Boy with a smile under all the watching eyes. I nod, say morning, and step over to a wall to wait for her, because when players cluster the safety protection shifts around in the crowd, and by the wall I can be sure I will not get pushed away. She comes over and asks, straight out and unbothered by the listeners, whether I just cannot be troubled with player number 668, since she heard I told someone he is not important. I tell her it is already confirmed he meant to frame us, and to spend more of my own time and affairs on him would be meaningless. As I finish, I see someone in the channel relaying both her question and my answer. Too many idle people, a whole crowd watching the drama. 99 says it makes a lot of sense, but she still gets very angry whenever she thinks about it, and that people are saying I feel it does not matter only because I was not hurt. So she wants to ask whether I am actually angry too. Having figured out my personality, she just asks whatever she wants now, no guessing. I tell her that if an opportunity comes, I will act, but I will not be angry, because emotions and time both carry high value. No matter what others think, this is what I believe. I have already been dragged into a pit by him, and to pour more time and feeling on him after that is a losing trade on top of a losing trade. Something I genuinely cannot do. As for cursing, I grew up inside my own family's verbal abuse, and apart from disturbing the peace like a barking dog or a braying donkey, it never affected anything at all. This world is actually very good, because the moment I return to my own island, the noise cannot reach me. And even in Trade City, if the shouting and cursing and crying get annoying, I can just leave and no one can stop me. I have no concept of saving face either, because from my earliest memory, the adults in my house tortured their own kin for the sake of face. I was the weakest in the whole household after I was born, and whatever anger those adults caught outside for their face projects, they vented through words and beatings on the weakest one once they got home. Only myself, and only the things that could reach my own hands, were ever worth caring about. 99 looks at my calm face and says she heard a saying long ago, that when someone can set aside their pride to focus on results, they are already stronger than most, and it takes her a moment to realize I truly believe getting angry is the same as taking a loss. Thinking it through carefully, it really does seem meaningless. You curse someone, the cursed one does not care, and the one sending the messages only stews hotter the longer they think. Anger leads to irritability. Irritability kills the will to do anything, and even forced work comes out poorly because of the mood. And worst of all, an irritable state makes practice impossible, which is a huge loss. When the other person has already wronged you, letting them keep costing you more is foolish. And yet, sometimes it is just so hard to endure. There should not be anything else today, I tell her. It is time for me to go back and gather on my island, and I take out my pass, greet her, and activate the teleport while she is still stunned and nodding helplessly. It is not only player number 668 who is not worth the effort. 99 and number 7 are the same, and while wasting my time for them is one thing, a 30-minute delay can count as a break when I want to rest. Right now I have things to do. In the laughter of the players around her, 99 feels, for the first time, the frustration of being left behind. That man has always been like this though, and you cannot even call it disrespect, because in his eyes, respect is not worth a single weed on his island. Someone nearby joins the fun, jokingly using my own logic to advise her to keep her cool, since I do not care whether she is angry, and any emotional swing is purely her loss. She answers brightly that why should she be angry, that I have always been like this, that she knew it the first time we met, that my being willing to stop and say a few words to her at all was already a waste of my time, so counted that way she is actually treated quite well. Frustrating as it is, 99 is very good at self-consolation, and under the watching eyes she smiles and promotes her own standing in my heart, daring anyone who doubts it to go try stopping me themselves. Number 7, just back from appraising some items, hears the discussion, chuckles to himself, fixes his expression, and walks over to her, transformed from the man who used to glare in anger into one waiting eagerly to watch the drama. He is not the only one having a rough time, after all, and as long as someone is worse off than him, he can comfort himself nicely. He tells 99 she should not be angry either, that like Octopus Boy said, they have already been screwed over, and letting that person delay their practice in daily life would be refusing to climb out of the pit. She refuses to let him enjoy the show and adjusts fast, her tone and eyes seeming entirely enlightened by my advice. True, no need to stay angry, number 7 says, smiling easy, but once he saves up enough ocean crystal stones and a forced pull item shows in the shop, buying it and killing the man will be the most effective solution. The listeners feel a sudden chill down their spines. There are forced pull items, and that is terrifying. Plenty of people who were not afraid to curse lucky players to death suddenly turn timid. Big shots generally will not waste energy on small shrimp, but a small shrimp that jumps around too happily might one day get dragged out and crushed for a big shot's amusement, since no one can be sure when a lucky player's fortune will explode and pull piles of items from nowhere. I am off, going home to practice, 99 says, telling number 7 that Octopus Boy is so diligent that if they slack he might not even want to team with them for the next event. Then she gives him a deep look, takes out her pass, waves it and leaves at once while he glares, because leaving whenever she likes and ignoring the other person's stare is, it turns out, quite fun. Seeing her go, number 7 takes out his own pass and heads straight home too. Back on the island, I follow these developments through the live broadcasts other players share while I work. The little octopus spins around on the ground a few times and runs to my side. By now I have quickly built a second marine aquaculture pond, and starting from level 1 upgraded both ponds to level 2, and while strengthening them a prompt warns me that the foundation stones beneath the ponds cannot sit at a lower level than the ponds after reinforcement. Now that there are 2 ponds and this side is full, I tell it, the next ones can go on the other side, patting its tentacle then holding it in one hand and grabbing a fish basket with the other to go through the motions of pouring things into the new pond a few times. The little octopus takes the fish basket with 2 tentacles, crawls fast to the beach, catches 2 small fish washed up there, runs back to the second pond, lifts the basket and waves it at me to confirm I do not mean to stop it, and pours the fish in. Realizing it understood right, it goes back to the beach to keep catching. Its comprehension is getting stronger and stronger, I think. Going to the processing table to take out the crafted fishing rod stand, putting in another set of materials to craft more, then walking onto the beach. I had bought materials for level 2 fishing rods too and crafted 3 of them, so I bait them all, cast the lines, and set the rods on the stand, not short on bait since I have accumulated a heap from supply crates. I craft 3 more fish baskets and set them beside the rods to catch the harvest. After clearing all the fish and shrimp on the beach, the little octopus comes back and circles the fishing rod stand. Curious, seeing that this is fishing, 3 rods at once, with the owner free to practice on the open ground behind them. The owner is working so hard. The little one feels gratified and decides to be even more diligent, because it absolutely cannot lose to me. I practice behind the stand, and whenever a float sinks I reel it in. The notifications come steadily: a level 1 small shrimp and 1 fishing experience, a level 2 supply crate and 5 fishing experience, on and on. With no time limit on fishing, by the time the first rod's durability runs out, the second has lost only 3 points. A level 2 fishing rod has 50 durability. A level 1 catch costs 1 point. A level 2 costs 5. A level 3 would cost 25. But so far I have not pulled anything level 3 at all. Eating fruitcake, fishing, practicing, and whenever the ore piles ripen, going over to dig them all in one pass before returning. I keep at it non-stop through the morning until my fishing, hunting, and gathering experience all level. The panel reads me out as Island Master number 9911. Combat Power 26. My skill, the reinforcement type body strengthening technique. My levels now hunting at level 5 with no progress toward 3200. Fishing at level 3 reaching for 800. Gathering at level 11 climbing toward 204,800. Planting at level 2 reaching for 400. My island runs 535 viewable square meters. A level 2 wooden cabin. My spiritual grade level 2 sea patrolling octopus. 2 marine aquaculture ponds at 50 square meters. 3 level 1 breeding pens at 12 square meters, and 2 level 2 planting fields at 8 square meters. Gathering had been banking experience since yesterday, and only leveled once it filled. Hunting was just enough for 1 level as the small fish and small shrimp in the 2 ponds nearly cleared out, and fishing grew the most, climbing from level 1 to level 3. As the levels rise, my combat power lifts a lot too, and looking at the numbers, I figure I can level fishing once more in the afternoon, though it makes my planting look too low by comparison. For a balanced push, I build another stretch of foundation stones across the beach and expand from 535 to 665 square meters. A small portion of the earlier 535 was left over from luring the silver-scaled snake into the sea, and since the big fish has caused no further trouble, I keep those stones for now. Once the basic foundation is laid, I run a quick level 1 reinforcement over the new area, not because the planting field needs it, but as a signal to the big fish that this part of the foundation is meant to stay. There is no proof, but I still believe the fish can understand some of what I do. The Island Assets panel reads 665 viewable square meters, a level 2 wooden cabin at 25 square meters, the spiritual grade level 2 sea patrolling octopus, 2 marine aquaculture ponds at 50 square meters, and 2 level 2 planting fields at 100 square meters, and 2 level 2 planting fields at 100 square meters, and 2 level 2 planting fields at 100 square meters. I move all the planting fields and breeding pens to the new area, building as many as I can since materials are plentiful, but the marine aquaculture ponds cannot move because they need level 2 foundation stones, and I lack the materials to reinforce there, mainly because I am out of granite. Even after mining all morning, the stored granite vanished into the planting fields. You have patrolled the island several times. Take a break, I tell the little octopus, picking it up after it finishes a lap, planting crops in all the fields as I go. The new area is split from the house by a stretch of beach I have not adjusted yet, so the little one is full of curiosity, its tentacles moving as it marvels that the owner built another piece of land out on the sea, and wants to be sure of it. From the earlier expansion, it had gathered that everything ringed by beach is our home, and now it probably understands that the land beyond the beach belongs to us too. I sit on the ground holding it and lay out my plan, splitting the island into 2 parts for now, one side for planting and breeding that only needs handling once every 6 hours or so. The other for gathering, leaving only the aquaculture ponds. The little one truly cannot follow it, but someone nearby can. A water ball flies over and slaps a level 1 foundation stone that has not been reinforced. The little octopus stiffens, runs over the instant it lands, and waves its tentacles at the seawater from the edge, because it is that fish again, scaring the owner again, which is too much. It is okay, I tell it, walking over to look at the surface already gone calm. It is just saying hello, and I think about how to get along with this neighbor in the sea. The fish will not let me into the water and can attack my island, yet every time it only destroys level 1 areas. Its way of telling me it is not restricted, that it can coexist with me peacefully as long as the damage stays within its reach. A tsundere big fish, I suppose. The little octopus waves at the water a few more times, climbs back onto my shoulder, and finds the owner in a pretty good mood, no longer afraid after a few scares, or perhaps already certain the big fish brings no danger to our home. Let us head home. It is time for lunch, I tell it, crossing the beach back to the house. With about 10 minutes to noon, I set the food to cook, and waiting for it gives me a chance to rest, lying down doing nothing else. And I open the chat channel to see what players are talking about, since I had no time for it all morning between practicing and fishing and gathering. The first thing I see is the number at the top, and it stops me cold. The chat channel reading 19,363,129,986. Over 19 billion. These days, though the player count has been falling, mass deaths are rare, and someone said the most deaths in a single day was over 50,000. So how did one morning suddenly drop the total by over 200 million players? Scanning the messages racing up the channel, I piece it together quickly. Someone took a special teleportation item into Trade City and opened a teleportation array there. And no matter how many players entered the array, they all died. Some went in voluntarily, others were pushed in by the crowd through the safety settings. The very feature meant to protect players from being touched. The one where colliding just nudges the other person aside, ending up the thing that shoves so many to their deaths. The channel is a wall of fury and disbelief. Players rage that a traitor among them caused so many deaths, and demand to know why they cannot attack him in Trade City. Others argue that he warned people not to go in and the dead chose to enter chasing imagined treasure. Others are baffled that players still keep jumping in knowing it means death. And one voice insists that whoever finally survives might claim the benefit of all those sacrifices. Number 7 cuts in, telling those who do not want to die to hurry home, repeating what he has said many times, that even if someone really survives, they will not be human anymore. Someone else notes the lucky players have all slipped away already, so whoever is still hanging around must have ideas. I pat the little octopus's tentacles and keep reading while I lie there. It is clear everyone has gone crazy, I murmur, eating a bun and feeding the little octopus some fish fillet and minced fish meat before sitting on the ground to share lunch with it. The channel scrolls too fast, so I stop staring at it after a while, genuinely unable to understand why so many players would teleport over knowing full well it likely means death. Just to watch the show? To seek release? Or to verify whether they are Fortune's favorite child, walking into the area everyone calls a certain death zone, hunting that one undiscovered glimmer of life? The little octopus, eating its seafood meat sauce, pats me every few bites, curious why its owner keeps sighing when there is no danger on the island and the fish in the sea has stopped causing trouble. Let us eat. This is not our business, I tell it, patting its tentacles, finishing my meal and my juice, closing the channel and switching to the island map. The juice is made from level 2 fruits and drinking water at the processing table. Very good, and it even restores a little stamina. Seeing me busy eating, the little one hurries through its plates too, because once it is full it can go to the beach to catch fish. At noon sharp the island resources refresh. I stuff the last bite of bun in my mouth, chew, swallow, drink the rest of the juice and walk out. But the little octopus is faster, grabbing a fish basket and heading straight for the beach. That speed, I think, smiling and shaking my head, picking up the pickaxe to keep working. I chip away at the ore pile, different ores dropping into my inventory with each strike, and it takes half an hour to finish gathering 100 units of ore, after which I quickly gather all the food resources before opening the supply crates. 4 crates refreshed at noon, 2 level 3 and 2 level 2, no surprises among them. After clearing those, a little past 1, the seaweed is ready to harvest, the eggs and chicks ready to collect, along with the planting food and the seaweed growing freely on the beach, which keeps no schedule at all, sometimes there and sometimes appearing the instant after I harvest, just like the small shrimp. By the time all of it is done, it is past 1, so I check the channel again, and the array that kills anyone who enters is still there, which means I cannot go to Trade City for now. This morning I sold some level 1 seeds and level 2 seaweed, the auctions netting 2,332 ocean crystal stones, and added to what I just pulled from crates I now hold 3,150 in my inventory. The stones unrestricted by stacking limits because they are currency. From last night until now, the total seaweed I have gathered is only 308 units. I tidy my inventory and reinforce the level 2 beach foundation again. The panel listing the level 2 beach strengthening as 10 level 2 marine plant powder, 2 level 2 granite particles, and 1 level 2 seaweed per block. With only 6 units left, I start clicking the locations to strengthen. The first attempt rewards me with a free pass, the system announcing that good luck strikes again, letting me perform 1 0-cost level 2 beach strengthening, and I work through them one by one until the second strengthening triggers the same effect, and a feeling of being showered in pleasant surprises washes over me. Of the 6 strengthenings, though, only the first 2 were lucky and the rest stayed calm, producing 8 blocks of level 2 beach foundation that, added to the previous 66, bring me to 74. still 177 blocks short of upgrading everything. It does not have to be only the beach, I think. The island land foundation can be strengthened too once I gather enough, since I had originally meant to bring the whole island to level 2 but expanded into a new area for planting. And since seaweed is hard to grow, I need not limit myself to the original scope. The trouble is materials, because even to strengthen the land I would have to mine more. Let us continue in the afternoon, I decide. Practicing, fishing, gathering. Not short on basic materials now, I bait the rod again and set it on the stand to wait, eat a fruitcake and continue practicing the body strengthening technique. The channel is lively that afternoon, and though I only glance at it now and then, I can follow the gist. The teleportation array that player opened sent away over 350 million players, more than 1,000 times the entire previous death count in a single day. When the array ended, the player bound at its center landed safely and even obtained an artifact, and that player ran the instant they touched down, took out a pass and fled. But nearby players saw an exceptionally luxurious long cloak on them. They confirmed it was an artifact because they asked number 7 to come over, and after some voiced their guesses, number 7 spent ocean crystal stones to verify it. Artifacts, with at most immortal grade ones appearing in the sales area, set everyone speculating, and since no one would pay to verify the rest of the rumors, number 7 was not extravagant enough to confirm everyone himself. After it was confirmed that more than 350 million dead players had handed an artifact to that player of unknown ID, the channel stayed lively a long while before settling back to its usual frequency. Artifact, I murmur, having fished over 100 more times that afternoon. Sitting on the ground watching the sun about to touch the western horizon, still a little curious about the concept, but it is only curiosity. I absolutely do not want any contact with that player. At 6 in the evening, after I finish gathering ore and food, the first level 3 crate I open yields an exploration voucher, 66 ocean crystal stones, a level 2 deserted island exploration voucher for one person over 5 hours, a level 2 cotton thread. The one I joined before let me invite up to 5 people for an hour, while this allows only one person but stretches the time limit to 5 hours, and the names island and deserted island likely mean different island forms. I put it away for now, with no plans to go exploring at night. The recipe is the other surprise. A wine cabinet, something I have heard of but never seen and have no clear picture of. So since it is a recipe, I learn it directly. The recipe lists a level 2 fruit wood wine cabinet wanting 1,000 units of the same type of level 2 fruit wood, fillable with fruit of the matching type and drinking water. Automatically brewing 1 bottle of fruit wine every 6 hours with a random effect. A wine cabinet, a brewing device I think, feeling the name a bit off, since it is clearly just an automatic brewing device with an added automatic storage function. I keep the recipe, and confirming I still have plenty of food seeds, I switch all the resource growth areas outside the 100 ore piles over to the fruit category. I have no interest in alcohol myself, but some players will, so whether I sell the wine I make or just sell the wine cabinets, it will be more profitable than the raw materials. I open one crate after the next. The biggest surprise among the rest, a 1-slot inventory slot expansion voucher. The others just basic level 2 resources. After gathering and opening crates I rest a while, then harvest 40 units of seaweed breeding nets, each net yielding 100 units of seaweed, and craft 40 fresh nets to put back in the water. With 2,000 units of seaweed in my inventory now, I will have to make another trip to Trade City later. Beyond the seaweed, there are 5 breeding pens, all harvested, and finally the planting fields, where the 100 square meter field, its plots planted at different times, lets me harvest only the small batch of 8 crops at night, the other 92 plots waiting for noon and midnight. The little octopus has just finished circling the beach and returned when I scoop it up. Let us take another look at Trade City, I tell it. Sell all this and buy some seaweed to keep strengthening the beach, tidying my inventory and putting what I do not need into the storage cabinet in the basement. The inventory reads a Trade City teleportation pass, 3,565 ocean crystal stones, 113 level 2 mineral crystal, 2 stacks of 999 level 2 seaweed, and one of 181, 185 level 1 chicken chicks, and 15 level 2 green apple cakes. Except for the pass and the stones, all of it is for sale, so I let the little octopus wrap around my arm, take out the pass, and teleport to Trade City. Trade City is still packed. After arriving, I adjust my direction and walk toward the trade market with the push of the crowd. A gentle voice beside me tells me I can put that pass away, that the trader who brought disaster has already escaped, that there is no need to stay ready to flee at a moment's notice. Turning my head, I see a gentle-looking young man, also pushed along toward the market, wearing cotton clothes much like mine. I pinch the pass between 2 fingers and do not put it away on his account, only acknowledging him and walking on, the people around me shifting forward and aside as I move. The safety zone that keeps players from touching is an air shield centered on the body, covering about 10 centimeters past the equipment, like an individual air cushion that gives a faintly floating feeling whenever there is a collision. Through the crowd, I reach the auction area, stop by a wall, open the auction and list everything I brought. The starting price is fixed and generated automatically, and listing items also shows a few of the latest transaction prices. The level 2 mineral crystal trading recently around 350 per unit, with little variance. The level 2 seaweed stable between 1.5 and 1.6. The seaweed price risen slightly to between 1 and 1.1. I set the level 2 mineral crystal into two groups of 60 and 55. Since those with money do not mind buying more at once, and those without will not bid high even for a single lot. The level 2 seaweed I stack into lots of 200, list 170 as one group, and keep the leftover 9 in my inventory, too few for a minimum lot. The 185 chicks split into 185, and only the level 2 green apple cake I divide evenly into 5 portions of 3. For the green apple cake, with agility +2 and a 1-hour duration, the starting price is 10 ocean crystal stones, and other fruit cakes with the same boost have sold before between 100 and 120 ocean crystal stones. Agility +2 is genuinely important, but there do not seem to be many people willing to spend on it. I stay a while and search out other buff food, and the more expensive ones are all combat-oriented. Food with blunt attack +2 lasting an hour auctioning for 515 ocean crystal stones, and arrows with penetration +2, consumables peaking at 880 ocean crystal stones in past sales. Since penetration +2 means basic piercing attacks with damage directly doubled, the agility attribute, useful for training and melee, really is not considered a particularly good buff right now. After over 20 minutes in the auction area, when I walk out, my inventory has dropped to a pass. 101 ocean crystal stones, 9 units of level 2 seaweed, and 3,300 units of level 2 seaweed bought back. My stones reduced to a meager 3 digits, but my seaweed pile fat enough for another round of strengthening. The red-haired girl with twin tails finds me again as I leave the auction area, squeezing through the crowd to greet me with a smile, asking whether I have come to see that teleportation array. When she calls out Octopus Boy, several players around us pause and quickly clear a little space. After number 7 took the benefits but got his teammates hurt. Framing or not, many players decided that getting too close to lucky people might let their own meager luck be snatched away. And though some disagreed, the wariness stuck, with people avoiding anyone too lucky, since even if luck cannot be sucked off, a conflict might leave them tricked to death. Especially today, with so many players dead and the murderer walking away with an artifact, the trade of players' lives for benefits has scared a great many. Players cannot touch or kill each other in Trade City, but the fact that someone obtained a special item and tricked hundreds of millions to their deaths has already happened, and a profit item like that could only ever fall to someone with enormous luck. A top-tier lucky player. Haven't seen it, I tell her, feeling the space around me widen as I hurry toward the sales area. I do not have enough ocean crystal stones to buy anything right now, but I want to confirm what items have refreshed. Wait, why are you in such a rush? The girl complains, chasing after me. The sales area will not refresh for another half hour, and all the good things have already been bought. She mutters that I really do not give her any face, knowing it would be like this yet still finding the cold shoulder upsetting, wondering why the personalities of these lucky people are so terrible. I respond that I am in a bit of a rush and do not slow my pace at all, and with people making way I quickly reach the sales area and start checking the items refreshed last time. The first item listed is an immortal grade protective item, a water avoiding shield, for underwater use, waterproof, allowing free breathing, hiding the aura inside from any marine life below immortal grade. Durability 10,000, priced at 100 million ocean crystal stones. The second makes me look a few more times. An immortal grade flame grass seedling, a plant type island protective pet that must be planted in soil with level 5 strengthening or above. Priced at 99,999,999 ocean crystal stones. A plant-type protective pet, flame grass that provides protection, and my thoughts wander to it raining fire on the island when marine life invades. Then I pull them back, since I cannot afford it and have no level 5 soil to keep such a plant alive anyway. The third item is a level 5 island exploration voucher for 10 people over 24 hours, letting the user invite 9 teammates into an unknown island to explore, with the user able to end the exploration early, and a note that this island is extremely dangerous, rumored to have hosted a beast of immortal grade quality during its breeding period. Priced at 88,888,888 ocean crystal stones. Looking at the note, I think back to that earlier time, the 5-person team exploration, wondering whether that voucher also showed the treasures an island might hold, though it is hard to say, since the deserted island voucher I got carried no hints at all. Did I offend you, or do you just not like chatting with people? The girl asks, still at my side. Someone told her that apart from the teammates who explored with me that time, no one can make Octopus Boy stop and chat normally. And she did not believe it, so when she heard I had appeared, she waited nearby to test it herself, to see whether I am really that boring. Don't like it, I say, and keep reading the item information. I can understand the reason for her curiosity, but I cannot empathize with it, nor do I want to spend any effort on it. The twin-tailed girl glares in anger while some of the onlookers laugh openly, others heckling that she is too pathetic to catch the handsome guy's eye, others scolding me for not cherishing the fair sex, and wondering how I can be so cold to a girl. Whatever they say, kind or nasty, I ignore it all and finish reading. The next item is a curse card, which lets the buyer write the island master number to be cursed in the blank space, consume an equal amount of ocean crystal stones, and set a non-lethal curse on a chosen player. A note adds that the cost generates automatically and will consume the cursor themselves when the paid resources fall short. Priced at 1 million ocean crystal stones. 1 million ocean crystal stones for the curse card. Expensive if you call it expensive, cheap if you call it cheap, because it depends entirely on who is being cursed. It is a two-way involvement of the rules. Cursing a high-luck player like number 7 would cost the cursor their own life, and if the gap between the two is too wide, sacrificing one life might leave player number 7 with nothing worse than a cold, a sneeze, or a few coughs. Looking further down, right after the curse card, I see an item priced high but already bought. An arena invitation voucher that lets a player invite another into the arena for a contest of strength, granting the invited 3 hours of preparation before automatic teleport to the two-person arena. Priced at 999,999 ocean crystal stones. That voucher, about 1 million, is the force-dragging item number 7 mentioned before. I have had at most a little over 10,000 ocean crystal stones, and someone has already spent a full million directly, which is genuinely terrifying, though not all that outrageous, since my own various materials and items at home, converted to stones, would already amount to several 100,000. At 7:50 in the evening, number 7 sends a message in the channel, announcing that the arena invitation has been sent, that he names Island Master number 668, and that he will wait 3 hours in the public mode double arena numbered 6684. By this time I am already back on my island, having just processed the seaweed into marine plant powder. 6684, I think, staring at the number. Can they really set an arena number off a homophone joke, suddenly feeling number 7 is a touch obsessive, and wondering how many ocean crystal stones he spent for that exact number. The channel lights up at once over his message. Someone had mentioned earlier that the item to force a player into an arena match had appeared and been bought, which set people speculating that number 7 bought it to kill player number 668. Too many idle people again, I think, smiling and poking the little octopus's tentacles, opening the construction interface to keep working. I see people shouting that since they have nothing to do this evening anyway, everyone should go to the Trade City training area to wait and watch the duel. And seeing them say Trade City is packed only confirms again that most players are far too idle. The panel lists the level 2 beach reinforcement wanting 10 level 2 marine plant powder, 2 level 2 granite granules, and 1 level 2 seaweed per block, and with the earlier seaweed all auctioned off, only 9 portions remain in my inventory. I processed the marine plant powder and 66 portions of granite granules for the reinforcement, planning to reinforce these first, and wait for the missing seaweed at the midnight harvest. Out of 9 reinforcements, only 1 halo effect appears, and when the seaweed count hits 0, I reinforce another 10 square meters of level 2 beach. The panel reads the island total at 665 square meters, the land area of 414 with 249 at level 2 reinforcement, 164 at level 1, and 1 square meter unreinforced. The beach area 251 with 84 at level 2 and 167 at level 1. This wave of reinforcement is done for now, so I tidy my materials, run a round of gathering, eat a fruit cake, and start practicing. Lucky to have enough fruit at home for various flavors. The cake portion's small, which matters too. I have the movements and sequence memorized by heart, so at this point I just need to keep my body from running into trouble. Someone will broadcast the life and death arena match between number 7 and player number 668 tonight, so I leave the chat interface open and floating before my eyes while I practice. At 7:59, just as the sales area is about to refresh, someone in the channel reports that the curse card priced at 1 million was bought before the refresh. The curse card I saw before. Number 7 posts to player number 668 that his savings must be substantial if he can afford a curse card, and that he will stand here today and wait to see what result the man can curse out after staking his life. The curse card is a rule-based item that drains resources from both sides. Number 7 had seen it before, but since it cannot directly curse the opponent dead, did not buy it, choosing the forced arena invitation instead, never expecting player number 668 to be willing to put even his synthesis platform up for auction just to buy items for a counterattack. Then player number 668 answers, saying he knew he would die, that he knew going there meant certain death the moment he got that exploration voucher, but that he had not expected them to be so lucky as to escape a fatal situation. His target this time is not them. He wants to curse the one whose luck is even better than theirs, to make him taste that same despair that cannot be escaped. I read the message, pause mid-step, stop, and sit down right where I am. The person he is talking about is me. Compared to everyone else suffering misfortune, nothing happened to me, so my luck does look very good. But it is not that my luck is good. There has always been a big fish near my home that is ridiculously strong, eating whatever comes its way, not picky in the least. And if I fell in one day, it probably would not complain about the lack of meat. Number 7 asks whether the man means luck better than his own, and the channel erupts. Players ask who that could be, guessing the pink octopus little brother. One saying I should be fine but wondering whether I can even see the message, and that if I can I should hurry to Trade City for refuge first. Another tells the spammers not to worry, that taking a curse card to target the luckiest person means player number 668's brain was chewed by a dragon, and another adds that the curse level might not even reach as high as the luck, asking whether he is tired of dying slowly. I look at the messages and feel more like laughing the more I read. At player number 668's sudden shift in target. At number 7's apparent confusion. At all the speculation that follows. What exactly are they trying to do day after day, I wonder? Why do they always have to target other people, hugging the little octopus that has scooted closer? Looking at the still spamming channel and feeling genuinely innocent. All because I was not injured last time. The little octopus pats my arm with its tentacles, not understanding what happened but knowing its owner's mood has gone sour. Someone wants to curse us. I tell it, but do not worry, nothing will happen. Setting it on my shoulder, drinking half a bottle of fruit juice, standing, and continuing to practice. A curse. The target might not even be me, and besides, what kind of price would player number 668 have to pay to use a curse to break the blessing halo that mermaid Princess Riri, with her hundreds of billions of health, bestowed on me back then? The Trade City training area is enormous, far larger than the trade market, and tonight it is packed to bursting. Players cannot make physical contact, that is the setting, so the ones inside are getting jostled and nudged about by the crowding while the ones still outside hunt for any gap to squeeze through. What draws them all is the forced arena match number 7 called against player 668, which is about to begin, and only from inside the training ground can anyone see the arena numbered 6684, set to public mode. Player 101 leans her back into the corner of a wall and looks up at 99 beside her, asking whether Octopus Boy really does not plan to come watch. They arrived early and claimed the best spot, so the crowding will not budge them. 99 shakes her head, eyes fixed on the virtual screen showing the arena, and says he should have absolutely no interest in this kind of thing. The forced invitation ticket has already locked number 7 inside the arena waiting, while player 668 can enter at any point in the 3-hour preparation window, and so far he has not appeared at all. Unless someone drags him in at the last second, he will not show up willingly. 101 still does not get it, and she asks how Octopus Boy manages to stay so unbothered when player 668 leaked his information, harmed him, and is now openly saying he means to put a curse card on him. She genuinely cannot understand what mindset lets a person ignore an enemy who has already wronged them. 99 answers that it is not that he does not care, it is that when he has no way to kill the man, he refuses to spend another thought on it. Then she trails off, sighs, and decides not to share anything more important. That kid is the sort of person it is best to befriend, and if you cannot, the sort you absolutely must not provoke, and so far only number 7 seems to grasp even a little of that. 99 had thought about keeping 101 around in the future, since a lively little girl makes people feel better, but she has warned her many times and the girl is always too curious, wanting to ask about everything. The other 2 teammates she found are no help on that front either, because number 7 is narcissistic and self-absorbed, offering a kind look only to people at his own level, while Octopus Boy is calm but just as easily annoyed by anyone who talks too much and disturbs him. 101 still wants to say something more, but 99 has already tuned her out. So the ones who would not leave lean on the wall and wait for the other man to appear on the arena, and they wait and wait until the 3-hour countdown runs all the way down. And at the very last second, player 668 is forcibly flung onto the arena. The chat interface has already begun a live broadcast, players happy to spend money just to talk. One reports that player 668 is on the arena now with only a pair of pants left as equipment, wondering whether he sold everything else. And another guesses he traded it all for ocean crystal stones, since the curse card he was seen looking at demands a price be paid to use it. A third asks who the man means to curse, noting there is still a 1-minute pre-battle preparation period on the arena. As for me, I am on my island, practicing, glancing at the broadcasts in passing. Number 7 is cursing player 668 for being mentally ill, harming others and himself both. Player 668 only laughs and laughs smugly and takes out the curse card with an island master number already written into the blank. Someone catches the number on it, 9911. Then, before the 1-minute countdown even finishes, player 668 dies, blood spraying from his whole body as he rots from the inside out into a pile of foul water. The onlookers go dumb, number 7 is stunned, and the world channel detonates. The messages come faster than I can read them, a flood of players asking what 9911 is like right now, calling on the pink octopus to come out and say hello so everyone knows whether he is alive, marveling that the card killed so fast and that the look on player 668's face before he died was too terrible to imagine. A few defend me as a socially anxious kid who got nothing out of any of this and was dragged in time after time, while others insist I must have gotten benefits or player 668 would never have claimed my luck was even better than number 7's. Some argue I might already be dead on my island, since that curse cost player 668 all his items and his lifespan, and others snort that I will be fine because my luck beats number 7's. A handful of players whose numbers end in 8s and 9s crawl out to swear their luck is excellent and to scold the jealous for slinging accusations at them, until at last the consensus settles into telling everyone to disperse, that the pink octopus will be fine. The messages keep scrolling, and though it is only text, my eyes feel worn raw by the noise of it. The worst are the ones describing player 668's death, each more detailed than the last. The arguing and drama after that, the jealousy and the indignant denials, falls entirely outside anything I care about. The little octopus has just dumped a basket of seafood into the marine aquaculture pond and comes back to greet me, waving its tentacles and waiting for me to reach out. I thank it for its hard work and tell it our family needs to be careful tonight, because some big storm may be coming and no one knows what that man cursed onto us with the card. I cup the little one in my hands, poke its tentacles a few times, and play with it a while. The side effects of the curse card were enormous, which tells me the content of the curse must have been excessive in the extreme. And yet I feel nothing myself, and the mermaid princess's blessing aura gives no hint either, so it can only be that my island has been locked on. Big fish, dinner is almost served. I call out to the water, standing on the beach facing the sea. There are tens of thousands of sea snakes coming, more than I know whether you can finish, and some fellow felt bad that you helped me, so he is sending a few extra to try and stuff you to death. Just as I finish, an event notification rings out, announcing a special event. A sea snake invasion, the island where tens of thousands of sea snakes once lived destroyed, and their escape route running straight through mine. A barren little island with almost no resources that happens to block their path. And it warns me, the island owner cursed by a villain, to be careful and on guard. So the event names it plainly, the sea snakes coming to wreck my home because of the curse. Tens of thousands of sea snakes capable of holding an island in the ocean are certainly no small thing, so I have to greet the big fish near my home and lay out the situation clearly. A splash of water flies up from the surface and strikes the one unreinforced island foundation stone my home still has, knocking it out, perhaps to tell me it heard, perhaps because it is annoyed that I talk too much. They are coming from the east, I say, looking at the spot where the foundation stone vanished, not scared in the least, happily pointing out the direction. The little octopus lies along my shoulder and stretches a tentacle toward the east, and the man and the octopus both look that way. Out beyond the reach of the firelight, the dark is total, but I can still make out huge black shapes surfacing and sinking on the sea, appearing and disappearing, and aside from the water growing louder and waves splashing wildly in every direction, there is nothing else to see. There is a crackling clash of water and the occasional sharp roar, and this invisible chaos drags on for more than 10 minutes before the sea gradually goes calm again. The little octopus and I stand on the island the whole time, staring east, and just as the muscles in my face start to feel stiff, a glittering golden object comes flying out of the dark, carrying the scent of the sea. No need to dodge as it lands steadily right in front of me, no more than 20 centimeters from my feet. The event reads complete. The danger is gone and the event is finished. In this dazzling golden treasure chest is the final reward that dropped after the entire swarm of sea snakes was wiped out. The big fish in the sea eats meat and possibly plants, but it does not eat this kind of item, so it gave the chest to me, the one who brought it so much food. The box is marked as the treasure left behind by the sea snake swarm. I move to open it, then stop, take a few steps back, and pull out my blazing fire cudgel, using one end to poke the lid up little by little. The chest does hold treasure, ocean crystal stones plus 88,888, one unhatched sea snake egg, 1,000 portions of snake nutrient solution, and one fine grade level 4 snake bone chain. The egg is a sea snake type pet that needs the nutrient solution fed to it after it hatches. The solution can go to any free-range island pet but works best on snakes, and the chain is an accessory granting dexterity plus 4 at a durability of 1,000. Condensed from snake bones, its wearer spared the harassment of low-level snake creatures. A pet egg, the solution to raise it, and a fine-grade piece of gear, all excellent. Still, I find myself stuck on whether to hatch the egg at all. The little octopus spots the snake egg in my palm and instantly perks up every tentacle. The owner is too good. Such a delicious snake egg, all of it given to it to eat. Delicious. Too delicious. I think for exactly 1 second, and when I look down I realize there is nothing left to agonize over. I forgot that placing something in my palm and opening my hand toward the little octopus reads as feeding it, and since it was resting on my shoulder a moment ago, lifting the snake egg in one hand made the little one assume the egg was for it. But it is not only the eating that has it happy, because the panel updates the little octopus to a spiritual grade sea patrolling octopus, level 3 island free range pet, health 10,355, with tentacle strike, entangle and devour. Able to grow and to advance to level 4 once health reaches 100,000. The mood line urging it to eat snake eggs and absorb more, since only by growing stronger can it protect its owner. With every bite of the egg its health climbs by dozens, and once it pushes past 10,000, its level jumps to 3. The little fellow eats happily and still does not forget to focus on getting stronger for my sake. And the more I watch, the happier I get. It is only a snake egg. If it makes the little octopus happy and helps it grow, then nothing about that is unacceptable. When the little one finally finishes the sea snake egg, shell and all, I take out a portion of the nutrient solution and ask whether it wants to drink some of this too. The effects are better on snakes, but that only means the snake gets an extra boost, and the little octopus can drink it too. It taps my palm with a tentacle, then crawls over and drinks the glob of liquid from my other hand, each bottle steadily raising its health by 10. After the whole egg, it was already sitting at 12,892 health. And now, drinking the solution, it climbs again. Drops of it welling in my palm, and the little octopus taking them mouthful by mouthful until all 1,000 portions are gone. The panel reads it out at 22,953 health. Now, still a spiritual grade sea patrolling octopus at level 3, still reaching for 100,000, and level 4, the mood line simply saying the owner is too good. With its health that high, the little one must be quite full, because it pulls in its tentacles and curls into a pink ball in my palm. That mood tag, the owner is too good, gives me a momentary pang of guilt, because I had actually been weighing whether a new snake could get along with the little octopus if I hatched the egg. Of course it does not matter now. If I get this kind of pet egg again, I will ask the little octopus first whether it wants to eat it, and only if any is left will I think about raising it. Since I never raised them, there is no dilemma about whether I could bear to part with them. The chain is wrapped around my wrist, and I open my personal information for a look. The panel lists me as Island Master number 9911, Combat Power 26, my skill the reinforcement type body strengthening technique. My levels now hunting at level 5 with 518 toward 3,200, fishing at level 3 with 686 toward 800, gathering at level 11 with 106,000 toward 204,800, planting at level 2 with 299 toward 400. My island assets read a viewable total of 665 square meters. A level 2 wooden house at 25 square meters. The level 3 spiritual grade sea patrolling octopus. A level 2 marine aquaculture pond at 50 square meters. A level 1 breeding pen at 20 square meters. And a level 2 planting field at 100 square meters. And a level 2 planting field at 100 square meters. With my equipment listed as the fine grade level 4 snake bone chain plus the common grade level 2 cotton shirt, cotton pants, and cotton shoes. Most of the bonuses are based on the damage I deal myself, I note, setting the little octopus, now the size of my fist, on the windowsill before I stretch out my limbs and pick the practice back up from the movement I had paused on. Equipment and food effects stack. The cotton pants adding agility +1, the chain agility +4, the fruit cake agility +2, for 7 points of agility in total, which stabilizes the interval between body strengthening movements at about 18 seconds. There are 108 movements in all, and undisturbed I can finish a full set in 35 minutes. At this pace I suddenly feel that lifting my combat power by a single point through practice is no longer so far off. Quite a lot happened in the first half of the night. After the sea snake invasion, between repeated attempts to tune my practice timing, the midnight refresh arrives, the panel announcing it at midnight as the island resources refresh. And on the island I have just tidied, 100 ore piles and a small amount of food appear once more, with weeds and small trees filling the uncovered patches of the level 1 foundation area. I leave the supply crates for later, choosing to mine first, then harvest food, then pull weeds and cut trees, and by the time all of it is done, it is around 12:40 in the morning. I open the crates, and there are no surprises. Even so, I cannot sleep yet, because I have to wait past 1 in the morning to harvest the seaweed and the fruit in the planting field. Sitting on the bed eating a bun, I scroll the chat channel and find another player concerned for me. wondering aloud whether the pink octopus can really survive a curse paid for with all the man's assets, his life, and a painful death. There have always been a fair number of players watching out for me, and after player 668 took out that card with a number on it, the concerns grew even more numerous. It is a good thing friend requests are impossible, or I would be spammed without end. The channel rolls on through its own little dramas. Someone says I always visit the auction area between 6:30 and 7:30 in the morning, and that the curious should go wait and see for themselves tomorrow, while a few hang back afraid of disturbing me and getting marked as a bad person, and going unlucky for it. Another batch argues over whether I deserve to be ignored. One side saying I treat everyone the same, and that number 7 and 99 used to get this treatment too. The other side claiming I am the disgusting one for dodging a simple greeting like it is a virus. Until the rest round on them, asking why I owe any of them my attention, and whether they think they are welfare non-player characters. Threaded right through the spat, a player asks how to deal with being attacked by seaweed when its roots sit in the seawater out of reach, and another tells him to light a bonfire on the island at night, to ward off most small troubles, which sparks a side debate over whether a fire at night just draws bigger trouble, and someone simply tells him to go buy the recipe and materials cheap at the trade market. Noisy as it is, it keeps me reading a while. Some say I have problems, some say those people have problems, and the talk drifts to the bonfire recipe and the fire at night question while I go harvest everything I can. The beach level 2 reinforcement wants 10 level 2 marine plant powder, 2 level 2 granite particles, and 1 level 2 seaweed per block. And after harvesting the seaweed, I decide to reinforce the beach first and then go to the trade market. Except when reinforcing the beach itself, I can make marine plant powder from the cheapest seaweed at any other time. So taking advantage of the wide price difference, I should hurry to sell the seaweed and just use seaweed to make the powder. The little octopus went out to catch fish at midnight, and now it lies on my shoulder, tentacles shaking as it watches the surroundings. We will sleep a little later tonight and catch up on rest tomorrow morning, I tell it, patting its tentacles before I start clicking the beach reinforcement. I can reinforce 57 times in all, the first one producing a halo effect, and in a good mood I keep clicking across the map. The beach reads 251 square meters now, 149 at level 2 reinforcement, and 102 at level 1, only 102 short of finishing every level 2 block on the beach. I have over 90,000 ocean crystal stones now, so I plan to go sell the seaweed, buy more, and come back to finish it. Carrying the seaweed and the level 2 ore crystals, the little octopus, its tentacles already over half a meter long, wrapped around my arm, I take out the pass and go straight to Trade City. When I appear in Trade City completely uninjured, the players here fire off messages at once. I have no time to read what else they are saying. I walk quickly to the auction area and list 3,800 units of seaweed and 42 units of level 2 ore crystals. That curse, it was a gift for you, was it not? Number 7 says, walking over from the side as I come out of the auction area. He saw the channel and came specifically to look, and now, seeing the little octopus's tentacles entangled around my wrist, he can roughly guess the outcome. Tens of thousands of sea snakes, I tell him. The one near my place should be quite full. I glance at him, and his smile feels a little stifled. He admits the man was full, but that he spent 1 million ocean crystal stones just to watch player 668 appear and turn into a puddle of sewage, and that he lost big. He walks beside me, talking out the frustrating half-night he has had, feeling cheated even now. After buying the forced invitation card, he had dreamed up plenty of ways to kill player 668, and the result was that his million only let everyone watch the man die. Of course, it also let the other players see how strong the pink octopus really is.